Good evening, everyone. It looks like we have a quorum tonight pursuant to section 54956 of the California Government Code. A special meeting of the City Council is hereby called for August 9th, 2022 at 5:30 p.m. And Margaret, if we could have a roll call, please.
Councilmember Mendoza.
Here.
Councilmember Meyer.
Here.
Councilmember Rarey.
Here.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Here.
Mayor Bryant.
Here. Okay, we do have a quorum. At this time, we're going to open the workshop. It pertains to consideration of land use and specific plan revisions to priority area 1. And Assistant City Manager Darren Gale and Josh Ewan will present on this item. I'll turn it to you, Darren.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, Mayor and council members. It's a pleasure to be before you this evening to talk about the PA1 Innovation Center, and excited for the opportunity to have this workshop this evening. So just wanted to start off first, really noting that any change that is made to the PA1 specific plan will require a specific plan amendments and a rezone. And so at the July 12th City Council meeting, the City Council held a public hearing to consider adoption of changes to the PA1 specific plan. And at that meeting, the City Council provided us with staff with direction and continued that public hearing, which we will actually have this evening during the regularly scheduled City Council meeting. I guess I'm a little tongue-tied today. So this part is a workshop. We hope to get some feedback and some direction. And then during the regularly scheduled City Council meeting, we will actually have a public hearing on this item, and we'll move to that point. So first, I want to kind of go over a few of the things that the City Council gave us direction on, and then just kind of the flow of the workshop this evening. So first, Council asked to get some additional information to meet with Bart related to parking and station requirements. So we'll go over that. Second was related to recreational amenities and parks and where they're placed. Third was the swap of regional commercial and transit village / mixed uses, and we'll go over that a little bit. And then the fourth one was related to the swap of multifamily and employment centers. So we have two separate alternative plans or maps, an alternative A and an alternative B. Once we get to that portion or to that segment of the workshop, we'd ask that we receive public comments or answer questions from the City Council, and then open up for public comment, and then get council direction on the land use plan, be it alternative A, B, or an additional alternative that the council decides on. After that, we will review the land use table, 4.2 definitions, Appendix A, and the glossary, and then once again open up for public comment, and then have council provide us with direction. At the end of the workshop, if there's enough time, our goal is to continue working and during the council meeting, have this ready for council consideration during a public hearing at the regularly scheduled council meeting. So the first item, Mayor, I see that we have a raised hand.
Councilmember Rarey.
Just a real quick question. So you said we will be ready to possibly adopt it during the regular meeting, but the entire text of the PA1 specific plan was not included this time, and there was areas that were redlined out and things added that are not in this packet this time, such as roadways, transit village, sidewalks and roadways. Those types of things weren't in there. So will we be able to do it? Because not all of that was included in the packet.
So I believe we included a link to the original packet that was in the council meeting for July, forget the exact dates. And so I believe that we can, and if I'm sure that legal counsel will tell us otherwise.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Okay, thank you, Councilmember.
Councilmember Mendoza.
Can I just confirm? So anything not in the packet? So I did notice that there was some pages missing, and I don't know if legal has something to say. For example, the grid that they have for every land use designation. Can you see that, Darren? Those were not in the packet. So there was nothing changed in any of these. So if it was not in the packet, then it stays exactly as it was.
So this evening, you'll have you can provide us direction on what you'd like to see a change within the PA1 specific plan. So instead of printing, I think the July 12th council meeting, there was about 400 pages for that agenda item. We just added a link to it in the agenda so that it included all of the documentation that was included at that meeting, which included the original PA1 specific plan and the change that was then. And then this evening, we'll go through every item that you'd like to go through.
Okay, so I think we're voting on a packet. And I understand why Councilman Rarey brought it up. The whole packet is nowhere for residents and council to review. They're parsed out. So you have part of it in the 12th, July 12th, and then you have part of it now. And I think to vote on it, I need to be able to review the whole packet and say, okay, this is what I'm voting on, this entire packet. That's what the vote is on, correct? It's not on parts of the packet.
That is correct. You'd be voting on any amendments to the original PA1 specific plan, and however the council would like to handle that this evening. If you'd like to bring it back at a future date,
Okay, that's good to know. We can do that. Thank you.
Yeah.
So if I could just clarify what I'm looking at, the full agenda that was published, what seems to be missing? Because I'm seeing everything there.
Oh no, there's a lot missing from the original packet. Like the ones that I know Councilman Rarey mentioned some, but I used oh, can you hear me? Yeah, you can hear me. There is a kind of a cheat sheet of what every single land use is. That is not in the packet. I had to go back to the 12th, but when I vote on it, I need to see a final packet in a PDF form. That is what I'm voting for, not pieces from over here and pieces from over there. And oh, you can trust us, we'll put them together the right way. So I want to see the entire, so I don't know how we're going to do that. We can talk about that at 7 o'clock, but I know we're going to get a full packet.
So let's just confirm what your pages you're talking about. So I see page 42.
No, 279 in the old one does not exist in the new one.
Yeah, and Mr. City Manager, I think and I appreciate the council members' comments. So I think what we're looking at is in effort to reserve that amount of document, which was 360 pages, we included a link in the public hearing staff report that references back to July 12th, which was reviewed at that meeting in a public hearing. So in the continuance of the public hearing, we included the entire staff report and the draft specific plan at that time as a link that's hosted externally. And we can certainly take direction, which Assistant City Manager Darren Gale will provide in terms of how that process works. And then we can most certainly go through, if you have additional comments to the July 12th packet of that draft specific plan in terms of all the text that's included with that.
Yeah, but I want to see one packet of what I'm doing. I shouldn't have to go, okay, what portion of the July 12th packet changed? Because there are parts of the July 12th packet changed, and I shouldn't have to cross-reference that. The public and the council, should get one packet. This is what you're voting on. Because right now, I don't know what else was changed from July 12th, right? So I'm a little concerned without me reading the entire packet saying, yes, this is what I'm voting for, when there's pieces missing from today's agenda. July 12th is done. We decided not to go forward with that one. So, we can continue now, but I think that for me to feel comfortable and to be able to tick and tie every single thing on this project, I need a full packet I can sit and read and go, okay, this all looks good.
Yeah, so Councilmember Mendoza, maybe to answer or to make sure I understand clearly. At the end of the day, the council is going to give us some direction this evening. And you want to see everything encapsulated into one document so that in one PDF. So at the end of the day, when you're voting on it, you don't feel like you're piecemealing it and someone writes a note here that you want to see the entire document, red line version of what you're voting.
Exactly.
Okay. And like I said, however the council wants to proceed this evening, if that's the direction you want to go. However, the council, if you wanted this evening, you could provide us direction, you could adopt, and then we would bring back that entire document in red line version or in a clean version as part of the second reading of the ordinance, but that is up to the direction of the council this evening.
In the second reading, can I say, whoa, that wasn't my understanding? We need to make an adjustment here?
Yes.
Okay, that sounds good. Thank you.
And Katie, do you have an update to that?
The mayor. So, excuse me. Just as a clarification, since there is a link to the earlier packet, technically, yes, the council could take action on the entirety of the proposed changes tonight. That would be acceptable under the law. If council were to make changes at a second reading, if it was a substantive change, it would have to revert to a first reading and sort of start the process over again. Very minor typographical changes, those types of things could be changed to the second reading. And I'm sure this is what the assistant city manager was alluding to. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, and appreciate all the questions. Like I said, we're excited as you give us direction tonight to move forward however the council would like this evening. As I mentioned, kind of the first, one of the large items that the council brought up was having a discussion with BART. At a staff level, we were able to meet with Director Foley and the Chief of Planning and Development for BART. And they told us that the 20 acres that the city currently had set aside was not necessary. They provided us a letter detailing that, and in that letter, they stated that they supported what they called a north-south option, so north and south of McCollum Trail, and they stated that they wanted to see 1,000 parking stalls for a future end-of-line BART station. They did mention, number one, that for the foreseeable future, they do not see any type of extension of BART, but they talked about other type of transit type of a facility this could be used for. So included in this transit station overlay, you'll see that there's actually room for 1,000 parking stalls and rooms for buses to come in and drop off. Additionally, both Caltrans staff and Director Foley said in the future, if there are other economic development opportunities, they would love to sit down with the city and discuss, because with the uncertainty of any type of future BART actually being extended, they don't want to see this hinder the city's opportunities from future economic development efforts. So that was the discussion with BART, and like I said, there was a letter that was put into as part of the public record. Second, there was discussion about enlarging the parks. Instead of having linear parks along the road to enlarge the parks. This is just an example of a 5-acre park in a town center in Austin. But to put into perspective, a 5-acre park is a city park is approximately 2 acres. So this is a very successful park in the Moeller Town Center, provides a lot of different recreational opportunities, and is a place for both residents and businesses as the PA1 project developed to come together, have community events, and to be a place to recreate and to come together as a community. Next is regional commercial and why to consider adding additional regional commercial of 19 acres. First, we believe that we will have approximately a $50 million capital investment, resulting in annually $60,000 in property tax. Second, with additional regional commercial, we can see well over $1 million in annual general fund revenue come to the city by attracting additional regional commercial users to that site. There would be a one-time impact of over $3.2 million in impact fees and building permit fees. And then importantly is approximately 300 full-time jobs as of the opening and could expand as more and more users come that way. And then finally, construction. We have not really looked at what the impacts of the construction industry jobs that we would have during development. So on the screen right now, as you have the 2018 land use plan is on the left, and on the right is alternative A of the 2022 land use plan. And with this first, Josh, if you could kind of scroll over the 19 acres, if we can see your, I don't know if we can see your, there we go. Great. So this is the 19 acres that staff is recommending, and as part of the process that we've gone through to change this to regional commercial. So from the current transit village of Brown on the left. In order to meet housing laws, we need to ensure that we can have appropriately zoned property to meet what we believe to meet the just over 2,000 units to be developed within the PA1 specific plan. As a result, we moved 8 acres of transit village south of McCallamy Trail, where I'm showing here on the cursor. And the way we were able to do that is the original assumptions for transit village assumed that there would be a 50-50% build out between residential and commercial. Based upon some additional research and analysis, we believe it's more likely to be 80-20, 20% commercial, 80% residential. And so with that, there would be more units per acre, but we're not changing the density anyway. So if someone wanted to come forward today, they could build up to 40 units in the transit village. If the council was to move forward with the change, it would remain the same. There's just 11 acres less of the transit village. The next item we talked about were parks. So instead of the linear park along Innovation Drive, we added a 5-acre park. There's a park at the entryway into the PA1 specific plan. And then additionally, along Sand Creek, there is parkland, and that will connect also north and south to the McCallamy Trail. And there's a significant amount of parks. And we talked in detail about that and moving people to the McCallamy Trail so that they could connect into any type of future transit. Additionally, I do want to note just north of the McCallamy Trail and east of the Amber Lane apartment project, there was a parcel that used to be blue, which is for public facilities. And there has been the discussion that that was always supposed to be a park. And so we are recommending changing that over to parks. In the original 2018 land use plan, there was no property specifically called out for parkland. And I believe it's now approximately 33 acres of parkland or recreational amenities in the specific plan. And then as this now we've switched to our second slide, which is alternative B. And there is only one change in alternative B from alternative A. And that change is on the west. Instead, we move approximately 20 acres of ECLI. So that would be on the southeast section along Sand Creek. We move the high density residential from there over to Innovation Drive on the west side of the project. The reason why we are recommending that is as part of the economic analysis of the PA1 specific plan, the economist stated that in order to extend infrastructure to the far west side of the specific plan, we needed to find a way for that to be done. And that it said that we would have to subsidize the extension of that infrastructure more with just including ECLI versus providing some type of high density residential that normally will pay upfront the cost of putting those improvements and moving that over to the west. So we see it as more likely for the PA1 project to be developed. So there is no change in the amount of acreage between the two. It's literally just swapping the property from the east side to the west and the west to the east. And that's alternative B. In this Excel sheet, we try to, or what we've done is identify exactly how many acres are in each of the different land uses within the PA1 specific plan. So on the far left is the current adopted plan. In the middle is alternative A, and on the right is alternative B. I should have recommended, or I should have mentioned also that staff's recommendation is alternative B, but of course we're here this evening to answer any questions and to get your feedback and direction on how the council would like to proceed. The next slide, this looks at the two alternatives, A and B, and the number of again, acreage, housing units, square footage, using some, all of this has to be hypothetical in trying to determine what would be built out, and needing to ensure that we maintain that we follow current housing law to ensure that we're not decreasing the number of units that were planned to be developed on the site as part of the EIR for this project. And we can answer questions about that. So again, on this map, we just show kind of the change or the two alternatives. On the bottom right, it actually should have an arrow on both sides of there for the orange and the purple. I apologize, I was struggling with getting an arrow on both sides. But these are the two alternatives, and we can kind of leave them up for council discussion and direction. At this time, we could answer questions from the city council, and then once we've been able to answer your questions, we would ask that we have public comment and then receive hopefully direction on which alternative the council would like us to pursue.
Councilman Rarey? Councilperson Rarey, I'm sorry.
That's okay. I'm sorry, I just closed up my page. So on page 45, policy LU-1.5, it says allow the development and operation of a regional destination resort, hotel, and conference center on approximately 45 acres of land designated as ECLI within PA1. That has now been redlined. Who gave staff direction to remove this? I sent the same question out to the city manager, but he said that the vision has changed since 2018, but I don't recall bringing it up during a city council meeting. So I'd like to know how or who gave staff direction to remove that from our.
So Councilman Rarey, would you tell me again which policy it was? LU, which one?
LU-1.5.
So, sorry, 1 second. I'm trying to pull it up myself.
And Assistant City Manager Gail, would you like to keep a running tally of particular items to look into as we move through this item?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Josh, by chance, do you have that one out? I'm gonna have Josh pull it up.
the reason why I brought this up is because the intent was not to have hotels within this location. The intent was for it to be employment center and light industrial. The only reason why we added that 45 acres was because we were courting, or we were in negotiations with Great Wolf at the time. So a Great Wolf Resort along with a convention center. And so we included that in there, and that was the only reason why it was in there. There wasn't supposed to be hotels throughout there, just anywhere. We designated only 45 acres for the for a destination hotel and convention center. And as I said, I don't recall, and maybe the other council members, I mean, maybe somebody else had heard us talk about it at a different meeting, but I don't recall us giving direction to remove that. I know I would have raised a stink. Yeah, it's so that's concerning that that's been removed. And anyway, we'll get to that when we get to the land use. Also, if the upper limit of the residential development was analyzed at the 2041 unit, shouldn't we change the zoning so the dwelling units per acre equals that number that was used during that EIR? Since that's the number that we're using, that's the maximum that they allowed in the EIR, rather than going to the worst case scenario, which an EIR generally does. This one, for some reason, went to the midpoint. And why not change the zoning for those different things to match that of what was presented in the EIR?
So it's my understanding that both the EIR for the specific plan and our general plan both takes the middle range of our density for all properties. And as a result, that's what's continued on. If I see Ben Ritchie he's our CEQA expert, and he could maybe discuss that a little bit more.
Yes, and I'll confirm what you just said. The methodologies used in the 2018 EIR and the growth projections before you today are identical. They used the mid-range as the assumptions. And so it was an absolute apples to apples comparison in terms of the methodology for projecting growth.
Okay.
Can I piggyback on that question real quick? So if we go above zoning, does that trigger a new EIR?
So once we get above those number of units, correct, Ben? If a development project came in, they would have to then go through additional CEQA analysis for their project. Is that correct, Ben?
That is correct. When you exceed a grand total of 2,041 residential units throughout PA1, we would then be in territory that is above what was analyzed in the original EIR, and some sort of additional CEQA review would be needed. Not necessarily a new EIR. There's many CEQA document types, but some sort of additional CEQA analysis would need to be done once you've gone above that ceiling.
So then this is the question I have about that. Amber Lane was zoned in, for 15 units, that's the midpoint. When they actualized, they came in at 20 units per acre. So they came in over what had been forecasted in the EIR. So other developers that come in, do they have to pay the price for that one having gone over? So if we get to the point where we're at 2041 and developers now at like 3,000, like it takes us to 3,000, does that trigger an EIR?
It would trigger additional CEQA analysis. I want to parse out the nuance. It may not necessarily be an EIR. It might be an addendum to the current EIR. It might be a mitigated negative declaration. So it triggers additional CEQA analysis, but it's not necessarily an EIR. You would have to make a specific determination when you saw that application.
Okay, so if I were a developer, a housing developer, I would want to get in quick to the game, because if I'm the last one, I'm probably going to trigger something. Right?
Your understanding is correct. If everybody comes in above the mid-range, you're going to hit 2041 before you've built out every residential parcel, and those that are coming in last would be the ones that are above that threshold and might need additional CEQA analysis. But
okay, thank you.
Your understanding is correct.
Thanks for letting me butt in.
No, go ahead.
Okay, so I have questions on the tax. I know we said it's $1 million, but when it comes to sales tax, we did that other thing that we did, the whole tax thing, right, with the county? Where
Enhanced Infrastructure Finance District.
yeah. So that $1 million, just so that residents are clear, half of that will go to the city, to the remainder of the city. Half of that has to stay with PA1 for development of that area, correct?
I'll let Josh answer it.
Yeah, no, that is a great question, council member. So we are projecting, based on that potential of a regional commercial use, a sales tax generation, which would be our share of the sales tax allocation of roughly $1 million annually. Additionally, the city may receive a property tax share based on the assessed value, in our share typically in PA1's about 13 or so percent. So if the city entered into an EIFD and a joint participation with the county, that could be split 50. Essentially, we'd receive 50% of that, of whatever desired share the council decides at that time, would go into a pot for infrastructure and new infrastructure related development in the PA1 Innovation Center area. The county, if they're a participant, may decide to also provide 50% of their own share, which is above and beyond what the city share would be. And that's typically done when you see bare land convert into new commercial development. We receive a boost in property tax value.
Okay, so if I'm a resident, I should not expect the full $1 million to do anything outside of PA1, which is fine. Like, that's what we voted on, but I just want them to understand it's $1 million will, if we do $1 million and we decided to, and I think we had talked about a 50-50 split when we talked about it. So let's assume it's 50-50, 50%, $500,000 will stay in PA1, and then $500,000 then goes to the general fund.
So yeah, I think to clarify the sales tax projection, which is essentially goes into your general fund to be used for general fund purposes at the discretion of the council, will come from sales generated by a regional commercial use. You're on the right track. I believe it'll be the property tax share, which is potentially estimated on a $50 million build out to be about $60,000 in city share. So it's a much smaller amount of money. Why regional commercial is so important is you take that $1 million and you could put it into park facilities, anything at the direction of the city council, do new roads, bond out against it in terms of the overall fiscal health of the city. And I'm sure in discussions with our finance director, having a diversified base with a large sales tax generator would be significant to the city.
Josh, can I clarify?
Yes.
The $1 million sales tax, is it or is it not included in the IFD?
I thought it was when we talked about it.
In EIFDs, I'd have to go into the legislation. I think the city can choose its allocation parameters for an EIFD, and we're hoping to get back to the council sometime by the fall with an update.
So Councilmember Mendoza, I would say that the EIFD has not fully been set up yet, but
Okay.
You are correct. As it relates to property tax, I can tell you property tax is absolutely included in the IFD. And I believe that you have the ability to make the determination related to other tax revenue that's received. So unfortunately, I have not read all of the documents for the EIFD to this point because we're still waiting for the county to get back to us after 4 months of submitting information to them, which I know takes time. But we'll be back before you with additional information related to the IFD in the future.
Okay. And one last question, just about the parks.
Yep.
How big is the little small one, the like half circle? And then the other one's 5 acres, right?
Yep. So the large one in the middle is 5 acres. The other one, I'll Josh pull it up. So the other kind of bulb along
Yeah,
Hydorn Ranch.
like half a circle. Mhm.
Yeah.
If you don't know, that's okay. I can find out later.
I'm sorry. I believe these are about 1.2 acres, and these would be entryway features with some communal, could be public art, whatever the requirement would be as a nice destination feature into Innovation Drive.
Okay. And the 5 acre one, and I don't know when have we talked about what's going to go there? Is it going to be like play equipment, shade structures, all that good stuff?
So that would go through your normal parks planning process with the
Awesome.
Parks and Rec Commission, and we talked with Parks and Recs to determine like what size park, would they recommend, and they were very clear that they did not recommend anything over 5 acres there. They said, 5 acres or less.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. And so, Mayor, at this time, we would ask so we're hoping to take this in 2 bites. First, to talk about this land use plan, and then second, to talk about the policies that we've kind of already got into, and then the tables. So we are hoping that you might open it up for public comment, and we could comment on the proposed 2 alternatives.
Councilmember Rarey.
I have a quick question. The BART or the McConley Coast to Crest bike pedestrian overcrossing, wasn't there like 4 million left over? Were we able to hear back? And whether or not we'll be able to use that for our transit center?
I don't think we got any information about where we'd be able to use it, but I think we did get a confirmation that it was somewhere in the range of 3 to 4 million. But I'll try to figure that out prior to.
Because the regional measure 3 actually on there said the Brentwood Transit Center and McCollum Coast to Crest Trail overcrossing.
Okay.
It should be available for our transit center. Otherwise, they fibbed to the voters.
And do you remember off the top of your head what the total amount was?
15 million.
15 million. Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, at this time, if there are no further questions of staff, we will open public comments, and I'll turn to you, Margaret.
I received 13 written public comments on this item. Oops, let me go ahead and share my screen. The summary will be shown on the screen. Full copies of these comments are available on the City Council agenda webpage shown on the slide. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature. I'll call your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. I currently have 3 hands raised, 4. I will start with HHS Grad Night. HHS Grad Night, go ahead.
Multiple Zooms. This is actually Denise Duran, and I am representing the Brentwood Chamber of Commerce. Thank you very much for your time, and I appreciate the City Council's efforts and attention to detail in wanting to ensure that our city is well cared for. I also want to thank the Economic Development Department and City Manager for their work, your work in taking into account how we can best support the growth and quality of life in this community. The Chamber's position, and the Chamber is all about building business and building community. And this environmental center creating opportunities for jobs, quality jobs with PA1, and enhancing that quality of life is critical from a commerce perspective. And we have a desire, and our community has a desire to want to not just build, but to retain and to continue furthering the growth. And I tend to think of the idea of the movie Field of Dreams, like if you build it, they will come. And if you take it to the next step, not only will they come, but they will stay. And that will absolutely build additional relationships, community, networking, and trust in the business community. So that is something the Chamber is very excited about this project. Our residents are excited about it, and I look forward to seeing how the current council is going to continue the support of embracing how we can continue to support the community's residents, as well as creating a viable, desirable place to work, live, and play. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Gerald Johnson. Mr. Johnson, go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, City Council members. As the past president of the Chamber and a longtime business owner of myself, I would like to recommend that the City Council adopt alternative B. Let me tell you why I believe that's important. A large regional retailer would allow small business owners who currently are traveling to Antioch, I believe it could be Pittsburgh, to get their goods in Brentwood. That would save them time and effort and reduce their cost structure and buy their products here locally in Brentwood. It'll also position Brentwood as a business-friendly city, and it will communicate to other large business leaders of other large corporations, professional companies, that Brentwood is a place that they can do business in, and they can negotiate with the city members to do business. It'll draw professionals and also service-oriented businesses to the Innovation Center with additional high density homes that will produce places for people who can work in these jobs that are now created by a large retail business, large retailer coming to the city. It will bolster our tax base, as has been mentioned, and it will build momentum. There's nothing more inspiring than when we put something in Brentwood, other people, other business owners see it and they want to join it. They want to be a part. Lastly, I've always been a believer that we are part of the East Bay, Antioch, Oakley, right across the street from each other. But sometimes we need to be selfish. And this is one of those opportunities to be selfish. We don't want to lose these opportunities so that they go to Antioch and then they get the tax base, because we're all driving maybe 5-10 minutes to go into a different city. I would love to see Brentwood get that tax base. I would love to see Brentwood get that large regional retailer to come to our city and also bring other professional and service businesses to Brentwood. Thank you so much for your time. Have a great night. Hope you'll vote for alternative B. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Rod, followed by Cinziana Todor. Rod, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. As for the previous speaker, I think A and B both put the commercial up there where Costco goes. So I don't think I think either way, A or B. B, I was a little bit confused about. It looks like previously we had the apartments sitting up over the streets of Brentwood, and then we had the economic set over by Hydron Ranch, and we're swapping those. And I wasn't too clear on the purpose of the swap. I know from reading the letters that several interested parties, and by the way, I hope this council understands that receiving 5 or 6 emails from people who stand to make millions of dollars is not the same thing as receiving emails from the public who just want their town to be nice. But at any rate, they seem to be saying that they can't make any money building the transit center. It looks like in this plan, the transit center has been retained as far as I can see, and we'll keep watching. And I'm glad to see that, but I'm not sure why the apartments were moved over under the transit center. And I'm just wondering if that wasn't just done to make the people that wrote all those emails feel better, because they can still build a whole bunch of apartments. What we don't want to see is we're telling people that PA1, the Innovation Center, is for jobs. And what I'd hate to see is that Brentwood builds, 3,000 apartments without building a single job first. And then people, what they see when they come into town is apartments. And what citizens of Brentwood see is apartments, and just lots and lots and lots of apartments. I get the concept. Some apartments will help build some roads, get some commercial in here. But I don't think that we should just be going all in on apartments. They'll come in, oh, we have to build apartments. We can't afford, transit center. And then it'll be something else we can't afford and something else we can't afford. Well, we saw that with Amber Lane. They came in and said, oh, we had this nice plan we presented to you, but we want to make it uglier because we can't afford to build it that way. And if you don't let us do it, we'll pull out. And then you didn't let them do it, and you know what, they built it anyway. So I think you're being negotiated with a little bit. I hope you've really got your radar up as far as what people are trying to do here. Just because a developer tells you they can't do something, it won't pencil out, doesn't mean they can't do it, doesn't mean it won't pencil out. These people are business people, they're expert negotiators, they're gonna play hardball with you, and I just want you to stay aware that just because they come in here and say they can't do something doesn't mean they can't do it. Make them prove to you they can't do it. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Cinziana Todor, followed by Mark Foley. Cinziana, go ahead.
Hello, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't see the timer going, so that's why I thought I'm not on. I appreciate the opportunity to speak on this item. I just have a word that I want to read the definition for you. It's blackmail, and it's a noun. And one of the meanings is the use of threats or the manipulation of someone's feelings to force them to do something. Reading all the public comments and the letters sent by several of the people you see on the screen that's presented by Margaret, all I see is threat and trying to manipulate this council into something that most of them do not believe in. So keep that in mind, because every single person except Carolina and Robert, they represent special interests. They're either landowners, real estate agents, or developers. Those three terms are real bad terms for Brentwood's residents. The big promise around PA1, aka Innovation Center, and who knows what the consultants will come up with in the next iteration of this plan, is that it will be an employment center. All we need today in Brentwood is well-paying jobs, and that is the promise around this specific plan. It's a special plan to create good-paying jobs. So keep it that way. Do not disappoint the residents that voted for you and trusted you to do the right decision for them. And really, don't get blackmailed by the names that you see on the screen, except Carolina and Robert. Also, I would like to ask you to do a very deep review of all the land uses for this area. I don't want to see any chimneys, because you were specifically asked by Councilmember Rarey to remove those uses. They are still on the list on the link that you previously posted for the previous meeting. That cannot be. You need to take council advice and do what they ask you to do. And also ADUs. Keep that in mind. I want to make sure those are not permitted there. And again, keep this as an employment center, build businesses, and bring.
The speaker's timer had expired. The next speaker is Mark Foley, followed by Ron Enos. Mr. Foley, go ahead.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Bryant and members of the City Council. My name is Mark Foley. I am the director for BART that represents District 2, which includes Brentwood. I wanted to let you know that I do support staff's proposed changes for alternative B. I appreciate that we could work together to find a solution that not only meets the needs of BART, but also for the city. It does achieve the needed 1,000 parking spaces for the potential expansion of BART to Brentwood, but it ultimately gives the city flexibility within PA1. So I think it's a good compromise that allows us to look at how to use this land in an effective manner. And lastly, I really want to thank city staff, Darren, Josh, and Tim. Thank you for your work on this. And also thank you to council members Mendoza and Rarey, especially council member Mendoza, for cluing me in on this and helping guide the process. So I just want to say I support this and I appreciate all of your assistance. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ron Enos. Mr. Enos, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Ron Enos. Mayor Bryant, council members, thank you for giving me this opportunity to comment on this item tonight. I kind of want to start off by saying that the list of names that are on there are longtime Brentwood residents. All of us have lived here a long time. Most of us have been very involved in school boards and other things within the community. And most of us have been farmers and some of us are realtors, but we do care about the city of Brentwood. I would like to stress that we support the plan your consultants and planning staff recommended to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission approved the plan by a 5-0 vote. This plan was also supported by the majority of the property owners. We all have the same goal, to bring the infrastructure needed to develop the west side of the bypass. The plan approved by the Planning Commission included multiple family, very high density residential zoning on the west side of the bypass, which is needed to jumpstart the development and allow the business portion of the project to get started. The plan recommended had about 35 acres of high density and only 15 acres of transit village. The transit village zoning will only be developed if the EBART becomes a reality, if at all. This zoning will put this land in reserve for more than 15 years and will not help in the near future to put in the infrastructure on the west side of the bypass, which we all feel is needed. We have had discussions with some possible developers to build high density housing and also a business park. But the business park portion will need help with the infrastructure, as your consultants that the city paid for pointed out in their reports. Staff has included 2 alternative plans. Alternative A would not have any high density to help with the infrastructure on the west side. Of the 2 plans, alternative B would be the best choice to help bring the infrastructure to the west side. Alternative B has about 35 acres of high density, of which 20 acres high density on the west side, along with about 28 acres of transit village. I would suggest you go with alternative B. You decrease the transit village from 28 to about 15 or 20. Transit village is not feasible in the next 15 years. Also, increasing the high density to approximately 35 acres as recommended by the Planning Commission would help speed up the development of this business park. In closing, I request you vote tonight on the plan approved by the Planning Commission. After more than 2 years working on this project, we need some clear direction coming from the city. Thank you.
Thank you. I have one more hand raised. I'll call on Danny Dorman. Mr. Dorman, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Well, 2 things. First off, I'm really disgusted by these people who are coming in pretending to be in our favor, and they're not. They're all in this for something. And I really don't appreciate the BART director putting his 2 cents in. This does not affect him. Okay, I'll start with the punchline. Staff overreached their bounds. This was supposed to be a nip tuck that you folks asked, and they came back with this ridiculous thing. Now the speech. Mr. Mayor, and Councilmember Rarey, you've been involved in PA1 for almost the first iteration of this initiative. When I interviewed you both in 2020, you were both proud, and rightly so, of what you had been accomplished. You may recall I wasn't a fan of this initiative. For those who are interested in why I wasn't interested, I'll post a link. Your predecessors were also excited about this initiative. Every name change reflected in this vision, including Job Center and now Innovation. Over the past 4 election cycles, the only modifications were expectations of BART expansion, the type of businesses to be courted, and the color of the buildings. Council members Meyer and Mendoza won in part because of their desire to bring this initiative to fruition. The only thing that was needed to get the shovels in the ground was a few questions clarified. PA, the changes that are so great, change the term Innovation Center to Strip Mall. Now, I was told planning approved this iteration. I tried to find a recap of the meeting minutes, not there. And I'm saying this for one simple reason. If planning approved this, you wouldn't have a say in the matter. Our town is run by a simple set of rules. Plans reviewed, plans subject to change, request for rezone is presented to you, a discussion is had. If there are too many changes, it goes back to planning for review. We've done this with Sino and Bridlegate. We've done this with almost every single rezone asked by developers. If the overhaul of this disaster goes through tonight without going back to planning, then it's not only a violation of city policy, it opens the door for future developers to say, hey, you did it for innovation, what about mine? It's going to be a failure on all of you for not keeping your promises and the promises of your predecessors. I will reiterate that. Every one of you at one point or time had touched this and were all for it. And the iterations were slight until staff overstepped their bounds. Period. Dot. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no additional speakers with their hands raised.
Thank you. At this time, we will close public comments, move into council discussion. Councilmember Rarey.
Yeah, I have a couple follow-up questions. So, and I brought this up before and actually emailed all of these questions off to staff at the last meeting and still haven't received a response. But when we set up on Walnut Boulevard, south of Balfour Road, there was a small business park. And if I'm correct, there was a percentage of that business park that could be used for accessory uses, whether it be a deli or something like that. So it was a specific percentage. Whether that be 5% or 10%. I tried to look it up, but was not able to find that. And so if staff could speak to that of how we can set this up, because right now it says that you can build these things there. So what's going to stop a property owner from, if it's a permitted use, from doing a whole bunch of those where a ECLI is?
So, Councilmember Rarey, I can answer that question, and Josh will answer it specifically. My question to the council is, we're hoping to talk about the land use plan specifically related to colors on the map, and then get into the very specifics related to policies and the land use table. I will proceed however the council wants, but trying to take this one step at a time. Like I said, Josh, if you want to answer that question, but I can, but that's a question that I have for the council of how you'd like to take this. Would you like to discuss it all? Or
can we
would you like
flip-flop
to
it and do all of the uses first and then the colors on the map? Because it sounds like that's, I mean, that's one of the most important things is what are we going to allow and not allow?
Yeah,
So
I'm okay. I'm okay with that. I do. I was able to find some of the questions. So I do have some other things that are land use, but they're not land use. So yeah, I'd be okay with moving forward with that portion of it.
And do you want to bring up the table 4.2 and we can go through each one?
Well, that's if the other council members, they may have questions or conversation.
Okay.
I'm fine with the flop.
Yeah, I think we need to do the flop and figure out what we're going to put in these colors before we decide how much we're allocating to each color. Because that could drive the decision.
But didn't the staff create somewhat of an agenda for us to be able to go through piece by piece so that, I mean, hopefully we could understand it better. So my thing is, if the staff put that together, wouldn't it be smart for us to stick with that agenda so that hopefully, I mean, obviously that's going to come up at some point. I'm just, if the staff put that together, I'm just thinking they would know how to proceed with this or how
Well,
to
we
have.
were elected to make decisions. If staff was going to do everything, we wouldn't be here. They make suggestions and then we decide what we want to do. So
Yeah,
you,
but
either,
sometimes
you
regardless
can
of what
either
they-
lead and decide to lead, or you can follow. That's at the end of the day.
Well, that's the part, that's why I'm talking. I'm not just trying
Okay.
to follow.
So I'm trying,
My thing
I
is
would
trying
like,
to ask, if I can, Councilmember Mendoza, I mean, just, we asked, right, if the whole council was in agreement of that. So I'm asking, wouldn't it be smarter for us, listen to our staff that's been working on this tremendously and others, to follow the agenda, and then hopefully the questions we have will come up through that discussion of the agenda.
with that narrative, you would say we would never move the order on anything on an agenda, and we move things a lot. So are you saying we should never move anything on an agenda?
No, I think you're putting words on my mouth. I'm talking about.
No, that's what you're saying. You're
If
saying,
I could-
let's follow what staff says, because I only do what I'm told.
If we could get back to the process, I know that there's a lot of interest from all of us in this. Darren, how much longer would the process that we've already begun take to get us to the second portion?
So, so the second portion, which we're absolutely ready to do, is we would first go through just the tables as relates to what proposed changes there are, and the council give us some direction. I think, though, when we do that, we might need to open up public comment again to then, since we're providing some more information, but that's up to the council to make that determination, Mayor. So we have until 7-ish until the city council meeting starts, and then we can continue this conversation on during the public hearing also.
Yeah, so I think we should start with this table, because this table and deciding, and we should go through each one because we're voting on what's allowed and what's not allowed. And all 5 of us should say, okay, I want medical services general as a permitted use. Are we all okay with that? Because this is the biggest project we're going to have in Brentwood. So I agree with Councilman Rarey, we need to go through it. I also then think people will understand why we're allocating acreage in a certain fashion based on what we want to see. I think if we decide on the acreage and the units first, it's not going to make sense why we're allocating more or less space to different zone land use designations.
So Mayor, it'll take however long you guys want to. So we're ready to present.
Councilmember Meyer?
I would just like to say that I'm not opposed to that plan because it does drive a lot of the conversation. There seems to be some confusion about council not supporting the PA1 project in general, and that's I don't agree with that. I think we're all in agreement on the fact that we want this to move forward, but we want it to move forward right. So I do like the idea of breaking things down by designation, because it will help to drive the conversation about where the allocation goes and how much of an allocation there is. So I don't find this to be a very controversial request. I find it to be something that's really going to help us to bring the residents into our conversation and our viewpoints about what exactly it is we're voting on. Hopefully that made sense.
Yeah.
Councilmember Rarey?
I wasn't done yet, but sorry, I know Susanna.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. No, it's a lot of hands. And the other thing, I just want to say something about the comment about Mark Foley. I think Mark Foley, the BART director, did an awesome job. Like, he went in and he did the work. He figured out what the right thing was for our regional area. And I appreciate it. So I don't agree with Mr. Dorman, who called in. I appreciate Mark Foley showing up he went above and beyond and spent a lot of time on this. So I wish, I mean, we see it in other agencies also, East Bay Regional Parks and so on. So I just want to say that I appreciate what BART did, their staff did, and I appreciate Mark Foley getting involved and helping us out when we really needed the transportation perspective. So that was it.
Councilmember Rarey.
Yeah, I mean, to get to what this first point was I propose using alternative B versus alternative A. So if we're going to pick a map, that's my preference on the map. But to continue on with the rest, and I too am frustrated with the length of time. I mean, we approved this in October of 2018. And so what is that? Almost 4 years, going on 4 years to just change some colors on the map. So yes, I too am very frustrated at the snail pace that this has taken. But yeah, proposed alternative B, and ready to move to the next steps.
And yeah, I prefer B also. I'm not in agreement with the allocation of acreage. And I think that deciding on the uses is what's going to lead us to determine the allocation of acreage, because I'm not signing up for Plan B acreage. I'm signing up for Plan B general location. And I think that we need to play with the acreages. And then also there's some inconsistencies on densities and what has already been built out and not built out. So I think that we need to review that before we say B final, because it's not B final, it's B preliminary in my opinion, with reviewing the acreage, because I don't agree with some of the stuff that was done. But again, I think we need to talk about this first before we play around with the acreage and the densities.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yes, can I just make a motion for us to move forward with alternative B in regards to the map that we would have our staff and others work on? So can I make a motion now? Mayor?
This is a workshop.
Well,
So I wouldn't be able to do that till the next,
right.
No, I understand it's a workshop, but
Okay.
because I agree with Councilmember Rarey in regards to supporting alternative B. So maybe I jumped the gun, or what do you think?
Yeah, we're not ready for a motion yet, but
Okay, I'm sorry about that.
That's okay. Darren, if you could present as requested from council, that'd be great. Thanks.
Absolutely. Also, Councilmember Mendoza, to clarify, as related to EIFD, the city's adopted policies only split property tax. So 100% of the sales tax would go to the city's general fund for the council to then allocate where those dollars would go. The property tax, on the other hand, would be split 50-50.
Okay, thank you. Can I have one more question before we start on the chart? We talk a lot about infrastructure, and I know I'm probably not the wisest on this one, but I know we have funds set aside for infrastructure that we, the city, are going to pay for. Is that correct?
That is correct.
How much is that?
Roughly the
11.7.
How much?
Sorry,
11.7.
11.7 million. And what is that earmarked for anything in specific?
Wet utilities.
And what area? Like, they're saying this area, that area. What area exactly is
So you have two major issues, right? The extension of Sand Creek and extension of the wet utilities from the east side of 4 to the west side of 4, but stopping right there.
Okay. So,
but Sand Creek actually, while it brings it up to Hindorn Ranch, actually isn't in PA1.
Correct, but it's infrastructure needed for the future build out for PA1 to be successful as it relates to circulation.
Okay, and I don't know if you can share your screen, Darren, with chart 4.2.
Yep, Josh is gonna bring that up, and
Thanks,
honestly, we really appreciate the council's direction here. We're like excited to get your direction and move it forward. So honestly, thank you, and please note we have some recommendations here. whatever the council wants to do, that's what we're going to do. There are a couple where I would tell you we feel strongly about, and I will make sure that Josh and I speak up about that. But otherwise, you want to go to 4.2 first, Councilmember Mendoza?
Yeah, let's do that first, because I think all the densities and stuff, I think will be determined based on this.
So,
Can you
first,
make it a little bit bigger? It's really, really hard to see. Like, make it maybe the width of the viewing area.
so let me, as he's expanding this, let me just kind of describe so everybody understands. On the left are types of uses, and across the top are the zones within the specific plan. And then as you go across, there is P for permitted, or C for conditionally allowed, which would have some type of conditional use permit. Or if there's nothing, it would mean that it's currently not allowed, or possibly it's covered within the city's zoning code, and that it's silent on it. But so first we have residential uses.
Yeah, and I would note, Darren, is anything that's in black should be the original form of the 2018 specific plan as originally approved. Anything in red will be a recommended change based on either the planning commission packet or your July 12th packet, plus additional feedback that we received at your July 12th meeting, trying to make sure that we got ahead on a couple items. And we'd love to go line by line if that's the will of the council.
Yes.
Okay.
But how do you want to just do pop in? If any of us feel passionately about it, we tell you like, this is how I'm concerned about this P, or this P should be a C.
Yes, I mean on residential use listings, there's 1, 2, 3.
Okay, awesome. So here's my question on Transit Village. Does Transit Village include backyards?
Transit Village has a density of between 25 and 40 units per acre. The likelihood of having a backyard, as what I'm thinking of a backyard of grass and, you know, your own private yard, probably not.
Yeah. So do we have to have that P there or no? Is it just a legal thing? Because I don't see it in Transit Village or multifamily. Maybe high density if they happen to get a lot big enough. Because I don't know if Katie's on, but I can't. What's the minimum lot size that you have to do this? Is it 1,200? I think it was 1,200 for an ADU. Am I wrong? And I'm trying to think of that.
1,200 was SB9. I don't remember what the ADU was.
Was it?
So, through the mayor, good evening again. So a couple of things in response to your question. One, SB9 does allow for the development of additional housing, excuse me, our ADU laws allow for the development of ADU units on multifamily zoned properties. So there is that. Separate and apart from that, wherever we currently have a P that shows that the use is permitted by right, and if the council were to change that to a C, which would indicate a conditional use permit was needed, or a dash, which would indicate that that use was no longer allowed in that designation, that would arguably constitute a downzoning of that area, and that could pose substantial SB 330 issues that the council might need to consider. So we wanted to give you that information.
For downzoning, so with this one, it's 2,041 units. So we're not dealing with necessarily net acres, it's units. We have to meet that 2041, is that correct?
So the 2041 represents what was studied by the EIR. It is not a cap on the number of units that can be developed within PA1. As Ben mentioned earlier, if more units than that are developed, it simply means that you need to do additional environmental review of some sort.
I guess my question is, if we go through the exercise and we use the midpoint and we get to 2041, not counting accessory dwelling units, why would it be considered a down zone?
Right now, what we have here allows the development of these types of housing products in these zones. And if the council were to reduce the ability of a developer to develop at this permissibility level, we'll say, it could be seen as a restraint on the production of housing that is more difficult than was currently in place before.
Okay, so for an accessory dwelling unit, what's the minimum lot size they need to build one on?
I don't have that information for multifamily.
But I
We
think,
can look it up, but
multifamily, that would mean I have an apartment and I'm gonna put an accessory dwelling unit somewhere on the land of my apartment land. I guess I just want us
Doesn't an
to,
accessory dwelling unit need a 4-foot clearance? And that's it?
so we have Alexis on who will be able to help us with that information.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. If I could clarify some of the accessory dwelling unit provisions for multifamily.
yes.
So there's two types. There's detached, which Councilmember Rarey mentioned has some distance requirements and a numerical limit. And then there's the conversion of existing space, which doesn't have setbacks or lot size requirements at all. If you want, I have the ordinance up. I can share that with you if you want to look at the exact provisions.
So you're talking about if someone has a garage, like in a townhouse, they could convert their garage into an accessory dwelling unit per
Yes.
state law, not because we
Yes.
care to do that.
Not
Okay, now I
because-
get it.
State law allows it in multifamily zones
Okay,
ministerially.
yeah, okay, perfect. So if I can move on from that one if anyone has any questions left on that one. Home occupation. So means a commercial or other activity conducted in a home by the resident thereof, which activity is clearly incidental and secondary to the use. So that's just someone having an office. So if I work from home and that is okay, that's all you mean by this?
So yes, and then obviously there's additional regulations within our existing current zoning code.
Okay. So that's like an office space. And that differs from live, work, how? Like that, what's the big difference between live, work, and home occupation? So we're not allowing any manufacturing in the housing section. That is only an ECL, right? So this wouldn't apply.
So so as it describes here under live work unit, it's so could manufacturing occur? I'm thinking of someone who makes jewelry. Could that be considered manufacturing? And they have a home-based business.
Or particular 3D printing or robotics, small scale manufacturing.
Can we add that to the description, like small scale? Like, can we be very specific on that one if it's, and then can we make that one a conditional use where the staff decides that this is small scale? Is that something, I don't know how the rest of the council feels about that.
I would agree with that because I'm thinking too about the customers coming to the site.
Mm-hmm.
Just working from home is, of course, entirely different.
And yeah, and somehow or another has to go through a review process where staff decides, okay, this is small scale, this is good to go.
So when it's permitted, that's usually based upon that it would be allowed. If you want us to review it, then there would be a require for a conditional use permit.
That's
an official review.
Yeah, that's good.
So do I have 3 council members that would agree that you want to make this so Katie might step in too, but I'll let Katie go first and then I'll ask my question.
So I was just going to say that to the extent the council might provide direction to make something that was permitted now conditionally permitted, particularly in the residential context, that might be something that you would like additional legal analysis of. And so I see that we're highlighting these changes. And if the council provides direction later on, that can be something that legal does a full analysis of before you vote on it. So you have the benefit of that information.
Okay.
And so to clarify, I have 3 council members that would like to change that from permitted to conditional. Okay. And we'll add the small scale. Great. Is there any other under residential?
Okay, let's talk about exactly what supportive, and I just want residents need to understand, because we've had these mistakes before. We vote for something and we don't understand what we're voting for. And these are a lot of new terms to me. So if I vote for it, I need to understand what it is. Okay, supportive housing. Can you give examples?
We don't have a say in that, do we?
So if you're asking related to like people that have, they provide services to maybe some older folks, there are state laws that dictate how many beds they can have that we have no right to control. I'm not specific on the number, but maybe it's over 6 beds or up to 6 beds. That's those type of facilities.
We've had county or state transitional housing units come into a neighborhood. And if I recall, and maybe Katie can speak to this, that we have no say in it, and they don't even have to let us know that they're coming into a neighborhood.
Okay.
So Councilmember Rarey is correct that these are state-driven definitions, and under state law, the city must treat both supportive housing and transitional housing in the same fashion they treat other housing products of the same type in the same zone. So you have to treat it like any other housing type in that same zone by state law. She is correct in that regard.
Okay. And the same, I would assume, with transitional housing.
Yes.
Okay. And then daycare center adults.
So we'll now, I just want to make sure we're past the top residential side and we're now going to go into human services use listings. Okay.
So do we have to have the daycare center for adults in ECLI? This is, or is this another one that we have to allow?
So it's subject to state compliance. And I do not know what's specifically, Alexis or Katie, if you could chime in on relates to adult daycares.
This isn't a residential use, right? So it's a daytime use by definition. So it is not regulated in the same way that a residential support facility might be for disabled adults. So we have more flexibility in how we regulate this.
I'd like to remove it then as a use in ECLI.
Yes, I agree. Let's keep that in the housing, and it'll mirror supportive and transitional.
I think they're great. That is something that's needed in our community, but this is for a high wage, high quality job. And while some people are paid good money in there, most of it is on the lower end scale, and that's why I'm saying remove it.
So I have 2 council members.
Can that just be incorporated into supportive housing?
So they're typically categorized differently because one is a daytime only pickup drop off facility, and supportive housing is truly a residential environment, which again by state law has its own regulations and licensing requirements that are separate from the licensing requirements of a daytime facility.
So can we incorporate it into its own category in residential use? I mean, if it's not a sub of supportive, but it's something that we feel would be better in residential rather than commercial.
So you want to add a row underneath transitional daycare center adults and make that C's under those, under transitional. I mean,
that's what I'm asking about. If that's feasible.
Yeah. So there's different types of daycare per state law. There's daycare in a home, right? Residential based daycares, and this is a daycare center. So you can further define this and separate this if you want. This is a freestanding commercial center with large clientele. There's already state laws about daycare in residential homes and facilities, which have regulations in residential zones. So this daycare center is more of a commercial freestanding definition. And I would want to double check down below to make sure that's how it's defined, but it's not a residential daycare that you might think of has 6 to 10 kids in someone's home, right?
Right, okay.
Normally it's people like memory loss type facility where people have to work, they drop them off on their way to work and they pick them
Bedford
up.
Center in Antioch.
Regional commercial. I mean,
correct.
Remove
Bedford Center.
ECLI and put it into regional commercial, because that's the shopping center where Chuck E. Cheese is at. That's the Kohl's and Home Depot shopping centers.
So just an item for the council that you're going to be discussing a little bit later is the mix of commercial and residential. If you want your entire first floor in ECLI to be commercial, that's a lot of square footage.
No.
If you would allow just the frontage, you know, that's
You mean
a
on
little
Transit
different.
Village?
Transit Village.
Sorry, Transit Village, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I think you can keep it in TV and TV, just not ECLI.
ECLI.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense to me too.
And I would say the
No.
same. Go ahead.
And the daycare center, if we can change it for ECLI to be, because I mean, if a company that comes in wants to provide their own daycare, I think that's a great idea. And I hate to deter them from doing that. But if we're talking about just a standalone daycare center in ECLI, I'm not supportive of that.
Can we say yes, ancillary, I was thinking secondary use. But secondary use to the ECLI main business, right? It supports their employees that work there.
So how about if they used a private provider to do that?
As long as,
I'm just bringing up, I'm trying to like.
I think that's, as long as it's a secondary use for them, like it is to support their employees and that's part of the conditional permit. I think that's fine. I don't know how you all feel about that.
Yeah, I'd like it in ECLI to be that way and a daycare in the other areas.
Yes, that's good. Okay.
Through
Now-
the mayor. If I could jump in for just a minute here. I know that you took public comment earlier in the evening, but that was when we were still sort of working on the assumption that the council might consider the map first and then the uses second. So it would be a good idea to hear from the public as to whether or not they have any input on the uses. And I see that we're bumping up against 7 o'clock and the end of this workshop. So it would be something for the council to consider as you reconvene at your 7 o'clock meeting to hear from the public on these matters before council makes final determinations and gives staff final direction. Just a
Mr.
friendly
Mayor?
reminder.
Mr. Mayor, can I make a suggestion that we move this item up in our agenda so that we have a contiguous talk on this instead of waiting till the end of the meeting? Because we do have people that are on this call for specifically this item. And so if we could move it up after the consent calendar.
I have no problem with that. Darren, is that something that would enable staff to have something that we could move forward on tonight? Should we get to that point in our discussion? Move it up.
So I think it's yet to be determined what changes that the council is going to identify. So I can't tell you if we will or will not have items ready. But we can continue going through this process. I think the council can give us good direction. And if we can adopt something tonight, even if we need to take a little bit of recess, we'll do that. And of course, we'll need to work with our legal counsel to ensure that there hasn't been any type of need for additional legal review of the changes or something else that I'm not thinking of right off the top of my head.
Okay, that sounds preferable then to do that, to move it up.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
staff thanks you all for the direction in this regard. And I know you haven't taken a motion just yet, but if Councilmember Rarey might be so kind as to repeat that request when the 7 o'clock meeting begins. Right now, we're just still in the workshop. That would be very helpful. Thank you.
Absolutely.
And so Katie, just to confirm what you would like public comment prior to closing the study session on the table, is that correct?
Usually the city council has the benefit of taking public comment prior to issuing direction from staff. So they've had a chance to hear from the public before they make their final set of guidance to staff for items to bring back. So if we follow our usual course, it might be opening this public hearing, inviting public comment, considering that, and then continuing with direction to staff on how the use tables might be amended.
We still have almost 4 pages to go through We've only made a couple changes. I myself would say, let's wait till we finish the table and then open it up. Otherwise, our residents are gonna, you know.
I
Yeah,
tend to agree because they're going to hear why we're removing or adding things, and then they can give us their feedback or like, hey, you're off your rocker on that one, or hey, why didn't you remove this? And then we can go into
instead of only having this first time.
because I think, and this is a new concept to everyone where they're really being brought in to have a say on what goes where, right? They're always saying, we don't want the gas stations, we don't want the storage unit. And this is their time where we can walk through it and then they can give us their opinion of what we're concluding. I don't know.
So there's a chance you may not have something to adopt this evening because of the number of changes you're considering. Generally, the law looks to you to consider the input of the public before you take actions that would result in the adoption of something. So we just want to make sure you have a chance to hear from them. We'll leave it to you.
Thank you. We'll definitely give the public an opportunity for public comment before we adopt in any of these in our conversation. But as has been stated, there's still 4 pages to go.
Yeah.
And, so we've got a while to work on this. Seeing that we are at 7 o'clock and our scheduled time for the workshop is over, I would consider a motion to close the workshop. And
So
then
move.
But could we take a brief break in between?
I was just gonna suggest that too.
we
Four or 5 minutes.
Yeah, 4 or 5 minutes, that's all.
Okay, we will. We have a motion for adjournment or
A
closing
second.
the workshop.
Oh, I make it. Yeah, I think Karen did, right? Can we have a break also? Or I'll second.
With the anticipation of starting our council meeting at 7:05. Okay, we have a first and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer,
Yes.
Councilmember Rarey,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez,
Aye.
Mayor Bryant,
Aye.
motion carries unanimous.
Okay, this time we are adjourned until 7:05.
I'm ready when you guys are. Is everyone else back on? Susanna is there. There's Johnny. Okay.
We do have everyone back. At this time, I want to welcome everyone to the August 9th, 2022 City Council Successor Agency and Brentwood Infrastructure Financing Authority meeting at 7:06. And if we could get a roll call, Margaret.
Councilmember Mendoza,
Here.
Councilmember Meyer,
Here.
Councilmember Rarey,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Aye.
Mayor Bryant.
Aye. Okay, at this time, if you could join with me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Based on direction from the workshop, I would like to move item C2 to proceed now with the concurrence of council. Since we already had a motion earlier for that.
I'll second that.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
don't we need regular public comments?
We can certainly open regular public comments at this time if you would like.
On everything except seats.
So yes, this time we will open public comments. And I'll turn it to you, Margaret.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the city council on items that are not on the agenda. Items listed under presentations, informational reports, or on the consent calendar. Request for future agenda items, new request. Please save your comments for any other items that are on the agenda for that part of the meeting when you'll have the opportunity to provide them. I received no written public comments that were submitted for this item prior to the meeting. If you wish to speak under public comment, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature. I'll call your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. While we encourage your comments, state law prevents the city council from discussing items that are not on the meeting agenda, and if appropriate, staff will follow up on them. I have one hand raised. I'll go ahead and share the speaker timer screen. And I'll call on Danny Dorman. Mr. Dorman, go ahead.
Yes, before you run the clock, I just need a point of clarification. Is this your typical, I just rant about something that I can't rant about?
Oops.
Hello?
Sorry, go ahead, Mr. Dorman.
Okay. No, like I said, can I rant about what was just discussed at the 6 o'clock, or is this your standard talk about everything but what was discussed at 6 o'clock?
Mr. Dorman, I think you can talk about anything you want to in public comment.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you for that, Mr. Mayor. I wasn't sure. Okay, so for those who missed the discussion, there's a lot going on and they only got 2 pages out of 4. So buckle in, it's going to be a long night. I just want to reiterate what it is I said at the previous open comment, that Mr. Mayor, you and Councilmember Rarey, you've been involved with this thing for, as Councilmember Rarey said, 4 years. And we're finally at the point of being able to move forward. So I won't speculate as to why we are where we are right now, which is a dramatic change of everything up to this point, because then my message will get drowned out because I'm calling people out. So I just want to reiterate that your predecessors were also excited about this initiative. You have changed the name many a time, Innovation Center being the last one. This is not an innovation center. This is going to be a high density living location with a parking lot and a strip mall. Who will want to bring high-end tech businesses when they're surrounded by big monstrous apartments? The original idea, from what I understand, for housing was to encourage people to move out here from Silicon Valley, from wherever. This is not any type of enticement. Why would I want to move next to Lowe's? Why would I want to move next to a gas station? You're discussing now what can and can't be discussed. I mean, what can and can't go on here. And I just realized I have 43 seconds. So please, these people who put in notes and, spoke about, yeah, let's go forward with these changes. These folks have never spoken up before. Come on now. These are just they're looking out for themselves and their pocketbooks. They are not looking out for us. And with respect to the director of BART, my apologies. What I meant to say was that he's looking out for BART. I understand that, but his is a business. He doesn't live out here. We do. So in closing, remember your promises, all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. I have one additional hand raised. David Main. Mr. Main, go ahead.
Thank you. I wanted to speak directly to this because my family has lived at the corner of Hydorn Ranch and the trail since 1977. Back when we moved out there, it was all walnut orchards. And I will tell you, it's a great place to live. And when you look at the opportunity to live and be there and have the convenience of stores and gas stations and the freeway, there's a lot of merit to all of that. And I'm sitting here basically keeping quiet because my dad died just about 3 weeks ago. We buried him. And there's a lot more to this than just money. We've been in Brentwood since 1966. I know that there are other people who are on this call who have been in Brentwood for a long, long time. And I will have to tell you, it just, I've listened to people talk about threats. I've listened to people talk about a whole variety of things, how we're just in it for money. Well, we've been in Brentwood for a long time. And it wasn't about money. It was about, putting together a plan that would allow the city to move forward, that would allow people to have homes, that would allow people to have access to, services and amenities, and give them the opportunity to have a life and a home and a place to raise their family and children in a great, great community. So I am actually personally offended by the last person who was there, who spoke. Thank you.
I have no additional speakers with their hands raised.
Thank you. At this time, we will close public comments and we will continue to move into item C2. And I'll turn it to you, Darren.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. At this time, we're going through item C2, which is our public hearing. So as it relates to presentation, maybe what I could do is I could quickly go through and just review the items if you wanted. So there are a variety of changes. So let me step back to give the public additional information. So at 5:30, we held a workshop on our the Innovation Center, or PA1. There's a variety of names, but it's the Innovation Center's, the PA1 specific plan. And we're talking about the land use plan. And then right now we're talking about our land use table 4.2 that's included in the specific plan. As part of the discussion tonight and as part of the public hearing, the council has the council will be providing direction on how to move forward. At this time, we have 4 pages of land use tables where council is providing us direction on what they'd like to see permitted, conditionally used, or not included in a variety of different zonings. And so maybe Josh, if you could just go to the next page and look at this. So you'll see here comes urban agriculture, animal related uses. Again, it shows anything that's in red means it's a change from the existing adopted plan and is one of the items that are being discussed tonight. And then again, the city council can then provide us a direction on what they'd like to see in the final document. Katie, did you have something you wanted to say before I continue?
Thank you so much. Through the mayor, you'll have to forgive me. I stepped out for a minute to grab an inhaler, and I wasn't sure if in the course of this regular meeting that started shortly after 7, the council had had a chance to vote to move this item up. I know it was discussed in a workshop, but if you didn't take the vote, it'd be awfully nice to have that on the record, just so we're dotting our I's and crossing our T's. I'm sorry to interrupt, Darren.
We had a first, and I'll give a second.
Okay, roll call vote, please, to move item C2 up and open the public meeting. Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer,
Yes.
Councilmember Rarey,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez,
Aye.
Mayor Bryant,
Aye.
motion carries unanimous.
Okay, at this time, the public hearing is open. Turn it back to you, Darren. And thank you, Katie.
Great. And just to be clear, Mayor, are you okay with this? Just briefly going through this and then opening up the public hearing for public comment and then getting into direction?
Yes, please.
Okay, great. And so, Josh, if you go to the next page.
We missed medical, like we're up on top.
So, Councilmember Mendoza, what I was hoping is we could open up the public hearing, give public comment, and then you could give us direction, or you can give us direction first and then go to public comment.
No, I thought we were going to go through
Okay.
each one first and
Okay,
then,
perfect.
because I think,
I thought we were doing this first and then public comment.
Okay.
Yeah.
Otherwise, the residents can't speak to any changes we've
Okay.
made.
Okay, perfect. So we're now looking at daycare center children, and the last discussion. I think we're good on that. I had 3 council members shake their head. So the next one.
I think Councilmember Shannon had a question.
I'm sorry, I wanted to go back just for a second to the daycare center adults. And I'm sorry, Councilmember Rarey, your hand was up before mine, but I'm going backwards, so hopefully that's okay. I just had a question about that. Thank you, appreciate it. Can we do an ancillary to a primary business use there too, for the sake of, for example, a hospital? Extended care medical, residential care facility, that there could be something ancillary about an adult daycare center as ancillary for one of those. Like we did for the daycare center for children, is what I'm saying. Not a standalone ancillary to something else existing.
Hospitals have adult daycare centers?
They don't. I'm saying if there was a way for an adult day, I don't know, I can never say that, adult day healthcare center as a secondary use for something else. For example, residential care facility large, that could it be feasible for, well,
we took, that is all crossed out.
Okay, so that was a bad example.
Yeah, I could see going into regional commercial, but not into ECLI, because again, this is for high wage, high quality jobs. And generally those in the daycare center of adults, a lot of them are minimum wage. I mean,
yeah, and I get that. And as they are for daycare centers, and I totally get what you're saying as far as like the more corporate uses for having a daycare on site. I was just trying in my head thinking, is there anything else that could potentially use an adult day healthcare center as an ancillary site? And out of these choices,
the transit village, we're saying, well, we're going to talk about the transit village, right? What exactly do we want the transit village to look like?
Mm-hmm.
My vision is the reason we're leaving it in transit village is because we're going to have commercial in a portion of that. And it can go into that commercial, which is, that's retail, lower paying jobs. So it could go there, but we want the employment center to be higher paying jobs.
Totally get that. I was more thinking like a ancillary, not a stand, but actually giving these choices specifically, and I wasn't paying attention to the ECLI being checked off for the residential care, which is my first thought. So it doesn't make sense anymore. So I agree with it. Sorry, no, it's okay. I just misread.
I have concerns about this. Oh, go ahead, Karen. Sorry, you had your
Oh,
hand.
no, go ahead, because mine's a little bit farther down.
So including incidental storage and maintenance of vehicles. I don't picture that in a business park area. I don't know how anyone else feels, but like we keep people don't want storage. So what is this gonna look like? Like, are people gonna, like, are we gonna have, how big, like, let's say a big fleet of ambulances wants to park there. They can all bring their 50 ambulances and create that for parking, and then that takes it away from business park? You know what I picture? Like a motorhome parking lot in my head. So what does this look like? I'm driving down the road. What is a resident going to see?
Or like a schoolyard with a lot of buses.
Mm-hmm. I don't think I'd want to see that there. I don't know how anyone else feels about that. Incidental storage and maintenance.
Because in case we got a hospital there.
Can it be, so then can it be secondary to if there's a hospital, then it's allowed on conditional use?
Yeah.
Okay, that sounds good. See, got to work through it.
And so I want to make sure I understand. So ambulance services are allowed as conditional use for the existing plan. And that would mean your emergency medical care, emergency medical care and transportation, but you don't want maintenance of vehicles to occur on site.
Well, I want it to be a conditional use.
Okay.
Like, so when they apply for the hospital permit, they'll also be applying for this permit, I would think. And then, I don't, we could talk about maintenance. I don't know how that works. If a hospital has a maintenance yard, like a shop to work on cars, I don't know how you guys feel about that.
Would they? Wouldn't they just send those out to get service somewhere else?
Well, that's why we want to strike that through on the permit on page 52 of the agenda, like where he has a description. It says, including incidental storage and maintenance of vehicles.
You know, our ambulances are through Con Fire. So this,
but does that keep another company from coming in and starting it?
This would be for more of transportation type of ambulance services. They're the ones who will transport between an assisted living facility and a hospital, or from a hospital to a rehabilitation center, whereas the emergency all goes through Con Fire.
So do you want to take out emergency medical and just leave transportation in this description? Because it says emergency in the description. Which, I mean, I'm fine with it being emergency. I'm just concerned about, do we want a car shop in ECLI? Is that what we envision?
Can we talk a little bit more about car shops in another one, car maintenance, Josh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So how about if we remove the including incidental storage and maintenance of vehicles?
Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And the beauty of having a conditional permit is that you can put conditions on that use coming into the city.
Okay. Thank you.
So if there's nothing else left in the medical.
So medical services general, that's like a Rossmore, like what, like we see the extended care like that we see in Rossmore, correct?
Doctor offices, medical facilities.
Yeah.
Okay, so not, okay, that's fine. And then a hospital.
And hospitals conditional.
Okay. And then move down.
Through the mayor.
And then we're recommending removal of residential care facilities, small and large.
Okay, that's more of the Rossmore. Sorry.
Forgive me, just a quick clarification there. We might actually recommend that you consider retaining the small residential care facilities, because under state law, those are required to be treated in the same fashion as you would residences in the same zone. So much like supportive housing and transitional housing, these are care facilities that allow 6 or fewer residents. So that's a typographical error, and would recommend keeping them on the same terms that you have residential uses in those zones.
Okay.
So bringing that up to the residential uses?
We would true it up exactly to the residential uses in the same zone. With your permission, of course.
That's good.
And then Councilmember Mendoza, as you're, considering some of these items, you can also suggest certain like performance standards as part of a conditional use permit, if you want something. So I don't want to step backwards, but I'll use an example of the medical service ambulances, right? You could say, okay, well, here's some conditions we want them to follow, some performance standards as you're discussing these items.
Yeah.
So instead of just saying yes or no, if you think that there's kind of, well, I might want it, well, we can always discuss performance standards.
Yeah, the only one that concerned me was the maintenance and storage.
Okay.
That was the only thing that concerned me about that. So community garden is all conditional. Kennel, so that's like a camp bow wow kind of thing, or
Yep.
yeah, I'm fine. I mean, a lot of these business parks now have daycare for dogs, and like it's out of a kennel.
So a market garden in the in ECLI and the Transit Village. How would a market garden in ECLI work? And also for a Transit Village.
So, Councilmember Rarey, these were originally included in the 2018 plan. We weren't advising a change, and so if the council would like to, we certainly can. To conditional or not permitted in those two job generating areas.
I don't see it in a a market garden. So are you talking about like hydroponics for ECLI?
So this would be the cultivation of fruits, vegetables, flowers, fiber, nuts, seeds in an urban location. Unlike traditional agricultural uses that occur in rural areas, this involves a sale or donation of its produce to the public.
All right.
How is that different from the community garden when you're looking at all the different, like the things that are—
Community garden is generally the neighbors. It's an area that people can come out and do their gardening or rent.
Yeah. So basically the biggest difference is you sell it or you don't?
Yes.
Okay.
Do we want to set a limit on acreage for that? Like no bigger than, I mean, I don't know what these look like in business parks. So when you've seen these, I don't know if you've seen these anywhere else, but if you've seen them anywhere else, is there a limit on acreage on how big they can be? Because do we want, I don't mind it, I think it's great, but how much of it are you willing to risk that for our acreage on ECLI? Because it's going to be a trade-off. So that's my question. Like how much of how big do you guys want these to be?
And that's my concern too for both of those, is that again, we're trying to, and if Josh or Darren can give us some examples where it may warrant continuing to keep the permitted use there.
I would say we don't really have a recommendation, Councilmember. I can tell you there's this thing called square foot farming where people build stands, but I mean, honestly, I don't think Josh and I have any experience with the market garden.
So then do we want to keep it or do we just remove it?
You could put a conditional use.
Could we do a conditional use, and then when we do our zoning update, we can do research on what the limit is on acreage at a later date?
So you can always make changes. I would tell you that when you change something citywide, the specific plan is separate, and you would have to adopt a separate ordinance and possibly a rezone of the specific plan again. So we just have to make sure and include that all as part of any future type of changes.
Can we write in here that the total acreage is subject to approval? by planning and city council. So then it comes to planning and city council. Is it the right thing for that area? Is it too big, too small? I don't know.
CUP doesn't come to us.
Oh, then it would have to just go to staff, right?
Well, planning commission many times.
Okay.
If I can clarify, it would go to planning commission, right? And so this might be one that's a good example for a performance standard, or having it be ancillary to another use in ECLI, right? So it's ancillary to a business or a restaurant. I can see a restaurant having a market garden associated with it. So this way, we're not looking at someone who wants to carve out an acre for something that we would rather have employment generating uses on that land. But it might be an innovative, interesting idea to add interest to a restaurant, or if they're, I don't know, someone who makes essential oils and wants to have a market garden to show what the lavender, what their lavender, I can see it in very finite situations as ancillary to something else in ECLI, but that's certainly for council's consideration.
No, that makes sense.
Thank you, Alexis.
All right. The next one I have is why did you change the veterinary clinic from permitted to conditional?
I think our recommendation was once again based upon this would provide more it provides the city more opportunity to regulate these type of uses.
Okay.
Wait, real quick. Did I miss domestic animal keeping?
So domestic animal keeping there would be nothing stated within the specific plan. It would just go to the city's existing zoning code.
So wait, domestic animals, is that cats and dogs?
Yes.
Then it should,
And fish and birds.
Fish and birds. Then it should be pee everywhere. Like I used to take my dog to work. Like
so in this case, it would be defined by the city's existing zoning code.
So we're not even putting it in here. You're taking it out
Correct.
because it already lives somewhere else. Got it. Okay. So the urban agricultural stand, veterinary clinic.
Should the stand be the same as the market garden though? I mean, as far as
no, because one grows it, the other one sells it.
right. So if we're talking about like a restaurant.
So this then would provide them the opportunity for temporary stand.
Okay.
So like they could ask for a permit to sell fruit out of the park or something for a day.
Okay.
Is this similar to farmers markets?
No, farmers market is down the page.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Oh, there it is, farmers market. I don't mind the farmers market also being a regional commercial. Like if that property owner wants to have like a Wednesday night farmers market in their parking lot, I think it would be fine. I mean, I don't know how you all feel about it.
Kaiser does it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, Kaiser, that's why I have no problem with it going into ECLI, because Kaiser does do it. The only problem with regional commercial and doing it is that it just, again, depends on the space. If we say it can in regional commercial and you're looking at over by Chuck E. Cheese, where it's a really tight parking lot, it might not work. But if you look at between Kohl's and cross to the other buildings across the parking lot,
yeah,
generally a lot of space over there, except in the holidays.
Can you do it conditional and then with a like traffic analysis or something, or parking analysis? What do you think?
I'm okay with, you mean for
regional commercial? If
commercial?
Yeah, if we think it's okay by like the polls and stuff. I mean, I don't know. Do people really want to do it? If you don't ever think anyone's going to care about, then we don't even need to address it.
Yeah, I think just having it within ECLI and the transit village, because we want to bring people downtown, or we want to bring people into the transit village.
Okay, that's fine. Then yeah, you can do that.
Okay, so we move down to the next page.
Yes, This is a big one for me. One of the things I hear the most is we have too many gyms. We got 24-hour fitness. We got the one over on Brentwood Boulevard. We got In Shape. That we have way too many gyms. We got the new one over on Brentwood Boulevard, right next to the other one. I feel like this is kind of a gas station thing. So I think, I don't know. I don't think we need as many. I think we choose one. And if they want to go in there, that's fine. But I don't think we need one in ECLI, and then one comes with Transit Village and one comes with regional commercial. Like we could get more than one gym. I think we should kind of narrow this down.
So however the council members like, I would just tell you that normally they do market studies. They look at how many residents you have, your median income, what's the membership in the existing gyms, and they only come when there's still demand for future, for additional spaces of the large gyms, the ones that you're discussing.
But like the mom and pop ones, like that just opened on Brentwood Boulevard.
Mom and pops are totally different, right? They come and go.
And looking at like roller skating rinks is in here, and indoor racquetball. I mean, those are different from your typical weightlifting kind of thing too.
Yeah, I think I would like
hands raised.
Can we just make it all conditional then? And if we think we have, oh, sorry, Katie.
Thank you so much. Through the mayor, just a note that for any of these uses that you are making less accessible through adding a new permit requirement, you might keep in mind that we may have existing businesses of that type in these locations. And so that would be rendering them legal non-conforming. So just to be aware of that as you're going through.
Well, and that's why we have the 24-hour fitness right in this area. So do we need another one in this area?
So if you would remove it, then they would now be a legal non-conforming. And if they ever wanted to expand, they would no longer be able to expand within their.
So how do we
No,
say?
they could do up to 25%, can't they?
So
Legal non-conforming, I think they can go up 25%.
So legal non-conforming would limit their expansion capabilities, and you could impose a numeric cap on some types of these uses. And we're not advocating one way or another. We just want you to have full information as you make your decisions.
Can we speak about new businesses as opposed to existing?
We wouldn't recommend going that approach, because then you're tying the zoning to a particular operator at a particular location. A number is easier for staff to administer. Alternatively, as Darren noted, the market tends to sort itself out for some of these things, and you may wish to decide that the market will decide this and you don't need to weigh into it. I'm not weighing in one way or another, but those are different factors to consider.
And this included yoga studios, doesn't it? And the roller skate and was it racquetball too?
Yeah, indoor climbing.
Indoor climbing. I mean,
we did our survey. That was like the top activity that kids wanted.
Yeah.
So how do we do it so we don't get another? I mean, I like 24-hour fitness; they're fine, but like, do we need another one? How do we limit that? And I just keep going back to storage units and gas stations, and I have heard that people feel like we have so many gyms. Do we need more gyms? And I know we're going to put a cap on gas stations. So how are we doing it on gas stations and we're not doing it on this? How can we do it for one another? How can we work through this?
One item that you could consider is to peel some of these uses apart. So you could have one set of regulations for indoor fitness facilities that are essentially gyms. And you could have a separate line item for sports facilities like roller skating rinks, indoor climbing facilities,
yoga, indoor climbing, yeah.
That type of thing, with the understanding that if those uses were ancillary to a gym, they might be able to come in with a regular large gym. So you could pull them apart a little if you wanted to.
Could we say that any new gyms have to support? So like I know some businesses put gyms inside their business offices for their employees. Can we make it that?
We could provide that indoor fitness facilities that are ancillary to other uses are permitted by right or are conditionally permitted, but you would still need to decide what you want to do with these standalone facilities.
Yeah, I would move it out of ECLI completely.
Okay.
And use the Transit Village and the regional for
or just leave regional commercial, because is there any more space to put in a regional commercial?
Yeah, but at Transit Village, you might be able to get it. You know, somebody wants to do
Like yoga.
or hot yoga during their lunchtime, or you know, if they, depending on where they locate in the Transit Village, maybe a indoor climbing gym. You know, if they.
Okay, you convinced me. So we're taking out ECLI and we're leaving it. Do you want to do conditional or do you want to do P?
Tim, you have your hand up.
We can do P. Sorry, Tim.
Yes, thank you. Just wanted to add anecdotally, as someone who has a gym membership and was looking at several gyms, they are packed. And if you just drive by any of the parking lots during peak hours, they are overwhelmed right now. So there is perhaps a market. If you don't want it in the PA1, that's maybe where you can segment this out. But citywide, I think there's still quite a bit of demand and growing. Just anecdotally adding that.
Okay, I say remove the C from ECLI.
So I think I see 3 council members shaking their heads, so we'll do that. Anything related to indoor recreational, any of the next ones?
Okay, we're gonna talk. Do we want, I mean, it's a business, it's an employment center.
I'd say remove it also from ECLI.
No, I'm talking, are you talking about indoor rec or are you talking about outdoor?
Indoor rec.
Okay, yeah, I say we take it, indoor rec, take it away from, what you call from ECLI.
So I hear 2 council members. Do we have?
Yeah, I keep picturing a Chuck E. Cheese, which is not going to be livable wages.
Yeah.
Although, does that impact Chuck E. Cheese?
Not in ECLI. It's
Yeah. So maybe potential users, just, you know, as a business park would be interested. Top Golf Suites, which is indoor simulation suites. If we have 3 million square feet of commercial Class A office and R&D facilities, these employers are going to be looking to entertain as well as host events and that sort of thing. So I think having a little bit of flexibility on entertainment facilities within ECLI gives you a little bit more flexibility.
And having a C on it lets us review it and make sure it's the kind of business we want. We don't have to say yes.
It lets the planning commission review, and we would hate to make that subjective. We'd want to make ideally objective criteria for them to follow. But
Okay.
at the same, but the planning commission would make that determination.
And we can call for review if we don't like their decision.
Yep. And I would tell you, axe throwing is a big one right now, and I've seen them all over in these business centers.
And Streets of Brentwood.
We're gonna get one.
Yep. And we'll probably have a second one within 2 years.
Awesome.
You have your hand up.
Alcohol and axes just works real well together.
Okay, great.
I would just like to add too that the original vision for this in 2018 was to try to attract a large indoor water park with ancillary indoor recreational uses. And if that vision is retained, we are still ongoing, on again, off again in communication with those kinds of prospects. If you make it conditional, you just put a barrier in the way, but it does give you more purview through the process.
No, I want conditional. I don't want that to be by right. That way we get to pick and choose and.
But we don't, it goes to the planning commission.
But we can call for review even if they approve it.
Yeah.
So we get the last word, so. Okay, okay, so are we okay there? We're gonna go to outdoor. Zoos, I'm not sure how I feel about a zoo in that area, unless it may, again, like employment center. So I don't know how you all feel, but like means facilities of various outdoor participant sports and types of recreation that charge a fee or admission. And this is like Karen and Joel. So when this idea, you have been on this for the longest. Are these outdoor uses a vision for an employment center? Or what do you think?
Well, having been in some of the areas, for example, Houston, Texas, Dallas, Texas, I've spent a good bit of time in areas that are similar to our PA1. And a lot of those facilities, as part of the quality of life, in a transit village, you're going to be living near there, you're going to be working there. And a lot of the corporations also bring in outdoor facility, entertainment facilities for their employees / residents in that area, as a means to facilitate their mental, physical, spiritual health, as well as cut down on the carbon emissions and things like that. So having this as an option for one of these large corporations, which is in what I always envisioned, a very high-end medical or technology or that kind of corporation, they are going to have different demographic of employees based upon whatever their specialties are. A lot of them that I've talked to in asking, what they're looking for in order to come to a community like Brentwood, they're wanting an all-in-one location for their employees, for their quality of life, so they can attract and retain employees that are lifetime employees. They come out of college and they stay with them the entire time, and they provide them a certain type of lifestyle in a specific smaller area. So that's just, the example that came to mind about this outdoor recreation entertainment.
But if you look at the description, it's a much larger thing than that. It's an amphitheater. It's a
Amusement and theme park.
Yeah, a theme park.
I love Disneyland, but
Stadiums and coliseums, swim and tennis clubs. No, that's the water slides, zoos. We could narrow that down.
I could see narrowing it down and taking miniature golf and swim tennis clubs, because I think those would be very attractive to that kind of a community.
Swim and tennis, yeah.
Yeah, and it would also count as space that wasn't, concrete jungle type thing.
Alexis,
I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry. The one thing that people ask for sports is indoor sports. Can we add swim and tennis up to indoor rec? Like, I could see that being for people who are working and doing it during their lunch hour or whatever. I don't know. Just a thought. But I think we need to narrow these down. I would take off zoos. I would take off health clubs.
Alexis, did you have some input here?
Yes, if you don't mind, through the mayor, I just would make a recommendation along the line of what you're suggesting, Councilmember Mendoza, is remember the vision of ECLI is an employment generating campus-like environment, and we want to incentivize those types of uses you just described that would appeal, that the mayor just described, that would appeal to the tenants or the building owners. And so if you put that kind of language in there and remove some of those more specific examples that we don't want, that allows the land use planners in the future to say what is or isn't consistent with that category, right? So if you add something in outdoor recreation, serving the types of uses that serve adults or the employment center, if you add those kind of clarifying points and then take out things like zoos, miniature golf courses, I think that gives us staff something to implement over time, right? Gives us a clarity of land use description. And I think it meets the vision of PA1, which is we want these to serve the business offices and the tenants and the occupants that are there during the day.
Okay. So I love skateboard parks, but I don't think this is the right spot for it. If we're talking about an employment center, and I love skateboarding, but it's just not, I don't think this is the area for it.
Well, except for if you're looking at, a younger generation coming to work in these areas, then, that might be something they want to do during their lunch hour.
But they have to be very large. So they're going to take up a lot of acreage, which is employment center. Because I already hear the one we have is too small, right? So it's got to be bigger than the one we have. And that's what I'm going through my head. Do we want to take acreage from ECLI for a skateboard park, or would we rather encourage uses like the health and athletic club? You know, I mean, golf driving range is something they would probably use. So I don't know. How do you guys feel about, okay, can we scratch out zoos? Can we agree on that one?
It's already done.
Thanks.
I think we also could include a basketball court, because I think, like Councilmember Rarey says, this might be a younger generation that's working there. And then also maybe possibly living in that area where they might want to play basketball as well, as like a small court fenced in kind of a thing, where obviously you'd have to have access to it, not just open to the public. That might be something in regards to an outdoor recreation or entertainment facility.
Yeah, but this is outdoor, not an indoor, and we could accommodate that in our park or parks. And actually, we do have them in while it hasn't been designed yet, it is showing, I think, a couple basketball courts over there on the east side of the,
Well, yeah, and it's listed right below in parks and plazas, athletic fields / courts.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
yeah, and that 5-acre park could accommodate a basketball court too.
Can I make a suggestion too? I mean, back to the basketball thing. People ask for indoor courts all the time. Can we add basketball to the indoor rec entertainment facility?
Yeah, you can add, I would tell you that it doesn't exclude it. It just doesn't specifically mention.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah. Then, yeah.
So it doesn't say only these uses.
Okay. Is there, I mean, it's up to you guys if you want to delete anything else. I don't know, to like anything that would be in this category that we would not want to see take acreage from ECLI.
I just don't know if we need to keep the addition of basketball and outdoor recreation if it's already listed right below in parks and plazas. And there it goes. Sorry.
Yeah.
But I do think that we should. Well, I mean, it's already being considered for indoor. It's not, like you said, it's not being excluded. So, but
Okay.
that's definitely an attractive feature.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Private educational facilities.
Remove that.
Remove it, please.
We have 2 to remove across the board private school facilities.
Yeah.
Councilmember Meyer shaking her head yes too.
Okay, thank you.
Forget I'm on Zoom where it's all split screen and you can't see everyone at once.
So I was looking at one side.
Yeah. And to clarify, Council, is that particular to ECLI or the entire development area?
I'm okay with ECLI if it wants to go into, but
then we're going to get stuck in the
difficult. The transit village could be difficult because of drop-offs, pickups, and so forth. So I don't see it going in there, but regional commercial, currently there is a Cuban over there. It's an educational for K through 12 that's over there in the Rarey Shopping Center in Sand Creek Crossing.
I'm okay with it there too, because with conditional, we're going to consider all of the impacts and it has to process. So I'm okay with it there. I'd hate to exclude it entirely.
So where is it that you're saying it's okay to put schools?
The private educational facilities for K through 12 in regional commercial.
So regional commercial is where the Kohl's and stuff is. And then where
in the Chuck E. Cheese.
Chuck E. Cheese.
Yeah.
And all those centers are fully built out, other than the council's consideration of the 19 acres tonight.
Okay, so we're going to take it off Transit Village, take it off ECLI, and just leave it in regional commercial?
As conditional use.
Okay. I think all public schools should be conditional. I think we should be able to review everyone. I mean, they can build it anyway, right? They can come in and build it. But I think we should review it, and then, because like, let's say they find a site, but we have a better site. We should be able to talk about that. So I don't know. I would like that P to be a C all the way across. But that's just me.
How much can we actually impact that decision if they did come in and push back on that?
with the 4/5 vote, they do not have to follow the local planning rules.
So why do we even have?
Yeah.
Why is it even included?
Katie, if you have some input.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Excuse me. The assistant city manager is correct. With a 4/5 vote of the board, they can exempt ourselves from our zoning. This would be a statement of preference by the city, but it really wouldn't be enforceable in any fashion so as to require them to come get this approval from us. So it's more of a statement of policy and preference by the council than anything else, honestly.
And how many acres did they say they need for a school? For an elementary school? I know we've talked about it. I can't remember the acres. Like how
I don't
big?
have information.
10 to 20? Is that the right number, Josh, to remember?
I'm going to go probably in the 10 to 12 range.
10 to 12?
Yeah. And we would encourage, based on policy, to have joint use facilities between public parks and public schools
Okay.
to lower that footprint.
Okay.
So no changes then for that one?
No, because they can do it anyway, so it doesn't matter if we change it or not.
Okay.
If it makes you feel better.
Okay, public safety.
So I do want to bring up one issue here as relates to religious institutions. We have to treat them the same with any other type of assembly due to standards. So this one should have remained C. It should not have been removed. And I apologize. I failed to make that correction before the staff report went out.
So this is according to law, they can put it in there, right? Okay.
Correct. We have to treat them exactly the same.
Public, what are we talking about? Public safety facilities have, we don't have PF anymore, do we?
No, we don't.
Yeah, we removed that PF. So that, in any other area, it would be conditional, right? Okay.
So no changes there?
No, because we don't, PF doesn't exist anymore. So that all of those PFs should just get crossed out, right?
So however, it could be that someone makes a change in the future to include a PF, and then there's some definitions in there.
Okay, then make it a C. And it's a conditional use permit, which staff would need to review. It's not by right.
Well, a PF allows for that.
But this area is different.
Doesn't it?
It has its own rules, right? This, I mean, on certain things are like, oh, there's rules outside, there's rules in here. So that I would say we just make conditional, make sure, like, what if staff is negotiating with a super important applicant? And then they come in and with a P, they take it over. And where they could have said, hey, you know what, we have this other spot over here that might work for you. That's my concern on that one. You never know what's going, I mean, we never know what's going on in the background. Sorry, Katie, your hand is up.
Forgive me, thank you. Just wanted to point out that the definition of public safety facilities includes police stations. So that would be our own police stations. So if you want to make this applicable to other agencies, that's possible to do. If you want to make it clear that, you know, city-owned public safety facilities might be subject to different rules, but it's just something for you to keep in mind as you consider this category.
But wouldn't the council have to decide what's happening with the police station anyway? Or no? How does that work?
Excuse me.
Okay.
So the council would have input, of course, on deciding of a new police facility. The issue is then whether it has to go back through planning commission to get a CUP issued after council has made some land use decision about where to site a new police station. So it's just something, this is a holdover from when we did have PF, obviously, but I wanted to add that gloss that it's not just other agencies, it's also us.
Katie, do you need a stand-in?
Poor Katie.
So we appreciate Katie being with
So
us.
how do we do it for the police station thing? Like, I mean,
So so here's an example, is if it was permitted, the city council would go out and acquire land for a police station. So at that time, the city council would say, yep, that's the location we want for the police. If you make it conditional, then it would require that project to go back to the planning commission for final approval.
But how do I deal with other agencies if I don't make it a C? And then a fire station comes in like, we're going to put it here. We already like, this is what we're going to do.
So
But
then
then
I think the question would be, and correct me if I'm wrong, Katie, is other agencies, again, can exempt themselves from some of our local zoning similar to school districts. Is that correct?
So we don't have that same issue with fire stations and some other potential public agencies that may want to make use of this. One way to address this would be to have two separate line items here: public safety facilities, city, and public safety facilities, other agencies.
Okay.
And it would just be that simple to pull them apart. Alexis may have a different suggestion, but that would be one way to clearly differentiate the treatment.
Are you guys okay with that? And that way,
Definitely.
it doesn't collide with anything we might be doing. We get the final say.
And just a final note here that this is the type of change that we would request that Ben Ritchie have a look at to make sure we're not exceeding the scope of what was already studied in the EIR. So we'll send that question to him,
okay,
and get his input for you.
With the city, wouldn't we want Ps all the way across?
Yeah.
Yeah, Katie, thank you. You know, from a CEQA perspective, I don't have any specific concerns. And I think it's also important to point out that we seem to be on a trajectory to adopt an updated land plan that does not have the public facility designation in it. So, but yeah, I don't see a CEQA concern with this specifically.
And I'll let Alexis weigh in on whether you would want this permitted in all areas. But right now, for example, we don't permit police stations or other city facilities in most of our residential districts by right. So I don't know if you would want to introduce that concept to these residential districts, for example, but that's more of a planning question.
So maybe conditional on ECLI and then TV. And then we don't put it in the residential. How do you guys feel about that? Because it sounds like that's our existing practice. So maybe just mirror what we're doing with police stations everywhere else.
That works.
Wait, are we going back to Cs on public safety for the city?
I think that was Miss Mendoza's.
Hold on a second.
So again, if we decide, then it has to go back to the planning commission.
I thought we were saying, weren't
We
we
just
saying,
talking about residential though, weren't we?
we were saying conditional on all of those and then permitted in PF, right? For
That's how it was,
stations,
yes.
but conditional, anyone that's not us has to be conditional everywhere, right?
Yeah, but why would we make our own city be conditional?
No, we're not gonna do our city stuff. If it's our police station, we're discussing the land purchase and everything, that should just be fine. Right?
Okay, that's what I thought, but he's
Yeah.
bringing it all back to C again.
Oh,
We were just talking about residential changing, right? For the city across the board. Based on,
To conditional.
I thought we were gonna take it out of residential because they said we don't allow
Okay.
these in residentials, but
that would make more
let's see,
sense.
Alexis, if I'm correct on that, we don't allow police stations in residential? We can't hear
Check
you.
for the whole,
Oh, sorry, there you go.
I'm so sorry. I'd have to double check for the whole city, but generally that's not good land planning because they are so that they do have noise and traffic and, safety issues when they need to exit their facilities quickly. You typically don't put them in residential, but I can double check right now if you'd like me to.
Okay.
Well, don't they have Katie, don't they have substations? Would that be the same?
They're typically commercial locations in the substations. Right, so they have,
Streets of
Well, I know
Brentwood.
Pittsburgh,
Right.
I know Pittsburgh has one right in the middle of one of their residential areas. That's why some other cities do.
so there may be circumstances in the future, remember, this is a long-term planning document where the city may want to see a substation in a more residential or a high density residential neighborhood. If it's dashed out here and the city wanted to pursue that, the city would still have the opportunity for their own facility to amend their specific plan at that time, right? If there were a situation that came up that something absolutely needed to be in a residential district, you could then, through the city council process, propose to amend the specific plan to allow that. You don't have to allow it tonight.
And forgive me, Mr. Vice Mayor, you may be thinking of instances such as we previously had with the Amber Lane property that had the tiny carve out for a public facility. So that would have been set amidst a residential neighborhood, but that small bit of land was carved out just as you're suggesting in Pittsburgh. So we do see that in some contexts. It's just not embraced within the residential zoning itself.
Okay, thank you.
So, okay, let's go public safety facility city. Do we want to see it in the multifamily and the high density? Do we want to see a fire station next to a house? Probably not, right?
No.
Can we remove those two C's? And on transit village, I'm a little torn. I don't know how you guys feel about it. So yeah, take that C away.
Well, in Transit Village, it could definitely be a substation. I mean, we currently are zoned to allow a substation at the streets of Brentwood.
Yeah.
Add one there.
Okay, so then, yeah, then we can leave that there. And then other facilities in PF, just conditional. Do we, is that, do you guys, but not in residential? Yeah.
Not in residential.
How about in the transit station? Probably
The Transit Village?
no, at the end, transit station. That would take a lot of space. And they're already cut down from 20 acres to 13. I don't think we should put it.
Yeah, no,
That would be if other agencies, so Contra Costa Sheriff's Office, if they need a substation within the overall platform area,
okay.
or even BART Police Services.
Okay, so if anyone ever replies, we're gonna roll tape and we're gonna, that you can say, they said substation's not a big, okay? That's why one of the reasons I want to do this on tape, just FYI.
Yeah. If you like, we could exit out if you want.
No, I think it's fine. You know what? And even BART has their own police station. So when you're talking through it, it made more sense to me, but if they apply, whenever staff reviews this, they can say, it's a small substation. It's not we fought for our parking space. So unless for some reason we don't need the parking, it should stay small. Sorry, go ahead, Alexis.
I was just going to recommend it. If that's truly what council wants with this public safety facilities other is a smaller facility, I would recommend we put that in the definition so we don't have to rely on a planner 10 years from now going back to the tape, right?
Yeah.
I would recommend that if that's truly all we want, we would put that in the definition to limit it.
Yeah, so substations. What if Contra Costa Fire wants to build a full station in ECLI? I mean, that's a couple acres. I wouldn't mind that just because, fire is important. But when it comes to the transit village and the train station, I think they should be substations, but I don't know if I feel as strongly about that in ECLI. I don't know how you guys feel about it.
So again, if that is a distinction you want to make, it might help to have two different categories then, right? So you could have a public safety facility that is the full-size fire station that you're talking about, and that's only permitted in ECLI, for example. And then you can have a second land use category, public safety facilities, substations, ancillary, and make that only allowed in transit station or wherever if you want to be that precise about it, you could have two separate categories.
So now I'm going to go back to the mayor and Karen, because you two were the ones on the fire subcommittee. What do you think?
We've got the 4+ acres over there on Empire and Brent already.
Okay. So do you think they would ever come and need a full station? Or do you think that if we list substation, that would be okay?
For a fire, a substation?
I mean, a small one versus.
Well, they would need live-in facilities there. The location on Empire was supposed to be not only a fire station, but an admin building. So
training center, right?
As two different buildings. So yeah, I don't see them, and they would run with that one. They could actually, you know, if they didn't need the admin on this side of town anymore, possibly even build that one bigger, so it could house two units out of there rather than just the standard one unit.
Okay, so we can leave it conditional, and then, I mean,
We can change it later if we had to, right? If the need comes up.
yeah, I mean, we can make amendments and go through the whole thing. Okay, religious institutions, are those like churches? Didn't we already have churches? Or no?
That's the one that I discussed a little bit earlier.
Okay, so you moved it, okay.
Yep.
And then social.
So I've got a question now that we're down into utility, transportation, and communication. The park and ride facility. I mean, we already have the transit facility, correct? Or is the transit facility different from?
So Councilmember, are you indicating like transit station overlay as surface parking for park and ride?
No, see, there's two different things here. There's one that's transit facility and the other one's bus and the other is park and ride facility.
Okay, let's look at the definitions. So a park and ride facility is a designated area where a vehicle may be left in order to carpool with other commuters or ride public transit. And a transit facility means maintenance and service centers for vehicles operated in mass transportation systems, including buses, taxis, and railways.
Yeah, no, I don't want that one in there.
No. Delete all of those, please.
Okay, let's go ahead and go by each land use to make sure we understand. Okay, so park and ride facilities, we do not want those in ECLI.
Well, because it currently, the transit center is in ECLI. If you were to remove the transit center, it has an underlying ECLI zoning. So it's already in ECLI.
Okay, and then you don't.
Sorry, go ahead, Josh.
Oh, sure. And then park and ride facilities in Transit Village, given this is a dense TOD district, doesn't seem feasible. Should we X those out?
X them out, yeah.
In regional commercial, it is a conditional use.
I would leave it because you might be able to work with, with a future business that would want something like that.
Okay. And then park and ride facility is allowed in the TS overlay, which would be 13 acres for BART.
Yeah.
Okay.
So bus and transfer shelter, that's just a bus stop? That's it? Okay.
Yep, it's a structure designed for the protection and convenience of waiting passengers, and that has a roof and usually 2 or 3 sides. So
Okay.
yes.
A bus stop. I just want to make sure I'm like, is that a bus stop? Like fancy name for a bus stop? Okay. And transit facility. I say remove that all the way across. Scratch.
Is there
we have 2.
No, I totally agree with that one.
Mm-hmm. Would we keep it in our transit station overlay to allow flexibility for BART or glideways or whatever that technology is at that time?
It's the maintenance. I mean, do we want there to be a maintenance yard?
And how much space would that take from the transit?
I go back to the ambulance maintenance yard, same kind of thing, right?
And wouldn't the maintenance be kind of like over in Antioch where it's in line with the tracks? So that would be in the center of the roadway, not in the parking lot.
Mm-hmm. So I've amended the definition to remove maintenance and keep it as a service center to be able to serve the public. So if we took away maintenance out of transit facility, we would X out everything except for transit station overlay.
Yeah.
And is all three, Councilmember Mendoza, you look like you had a question or?
I guess I'm confused. What does transit facility mean? Service centers? Is that another auto shop?
So we can provide more clarity in the definition if,
I guess just what does it mean? If I
Yeah.
drive down the road, what does it mean if I look at a transit facility? What am I looking at?
I could see this as a transit building that has indoor ticketing, lobby, bathroom, and we can define it as that.
Then that just stays in TS, right? Nowhere else? Yeah.
If that's the will of the council, yes.
Yeah, then if it's just that kind of stuff, then it just should be in TS. I don't think we need it in the other areas.
I think service centers is a bit misleading.
Yeah, it is, because I could see somebody coming in from, 10 years down the line and saying, see.
This is where we service our vehicles or our
Yeah.
trains or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, and then it's substations and switching stations, natural gas regulation, distribution facilities, public water system wells, treatment plants. That's a lot. That's a whole heck of a lot. I don't know how I feel about that.
So if I can just clarify, transit facility will be a,
Well, sorry, I was looking on the next one.
do we want to call it, instead of a service center, it's a transit center?
It almost feels like you described like a customer service booth at BART.
Yes.
So it's an agent, a ticket agent, a ticket / customer service center, right?
Does that seem reasonable, council?
You have 2 4-4s.
Oh, thank you. So be a transit facility means a transit center and ticketing center with accommodations for vehicles operating in a mass transportation system.
Okay, that sounds good.
Makes more sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the next one, I guess we have to have that, right? Because that's part of the infrastructure. And we have to have wireless telecom facility because people are going to use their Wi-Fi.
Before we go on to the next one, I think Katie might have had a comment.
Oh, sorry, Katie.
Thank you so much. Just before we get too far away from it, with regard to the park and ride facilities, part of PA1's EIR looked at the extent to which existing policies within the document would mitigate environmental impacts. And the availability of park and ride is cited as one of the policies that allowed us to make a finding of a less than significant impact with regard to PA1's EIR. And so I just wanted to give Ben Ritchie the opportunity to weigh in. Ben, specifically, I'm looking at page 447 of the draft EIR policy C-6.1, which talks about coordinating with Tri-Delta Transit to provide park and ride parking facilities. If this is something that's going to need further environmental review and if that might weigh on your consideration tonight. I'm sorry to put you on the spot, Ben. If this needs further evaluation, please feel free to let us know.
Yeah, thank you, Katie. Yeah, I'd want to go back and kind of dig back into the analysis. There's a number of policies in the specific plan and the city's general plan that are, or in this case, the specific plan that are in there to help minimize, mitigate, or reduce potential environmental impacts. So on the fly, I couldn't say certainly that if you remove this, it would change the significance determination of that particular impact analysis. But as we talked about, strategies and policies to reduce vehicle trips, reduce level of service impacts, which we looked at back in 2018. This was one of the mitigating factors by providing convenient park and ride, which would ostensibly promote more opportunities to carpool, take transit, etc.
Ben, would your suggestion be then, instead of a full takeaway would be potentially a conditional use permit where we have the authority to have a discretionary permit on park and ride?
If you're asking my opinion, yes, I would make it a conditional use. I certainly understand the council's concern with not losing jobs generating acreage for parking lot facilities. In my experience, though, these tend to be, an interim use prior to a site being developed, or it could be a shared use with a site that has an abundance of surface parking. So, typically it doesn't preclude additional development because there's often not structures associated with a park and ride. They tend to be designated parking areas and they can be strategically placed in sites. So, based on my planning experience, I don't necessarily see allowing this as a conditional use as something that interferes with the city's overarching objectives of high quality job generation throughout PA1.
Do you think we should change any of our verbiage on this one? As far as placement?
If you're asking my opinion on the verbiage, as it stands now, it's defined as a designated area where a vehicle may be left in order to carpool with other commuters or to ride to public transit. So it's not a structure, it's not a built facility, it's really just a designated parking area, and its uses that could change quite easily over time. You build a building, it's hard to revert back. You put housing somewhere, it's not going to become not housing. But a park and ride facility is literally just a paved area that's used for parking. It can be a temporary use for a few years until something's constructed, or it could be a secondary use in a parking lot that's oversized or what have you. So if you're asking my opinion, I think the language works as is, and having it as a conditional use, I think, keeps us in the lanes of the CEQA analysis and then gives the council an opportunity to chime in if you were to get a hypothetical future proposal for a park and ride that was not to your liking.
Thank you. I'd be good with that recommendation.
Thank you.
Sure.
Katie?
Thank you. And just looking for council direction, to the extent you've made changes to other uses that may be referenced in other policies through the specific plan, should staff understand your direction on these particular uses to also extend to making conforming changes to those specific plan policies so that we don't have any internal conflicts?
Yes, everything tick and ties, right? That's what you want to do. Yeah, you can tick and tie. In my opinion, I say yes. I don't know how everyone else feels about it.
I prefer.
I say yes. I'm just chuckling at your little phrase. That one.
I prefer the tie and tick method.
Whatever method works, as long as they same match.
So it looks like we've got at least a majority there, and staff will make those conforming changes to bring back to you. Thank you.
Okay. No adult-oriented businesses? I'm so shocked. Sorry. Okay. Animal grooming.
Just and bear with me on this as far as the adult businesses. And isn't the shopping center there where Trader Joe's isn't that the only shopping center in town that is designated for that type of shop? And aren't we legally supposed to allow it? And I know this came up the last time, but we had discussed it. So in looking at this again, I'm wondering why, because now it can't go to any part of town, and legally we can't do that. Is that correct? Can I get a? Not that I'm saying I want them, I'm just saying that legally.
So as a matter of First Amendment rights and freedom of speech, yes, we should preserve the ability for these types of businesses to find some home in the community. I don't believe that they were currently allowed, given the uses that are listed right here, but I don't know our full zoning all around town where they may also be allowed. I hear what you're saying, Councilmember Rarey, because I do recall that there was a very narrow window of where they were.
And
We can
I
have a look
thought
at that.
it was the Trader Joe's shopping center was the area near Trader Joe's was the only area that it was allowed.
So would you like us to make a change here? So since
I really don't, but I just don't want to legally.
Since 2018, this is kind of where we've been.
Okay.
Yeah. And from economic development staffs, we're not getting inquiries for adult related businesses in Lone Tree Plaza. It's the best performing plaza in East County. So they have to pay the rent to go there.
Okay. Sounds good.
One way you could move this along tonight would be just to ask staff to determine if we are meeting this need elsewhere with our zoning.
Okay.
And if we're not, bring it back as potentially conditional with some performance standards for your consideration.
So noted.
All right. So business support services, I had a question regarding items 6 and 7 in that, and unfortunately, I don't have my notes on that.
Equipment repair, commercial art and design, computer-related services, copying, quick printing, and printing.
So do we, 6 is film processing laboratories. Are there film processing laboratories any longer?
Kodak.
And well, I know that you can through, I don't even know if you can through Walgreens anymore, drop off film.
If I may, there are still firms that digitize people's video and film. There are services that do that. Often it's done over mail order, but those still do exist.
Okay. And then the heavy equipment repair services where repair occurs on the client's site. So would this be strictly an office location and no trucks or anything outside? Well, maybe a trucker or two as the repair truck. Is that what it says?
Like a tow truck company?
Well, not a tow truck company. I mean, if they're going out to the client site to repair it, you know, like you've got your plumber comes with their truck to fix something or.
True.
So I'm not taking anything there to be repaired. It's an existing piece of equipment that is being repaired on site.
Correct. So restaurants have refrigeration equipment or large buildings have HVAC systems that might need some repair on site that are, you know, have large pieces of equipment.
But this, I mean, they'd still be able to come and get, so you're talking about, are you actually talking about a office space for the heavy equipment repair company? Or are you talking about the ability for people to have things repaired?
So that's a great distinction because I read that as you're going to the client in PA1 to repair. So I think if that's not clear, that's how I would interpret it. We wouldn't want a contractor's office necessarily.
And I think I see it, I think the way Councilmember Rarey is, I'm a business.
Is that you're having an office, yeah.
Is I repair stuff or I do design or I do computer related.
Because it says means establishments primarily within buildings.
Right.
Other businesses with services. So I don't have a problem if it's just an office space there where they go out and fix things at other sites, but I don't want it to be an accumulation of a whole bunch of a fleet of trucks, just like the ambulances and so forth, the fleet of trucks out there.
And then number 5 says equipment rental businesses.
Although that is high paying jobs.
Yeah. Rental yards are storage yards. So is number 5 saying that we can have storage yards?
Within a building. Yes, that's what it says.
Yeah. I mean, to me, a storage yard is when I used to go to the yard when my dad was a roofer and I'd walk in and there's tiles over here and the trucks over here and the kettle with the tar over here. That's a yard, in my opinion.
Yeah, but those are under a different thing. This is strictly equipment rental businesses within buildings.
So, okay, so let's take it to like, you know, those places you can go rent all of your equipment, like you're renting a saw and you're renting a big, like, you know, thing to put the thing in the dirt so that you can lay down the pipe on the dirt. We want that kind of big rental equipment.
Home Depot already has a lot of those things.
But that, yeah, but you want that in ECLI?
Not in ECLI.
Yeah, I think
So,
I should take that one off of ECLI. The storage yards. Is it going to be a business area? Or is it going to be a yard, which are two totally different things?
Yeah, I'm confused what that means.
so I read it as it specifically says within a building. So this is not an outdoor yard.
Yeah, that's what the way I read it too.
Someone's going to be spending, I'm just going to give a really rough number, a few dollars a square foot plus triple nets to be able to store, equipment inside. So anything, I'm just thinking of a type of business that's going to pay that type of rent. I doubt they're going to have a trencher.
Okay.
And I'm okay with the heavy equipment repair services as long as it's at the client site. And those are ancillary businesses to.
Do you just want to make those conditional so that you can see what it is before like them just opening shop?
That's a possibility.
I think maybe do that, and then staff can decide like, okay, this is the intended use or this is not the intended use.
And possibly from staff's perspective here, trying to be as flexible as we can for economic development targets. So I don't know if one of these 12 targets is lighter intensity, more appealing in terms of the innovation center as a vision. Commercial art and design, computer related services should be, from our perspective, 100%. If we can get them to come to Brentwood, we want them to come to Brentwood.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe
Works
those
for
are,
me.
yeah.
And Councilmember Mendoza, you specifically said staff to review. I just want to make sure, because when we speak conditional right now, we're speaking of going to planning commission. Not
Yeah,
staff.
I'm sorry. That's
Mhm.
Just want to clarify.
Yeah.
No, I'm okay with all of these as business support services for. And this is where, when we look at ECLI, what percentage of ECLI shall we allow these 5%, 10% of businesses within here are these ancillary businesses? And that's what I was getting to. Not regional commercial, not transit village. Those are all different. Just the ECLI was what I was concerned with.
So you want it permitted, conditional? Which one, Councilmember?
I'm okay with permitted on those. I just had some questions on those services.
We can't determine the percentage, right? Once it's a P, they could that.
But if we turn around and say that with the zoning for ECLI only allows, 10% of a project to be, or 5% of a project to be this.
Do we want to put that in the description?
Or not a project, maybe a parcel, or,
Do you want to put that in the description or no?
Well, that would be later on.
Okay. We still got a long night. Okay.
We're getting close.
I know. We're almost done with this page.
So the next thing are the commercial lodgings and hotels. And if we're not looking for a destination hotel and convention center, I want to remove these all. Because we have Bridlegate to put hotels in. We've got a couple of hotels that are looking at the east of Highway 4 at Sand Creek. So that those are in close proximity. In fact, part of Bridlegate is buffers right up against PA1. So I don't see a need to put them into PA1.
So this is one of those that's at a staff level. To use an example, Bishop Ranch, did I get that right, Josh? They have 8 hotels within the development project. And we'll do whatever the council would like, but I would tell you, as an economic development professional, we believe that as PA1 builds out and you have a variety of businesses there, that we assume that there will be a hotel that wants to be located nearby those facilities, preferably walking. However, as you stated, there are hotels looking all over the city. We have, one that's very strong, but I would tell you at a staff level, we would recommend leaving in some type of lodging in PA1.
Well, as I mentioned, Bridal Gate is right. In fact, in one of the maps that we previously had, it included Bridal Gate as part of PA1 on the north side of the creek. So it is right up against PA1, and it could accommodate its regional commercial and could accommodate hotels.
Yeah. One caveat is just thinking long-term planning. 20 years, we want Brentwood to be on the map, a very successful business park. We would love to see a boutique hotel, and the concern would be is if in certain instances that a conditional use permit may scare off boutique operators or even select service or resort type operators too. So it's definitely a fine balance, because the amount of time to go through early entitlements, work on land deal, make it contingent upon approval through a conditional use permit process does create some uncertainty for those type of development users.
I also have a concern specifically because a lot of the boutique motels also bring in convention center type facilities attached to them, which would really attract some of the kind of corporations that we're looking for, who are looking for areas that do have convention centers as well, that would fit hand in hand with the PA1 vision.
And we were okay with having 45 acres designated for a hotel and convention center. And I'm still okay with that, but I do not want to piecemeal this into a hotel over here and a hotel over there, because we've already lost 40 acres of ECLI since we started.
Can we just limit it to one? Can that number in there for one particular extended stay, potentially convention center? Is that feasible?
Well, I don't want any more of that caliber. I think we have that extended stay. I would like, if we're going to get anything else, something of a Marriott, Sheraton, Hilton, Hyatt caliber. We already have 2 on Brentwood Boulevard, an application for one that's that lower end. I would want to see higher end, if anything. And I agree with Councilwoman Rarey. If we're going to do this, then let's do it right. Then it has to be a convention center / hotel type.
Yeah, I mean, I can see that, but can we limit it to one? Can we add that to the language?
So do we put the 45 acres back? Is that what you're asking, Councilwoman Rarey? Can we do that?
To keep it to the 45 acres for that, or Councilmember Meyer, are you asking for it to be above and beyond that 45 acres for one hotel?
No, I'm not asking for that. I'm just asking if we can just include language to make sure that we don't piecemeal it everywhere, basically.
Well, and that was what we thought we did with this 45 when we put in the 45 acres, which removed by staff and not at our direction. And so we specifically did it and put that language in there so that it wouldn't be piecemeal. And who's to say in 5 years, if everybody on staff is no longer with the city, God forbid that happens. But if that happens and none of us are there, then the next people won't have the correct direction to know that again, that this can't be piecemeal, because it says right here that it's permitted.
So how do we get around this? How do we move this forward?
So can I get clear direction? Are you asking to allow for a large hotel and convention of 45 acres and not a small hotel? Do you want
that's what's currently in there.
Okay, so that's what I'm asking. Is that what we want to continue? And then the second question would be, do you want to include any other type of hotel within the PA1 specific plan? And if you did, would you want to permit it or conditional?
I'd like to stick with the 45, up to 45 acres for a hotel and convention center. As I said,
I agree with that. If we're gonna have a business park, then let's have a convention center hotel that happens together. If it doesn't happen together, then it's still ECLI and it's business, but.
and the city had talked about going in partnership on that, or Mayor, wasn't it that we were going to fund the convention center? Or go in partnership on the convention center, or something like that?
That was the conversation direction with Great Wolf when we were talking to them.
Yeah.
That the convention center was a requirement of that partnership. But you know, I'm concerned that none of us know what the future is going to hold. All we have to do is look at the last 2.5 years. That our world turned upside down and none of us saw it coming. So we don't really know what the future holds. I think if we have a conditional use for that, that still always gives the future councils control over what does and doesn't happen, but it doesn't necessarily put a hurdle for economic development to try to work around maybe a project that we are competing with Antioch for, or competing with Livermore for, if it comes to tech, things like that. I would prefer to see conditional, that way future councils still have control, but it doesn't put as much of a hurdle in front of our economic development staff.
Can I ask, does this, do you think, have any impact on any of the other pending applications we've got? Like, is this going to turn anyone off or turn them away?
So I do believe that there's possibilities for lodging, not on the west side, but possibly on the east side of Highway 4.
So to me, a city is a city that cares, wants quality, wants to review. I would think that the businesses coming would want to go to a city. Yes, it might be an extra hurdle, but at least we're doing our due diligence to make sure we're getting the right product. Like, we're going to be finicky.
If you're asking me the question, so
Yeah.
I don't disagree, council member. I think the question is when a hotel has to go through the process, and let's just say they tie up the property, they submit applications, they create a full set of plans to go before the planning commission. They're maybe 18 months down the road and they've expended $300,000. And there's no guarantee that their project's going to get approved. That's why hotels are like, well, I'm not sure if I want to go a conditional use area. I want to go more to an area that has permitted. Of course, we can come up with objectifiable standards that they can meet, but that's the reason why a hotel struggles, because the possibility of it being turned down.
I just think I don't know what to do with this one, because I don't think we need any more of certain ones. I think we need higher end ones. I don't know. I mean, and you know, the mayor and Rarey were here when they did a lot. Sorry, I didn't mean to call you Rarey. Councilwoman Rarey were here when they did that. So I guess I just wish we understand why the vision of 45 acres was taken away by staff. What was the negative of that? And we don't, right? We don't understand why you did that. And you can't, and no one seems to be able to walk us through it.
Yeah, no, I'd be glad to. So we, taking the opportunity to have lodging be permitted would actually permit your hotel as a resort destination. So right now, commercial lodging, convention center, that sort of thing in the 2018 plan would still be conditionally permitted. So moving that, accelerating it to permitted use allows the convention center to come in. It gets our competitive advantage at a higher level than maybe what we've seen in other regional competition for that type of use. And the idea was we were going to be flexible to be able to accommodate whether it was a regional user, or even if that user came in, you'd have a standalone hotel, boutique hotel. Think of Valencia at Santana Row, right? The idea is just to be flexible to allow those, but you certainly have discretion on the conditional use permit to control that a little bit more. But we hear you clearly that land use policy LU-1-5 should be included in the text of the specific plan, and we'll include that back in.
Okay. And I'm okay with the permitted for a hotel and for a convention center on that 45 acres, but I am not interested in piecemealing any of it.
And we could still take the vision that you worked on before when there was a possibility of Great Wolf. We could still say as a city, if someone comes forward with a convention center, we talked about it before about partnering, and it's not something we're moving away from. That's still a conversation we would be open to. I mean, a lot of cities own their own convention centers and partner with the hotel. So,
Katie, you have information?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a point of clarification. Our existing language does not call out a minimum size for hotels or require that hotels be at least 45 acres. Our existing language says allow the development and operation of a regional destination resort hotel and conference center on approximately 45 acres of land designated ECLI within PA1. So that does not require them to meet that minimum. But if you wanted to include some minimum in terms of a performance standard, for example, that is something staff could explore. It might just take a while to get back to you. So that's another way to structure this.
So it was supposed to do just that. I mean, let's say they went at 40 acres versus 45, or they only needed 35 acres, but it was not to piecemeal this. That was the only hotel and convention center that could go into PA1. That was it.
So if the council would like to continue to embrace that sort of philosophy, staff could work on new policy language requiring either a minimum room count or acreage or any of those things. But I imagine you would want them to have a chance to look at the development realities for these uses. So that sort of acreage is being chosen advisedly, or that minimum room count is being chosen advisedly. And that might take a little bit of time. So if you could help us understand if you'd like that work to be undertaken now, or if you'd like us to come back with that in the future and move on with the rest of this, that would be helpful. Thank you.
we can add the 45, leave that language in there for the 45 in the hotel because that's already part of the EIR. If they never come to us, and it's just for the whole ECLI. If no one ever comes to us, then it goes to anything else that's approved for ECLI, correct?
Yes.
So it's just adding, like, yeah, we'll take a hotel, but it needs to be one that would be alongside a convention center. And then, but there's other areas in town that hotels have the option for. So I'm fine with doing that and keeping that original vision. I actually think it's a good idea. And if it's going to be a large employment center area, I think that's a good idea.
Okay, I was going to clarify, try to help you out. So first, number one is we would ensure that the language on the land use policy remains in for a hotel of up to 45 acres. Additionally, are you saying that which would be a conditional use, not a permitted use? And then on top of that, there would be no smaller size hotels like, say, a Hyatt or a Marriott within those three areas. Is that correct?
The way I see it is commercial lodging hotels alongside a convention center plan together. And then I would take out the extended stay.
Yeah, I would take out the extended stay as well. The problem is that you've mentioned multiple, the last meeting, I think you mentioned that a hotel can go up to 2 acres. Well, but do we want a hotel? Are you going to the higher end at 2 acres? Or are you still at the type of hotels that we have? And not that those hotels are bad. I mean, I've stayed at those hotels, I've had to stay there, but as I said, I have no problem with it being permitted for the the 40 up to 45 acres or 45 acres for the hotel and convention center. I've got no problem with that. But I don't, as I said, the Bridal Gate's got that portion of land north of the creek that I think there's 11 or 12 acres right there that can be used for a hotel right next to PA1.
Some of these hotels, though, also have conference rooms and things like that within the hotels. Like, for example, the Hyatt, they may have not built a large building convention center, but they do have conference rooms and things like that that you could host different things out of them. I mean, is that sufficient enough?
No, we're already talking about hotels with that and a convention center in addition to.
Darren, I've got a question for you. One of the things that I'm concerned with is, and I don't have the map to look at it right now, but we also want in that area, we're going to have the Sand Creek Sporting Complex there that potentially, is that piece of property on the east side of Highway 4? Does that fall into this category as
No,
well?
it's on the west side. It's you can see where the creek goes across there, down below where the green line goes below PA1.
It's across from the streets.
Yes.
From the
No,
legend.
not across from the streets. Well, it's on the west side of the highway. You go down Hindorn Ranch Road and you'll see the creek there. See that portion above the creek? Right there.
That's the commercial. My question is, if we move forward with the discussion that we're dealing with now, is there anything on the east side of the highway that would limit as far as bringing in a high quality hotel?
So I would say right now we have multiple hotels that contact the city all the time, right? Them contacting us and them actually developing are two different things, but there has been interest expressed east of Highway 4 and north of the McCallum Trail.
For a high-end, high-quality.
Yet to be determined brand.
Yeah.
Or flag of hotel.
But we don't. So that would only be.
Not interested. I mean, look at so the top portion on the right-hand side is currently zoned. It's currently got churches there.
Mm-hmm.
That in the future may become ECLI. If we eliminate the one directly across from that, then that definitely we lose ECLI on. Down below, we've already got ECLI down there, but we've lost a portion of that by creating the transit station overlay on the south side of the McCallum Trail. We have already lost over 40 acres since the original one in doing this, and that's by in the way this is all mapped out from the original zoning that we did. I am not interested in a, if they want to be on that side. Streets of Brentwood is looking for a hotel. I understand they're willing to tear down buildings, I heard, in order to put in a hotel.
So the direction I've heard so far is permitted for a large facility. Since you mentioned Great Wolf, right? It's one of these large facilities of 40 acres that has a variety of different type of uses. At a permitted use, as relates to a single hotel, I think that I don't have clear direction if we have three saying no other hotels other than the large 45-acre type of major attraction.
I say yes. I think Councilmember Rarey says yes, and then Councilmember Meyer says yes.
And that means not, and that's eliminating them across the board. That is correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
We have plenty of others. Yeah, we have other space for that.
Okay. So let me make sure I'm capturing. So tell me if I'm doing it wrong.
Or you can change it commercial lodging, convention center and hotel 45-acre minimum. You can just update the
Well, not minimum, it
I won't
was a
say 45
maximum.
yet.
maximum, sorry, maximum. Do we want a min and a max or no?
You know, let us come up. So I think on this one, we need to come up with a definition that would describe that type of use,
Okay.
which I think we can easily come up with.
So should I leave it as conditional?
Permitted. So this would be
Permitted.
large commercial lodging hotel.
In ECLI, and then take out the
In transit village, so like a boutique hotel.
Okay, so
Yeah,
that
I'd be okay with a boutique.
like a
hotel.
Kipton, something like a
Right.
Kipton level would be fine in Transit Village for me. Like
Okay.
that kind of hotel.
Yeah, I'd be fine with that. And
So-
that's next to PA1 then, or that's within PA1.
Right.
Yeah. So how precise can we make the description for that kind of boutique hotel and commercial lodging?
I'll lean on Katie and Alexis
And does this need to be 2 lines, right? Because one's the hotel and conference and then one is boutique hotel.
Yeah. And so instead of extended stay, have boutique.
Yeah, cross out extended and
Mhm.
yeah, good job.
Mm.
That way you save them from making another row. Poor Katie. I feel so bad for you right now.
I'm sorry, I know it's annoying.
No, it's not. For us, it's not annoying.
Thank you. So hotels are not a protected use, right? So you're not subject to the same sort of restrictions you're subject to for other types of protected uses. But that being said, your regulations have to be rational and not arbitrary or capricious. So you can attach well-considered performance standards to these uses. You can say we want it to be a minimum of such and such acres or a minimum or maximum of this number of rooms. What you cannot do without running afoul of the law is specifying particular brands that are or are not acceptable. You could specify amenities that you wanted each hotel to have. For example, you're permitted if you offer a pool and a conference center and et cetera, et cetera. So I don't know if those guidelines help at all, but Alexis may have more to offer.
So, and in the ECLI, the boutique is not available. Just in the transit village and in general regional commercial.
So that would be a conditional,
No, it would be
not
allowed
permitted.
in ECLI at all.
Okay. 3. Do we need a? Okay.
I think we got the 3.
Okay. I can't see everybody. Sorry.
So
But this isn't in the transit village. It shouldn't be a standalone building within a transit village. It should be part of a project. If that's possible.
What do you mean by that?
it's like they're building shops and homes. You know how we said it's below and above, and then within that, they're building a boutique hotel.
Okay.
And then you're building a hotel, people can shop when they're there, people live upstairs, they come down and shop.
Yep. Hotel Valencia at Santana Row, which would be optimal for Brentwood.
Josh is going to be busy.
We're trying.
And I appreciate you allowing me to kind of ask questions to make sure that we're clear on what you're looking for, council members. We're almost done with 2 pages. We only got 2 pages left.
That's awesome. And the rest of the agenda.
So, and you know what, I just want to clarify so the public understands, at the end of this direction, we will, that there will be a public hearing for anyone to provide a direction. And then after that, the council would then give us final direction.
Yeah. Drive-ins, drive-through facilities. I think a few is fine. but like, we don't want like fast food after fast food after fast food. I think like a couple would be fine. And then I think we need to be super careful about the drive-through, because down the road is that horrendous drive-through in and out. So that would be the only thing. It has nothing to do with this, but if we get an application.
Yeah, and all of them are conditional.
Yeah, so the council and ECLI could decide to not have drive-throughs, in Transit Village not have drive-throughs. We'd recommend keeping as a condition, as intended in 2018, the conditional use permit for drive-throughs in regional commercial, since they're existing.
I don't mind a drive-through in ECLI. And the reason I'm going to say I don't mind a drive-through in ECLI is because there is no drive-through on that side of town at all whatsoever.
Yeah, there are.
No, there's Taco Bell. I have to drive so far to Taco Bell. Everyone who lives like Deer Ridge, Trilogy, there's a McDonald's there, but like it's one McDonald's. And then
There's
Taco Bell.
There's In and Out, and there's the new Taco Bell.
I'm talking about below.
Wendy's.
Trust me, I drive to drive-throughs a lot, like every day. Well, not anymore right now. I'm trying
I am not a fan.
So like, but like if we got a Raising Cane's, for example, I would want to be very careful about the drive-through. So anyway, I don't mind them in ECLI. I love drive-throughs, but I just want to be, we should limit them.
We'll keep drive-through the same as conditional in all three.
Okay.
Works for me.
I think we got through a lot of the ones that are going to take a lot of discussion too. We still have more, but.
Food and beverage stores. What would a BevMo be considered, or like a total wine?
That's what I was going to ask for, the liquor store down below.
Okay, so what category does that fit in?
Food and beverage stores, liquor store.
Let me get to the definitions.
Because I wasn't sure if it fit in that, or is it even, convenience? I don't know.
What was,
There it
Jeremy
is.
can help me with the designation. Is it food and beverage store, grocery store?
Convenience.
Convenience. So it's 5,000 square feet or less, with a range of merchandise oriented to convenience and traveler shopping.
I don't mind one in the Transit Village or RC. I don't know why we would need that in ECLI. Like, right? Like, do you really want like a BevMo or a Total Wine right below an office building?
And that's why staff was recommending changing them from permitted to conditional.
Okay. I mean, I just,
Some people might.
What?
Some people might. I mean, how stressful is your job?
So
Huh? Oh, sorry.
what's the difference between that and food and beverage stores, liquor store, which you guys have completely removed?
So food and beverage store, convenience.
It's down below.
Yeah, it looks like it doesn't talk about the merchandise that's sold, and liquor store has 50% or more of shelving for display and sale of alcohol.
So that's where a BevMo or.
No, BevMo is probably closer to 80% of the floor is dedicated to liquor.
Okay.
Yeah. So food and beverage convenience may be a small commercial market within ECLI. Like you go, you can pick up a drink and then head to your office, or on the way home. And drink, I mean maybe non-alcoholic or a lower concentration of alcoholic beverage. And then
Sweet of you to say that, Josh.
Yeah. And then your liquor store would be a traditional liquor store, and that's why we've recommended to not have it permitted anywhere in the ECLI, I believe, or TV or RC or TVMU.
So, but in regional commercial, I mean, couldn't we have something over where the Chuck E. Cheese and Wendy's is, like a BevMo? If BevMo wanted to come over to Brentwood.
Yeah, we'd encourage that.
But right now, that is part of PA1, that area. So you're now saying that they can't come.
Let's look at grocery store for food and beverage, or neighborhood market, just to make sure we're not missing anything. So grocery store is more than 15,000 square feet, which would fit the model for Total Wine or
but it's occupied by food products, the majority.
Can we have in my world, we call this specialty. Should we have a specialty?
There is a specialty market for neighborhood markets offering products that are packaged for consumption.
See, and that's different.
And this gives you some flexibility that depending on the use, on the approval type, conditional, permitted, your community development director could receive an application for a Total Wine and say, okay, how does this fit within? Is it a neighborhood market? Is it a grocery store? Gives you a little bit of flexibility. But if you specifically wanted to call out wine and alcohol products in one of these, we could do that as well.
So maybe why don't you, an Alphabet specialty retailer?
Okay.
How do you guys feel about that?
Is there any restriction against, like, if they want to do, because some of them have done classes,
You need a special permit from the ABC for that.
but can that still fit within what we're talking about here? Or does that need to be designated in the description?
My understanding that cities don't have anything to do with that. That is just
Okay.
according to the ABC. I might be wrong, but I've never heard of a retailer having to get a permit for a tasting.
Okay, you're probably our resident expert, so I'm good with that.
Sorry.
So to make it clear, you're looking for a way to ensure that a BevMo could come, but you're okay with restricting like the corner liquor store
Yes.
that sells single, hard liquor.
Well, they all sell hard liquor. It's just a different caliber of store.
Yeah,
Liquor
usually,
store,
and if BevMo normally doesn't sell, I think the single serve.
They do.
Hard out, do they? Okay,
yeah, at the register.
got it.
But there's just a difference between specialty and liquor store.
Okay. Alexis, as you're looking at this, is there an easy way that you can kind of help us?
Yeah.
Well, one suggestion would be to keep liquor and just prohibit liquor stores smaller than 5,000 square feet and make it clear that specialty liquor stores are permitted with the CUP, right? And so most corner liquor stores are not likely to be over 5,000 square feet. A BevMo and a Total Wine, their floor plate, Josh, is what, 10 to 15 maybe?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. So
That's good.
And do you want that conditional or permitted for a BevMo type store?
And don't you want more than 5,000 square feet, not less?
So I think he's going to say is
More than 5,000 square feet.
So liquor stores are prohibited as recommended.
I think we're gonna change that word from liquor to specialty, alt bev or something, so it doesn't say liquor store.
So what we might have to do is have both, right? So the liquor with that definition is prohibited, and then the specialty retailer above 5,000 square feet, a specialty food and wine retailer would be permitted or conditionally, however the council wants. Does that make sense?
That makes sense.
I think our recommendation for attracting a BevMo would be that they be permitted.
That's what I was thinking too, in the transit village.
Yeah.
But not any CLI, yeah.
Yeah, transit in.
We'll say 5,000 plus feet, right?
In the description, in the definition.
Yeah, let me go ahead and change that.
So if we separate it out, then you may not need, now that we've gone this path, you may not need the square footage differentiation if you're going to have a definition of specialty food and wine, because I can see a wine store, a specialty wine store being very small, right,
Like
with high-end wines.
Specialty wine shop with like a wine sommelier.
Exactly. I can see that being much smaller square footage. So if we separate it out, then you may not need the square footage differentiation. It'll be in the definition, right?
Okay.
So the specialty wine and food allows us to have some flexibility between a BevMo and a small wine shop, special wine shop.
Perfect. We don't have a Total Wine in the area. Total Wine might be good.
As soon as adopted, we'll be giving them a call.
Thank you.
I won't even
Very
say
aggressive
adopted.
on-
We'll be reaching out to them.
And we've had multiple conversations with their broker. At some point, they'll come to the market. They're just not there yet.
So I could skip all the way down to retail
Oh, hold on.
large format.
Okay, no, offices, accessories. Are we down there yet?
No, that would be next.
Okay, so office accessories. Let's talk about the definition for this. That's the next one I had. Are we talking about someone like me? I work in my house, or hold on a second. How come I can't find it on my definition? You have it up. Okay.
Could it be a hive kind of situation? Would that fit there?
Yeah, but why would we want, if it's got a hive situation, why would we want that in residential?
Excuse me.
Good question.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think this needs to, it's fine in ECLI and Transit Village. I mean, not Transit, yeah, Transit, no, not Transit. Yeah, Transit Village, because the first floor, that could be an office. But I'm not sure we need that.
Unless we're misunderstanding what the meaning is.
Yeah.
Would you like it read?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, no, it's fine. Offices accessory means office that are incidental and accessory to another business or sales activity that is a primary use, part of the same tenant space or integrated development. The qualification criteria for this definition is that the floor area of the accessory office use shall not exceed 50% of the total net habitable or leasable floor area of the tenant space for a single use development, or the combined floor area of an integrated development for a mixed use project.
Can you give us an example though?
Yeah.
So let's see. So I would say this is, if we're talking about Transit Village.
It's just, it feels weird because it says it has to be 50% of accessory or whatever, secondary business. So my first business is 50% and my second business is 50%. And now 100% of a dwelling unit, which we supposed to need housing, is now a business 100%. I mean, I just think I'm not comfortable having it in the housing portion, like the multifamily, the HDR. I mean, maybe the Transit Village, but those two for sure, it just doesn't feel right.
Yeah, I would say staff's recommendation is to encourage, even if it's only accessory office, if for some reason we get in a situation with the market, encourage it in ECLI, encourage it in Transit Village. Regional commercial may work in certain instances. And then the question is really multifamily, high density. I would say we could wipe public facility and wipe transit station overlay.
And HDR. And the other thing, it's just what we're seeing with investors is they're buying housing and they're using it as other uses, not to house people. So that's why I'm like, is this just a room? But it doesn't sound like it's just a room, right? It's not like I live there and then I'm just using one small room for a business. It's up to 50%. And it could be a secondary business. So I would just remove it from the multifamily and HDR if everyone's okay with that.
Through the mayor, one thing to consider might be for those high density housing uses, something like a leasing office or other office to serve the tenants. And if you wanted to specifically call out that type of exception, that might be something you could consider. But I see your point, Councilmember Mendoza. I'm only trying to think of what instances in which this may have been contemplated for residential uses.
That's a great example.
Okay, so in the definition, we can say, when we'll leave it as permitted, I guess, and then, but permitted being that it is things as such as leasing offices. Is that okay?
If you might trust staff to come up with a definition that fits that intention, we'll look at some best practices and bring that back to you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's see.
Can we skip down?
Hold on a second. Personal rental, retail accessory, retail general. Retail general large format.
That's the one I had.
Okay, sorry, then I just, okay, go ahead.
Why would we allow 150,000 square foot retail in ECLI
Mm-hmm.
or in the transit village?
Okay, so is this retail large format?
Yeah.
Okay. So regional commercial, we want to ensure that, but in the
Yep.
transit village or ECLI large format, yeah, you could make it not permitted.
Yeah. I don't mind it in the transit village because it's going to stay on the first floor, right? And if you get like an
Okay.
Old Navy or something that wants to come on the first floor, Old Navies are huge. But, you know, I mean, that's the only thing.
150,000 square feet though?
Well, it's not 150,000. That's pretty big.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. 150,000
What's an example of
square feet is a very large.
What's an example of a retailer that's 150,000?
I mean, the REI store, not including the warehouse and the offices, I think was 16,000 square feet.
Oh yeah, this is big.
Yeah, so we're talking about 10 times that size.
Yeah, maybe take it out of transit village. So take it, unless you have an example.
No.
Okay.
So yeah, remove it from ECLI and from transit village.
Okay. Let's go. I can't find my page that we were on.
And I'm sorry to break in again, but through the mayor, a potential example might be a large grocery store. Most of ours are less than that, but some can be fairly large. And so that might be one particular.
Yeah, but we don't want that in the transit village or in ECLI. So
Okay.
we are leaving it in regional commercial.
Thank you.
Okay, let's see. Okay. Specialized retail, equipment sales and rentals means service establishments with outdoor storage rental yards, which may offer a variety of materials and equipment for rental, construction equipment.
Home Depot. Yeah, so this would be as existing in the 2018 plan. I'm sure there was some consideration, Councilmember Rarey, Mayor Bryant. I'm sure there was some consideration to keep it as conditional to allow like your regional commercial use like Home Depot to have some flexibility.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
What was that one on? Specialized retail equipment sales.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Any questions about smoke shops, tattoo parlors?
No, love it.
So tattoo parlors are becoming more of an art and not so much as
a lot more mainstream too.
Yeah, it's becoming a lot more mainstream, and I could see that in the transit village, definitely not in ECLI, but you know, maybe as a conditional use permit and also have some quantifying factors in there of you know, if possible.
I agree.
You mean quantifying factors? Do you mean like
That's
hours?
it, quantifying, that's a word. I think I need some more coffee at this point.
Yeah. With the conditional use, you could put conditions on hours of operation, noise, various
Okay.
components of that's allowed.
Okay. Then, yeah, you can leave that one conditional.
And none in the other? Okay.
Regional commercial, yeah.
You want it in both?
We have three okay with that?
If there's two others that will say yes, then yes. Otherwise,
I will.
Councilmember Mendoza?
I'll do it just to be nice, but I'm like, we need
conditional. I mean, it's
I'll go with it.
conditional, not a free for all.
Yeah, it's fine.
There's some beautiful artwork.
Yes. Okay.
So we changed this one to showroom. So very specifically not outdoor sales.
Okay, is there a limit on the size of the showroom?
As big as Tesla wants.
Okay, so we should put a square footage in there. Like we did on the liquor store, like we should figure out what is the optimal, or like how big would you want this?
So Walnut Creek has the one on Broadway, and it is a storefront, and it looks like it's either under apartments or maybe offices up above. I actually got the pictures out of it, and they actually can fit 3 vehicles inside that storefront. And the doors, the front glass doors, allow for those vehicles to drive right out through the front door. So is that standard for Tesla to do storefronts like that? Because that's what I was imagining when you had mentioned something like Tesla might be interested. I don't see putting that into ECLI, but maybe into the transit village or into regional commercial.
So I can't tell you exactly what they want, Councilmember Rarey, but I can tell you they have larger facilities, they have small facilities. It kind of runs the gamut. I mean, I see them I think they have a facility in Rockland. So that would be, I would say more like us, that it's a suburb of a community where they have a larger facility. In San Francisco, they have a large showroom. The Walnut Creek one is very small from what I've seen.
And are we within, I mean, I know that you can have those non-compete within X amount of miles. I mean, is PA1 far enough away from the Broadway room in order to even qualify?
So I think we're speaking of one user right now. There's multiple people coming to the market providing electric vehicles. And I think it would be great to provide an opportunity for our residents to be able to buy them locally and keep the sales tax local. I joke and say Tesla, but there's many other that are coming to the market, and I think they'll be opening showrooms throughout the state and especially the Bay Area.
We need to come up with.
I just don't want this to be an electric vehicle showroom across the whole thing.
Yeah,
I think the square footage is important, right? So
under 5,000 square feet.
How big do you think the one in Walnut Creek is?
Walnut Creek is tiny.
Yeah, so I'm thinking even if you went double of Walnut Creek.
So think of Walnut Creek as almost like a little taco shop. It's literally just as wide as a single user would normally be in a strip center.
Okay, so if I'm trying to think in my head, because I know where that shop is, if I went 4 storefronts wide, would 4 storefronts wide be too much? Or is that about right? Like 4 storefronts wide on Transit Village, or what are we saying?
Well,
so how about the size of an Apple? Well, think of the size of an Apple store in a mall.
Maybe 10,000 square feet.
Although some of them build up.
Well, but here's what I'm thinking. I don't understand why we don't have it in Transit Village, because that's where it lives in Walnut Creek, in the Transit Village. Right? The stores are on the bottom and the living area that they built is all on top. And the stores at the bottom. Now at the Broadway Plaza.
So an average Apple store is about 8,400 square feet. I'm trying to give you something that I think maybe you've been into to give you an idea of square footage.
We'll be fine with 10,000 square feet or less.
Okay.
How about you guys?
10,000?
Yeah, although Katie wants to speak.
Oh, sorry.
Through the mayor, thank you. I actually helped write the zoning regulations for the Tesla in Walnut Creek when I was with the city. And Josh, if you would permit me to share my screen for just 1 minute, I can give you an idea of what they use. So you're right, it is in Broadway Plaza. So Broadway Plaza, excuse my husband's job, is not the Transit Village, right? The Transit Village is by BART, but they have performance standards. So we could incorporate performance standards that you could all consider. They don't have to be identical to this, but you could give staff direction.
They're saying 3,000 square feet and we're saying 10,000. Are we saying too much?
I would say theirs is very small.
Yeah. Okay. So I would be fine with
6,000 square.
but that's only 2 storefronts.
I actually think the 10,000 square feet provides us a good opportunity to attract electric vehicle users. And if that doesn't work, we can always come back and say they need something larger.
Okay, and I mean, and I guess I'd be okay with going into ECLI. I did notice that in the information that Katie just presented us, that it only allowed for 2 of those types of showrooms. So maybe we could put a limit on that.
Yeah, can we say a maximum of something?
Of 2 within PA, within the Innovation Center.
In the whole Innovation Center, because I don't mind it going in Transit Village, right? Down below, houses above. That's fine with me, but you're saying 2 in the whole thing.
Well, because we don't want a whole bunch of the same things.
Yeah, you're right.
I mean, this is supposed to be a walkable community with restaurants and entertainment and services for the residents there, coffee shops. And so we don't want it to be a whole bunch of car showrooms.
Yeah, okay, I'm fine with the limit on how many. And it's just electric vehicles. I mean, we have to realize that Ford builds electric vehicles. It could be anyone, right? It's whoever the first 2 are the ones that get to decide that they're, applying, get in there. If it's Tesla, it's Tesla. If it's Ford, it's Ford. If it's whoever.
Yeah, and a lot of the major national dealers are actually on the EV platforms are going into smaller platform locations as well and just doing EV sales and not doing service.
So, and just put in perspective, I'm going back to the Excel sheet where we talked about square footages. We'll have approximately 3 million square feet of non-residential square feet. So if you allow 2 of 20,000, just to give you an idea of how much space it's taking up.
Okay.
All right, so
I think we take it out of regional commercial. Do we want to keep it in regional commercial or just ECLI and Transit Village?
Well, regional commercial, well, they would bring in sales tax too.
Yeah, but do you want to limit where it goes, Karen, or sorry, Councilmember Rarey? Or do you, because usually these are very I mean, it's the business person buying all of these cars. So I feel like that's a better space for that other area. I feel like is more family, but I don't know, maybe I'm wrong.
I would recommend you leave it open so that we can try to attract them to our community.
Okay. Now, if we can look at the definition on that, because I'm pulling up and I'm not sure which agenda this one's from. This was from the 7/12/22 agenda. It says that while rental was still listed in there, it did also include repair shops or sales of parts and accessories incidental to vehicle dealerships.
Yes, we've captured that, and thank you. Based on your July 12th discussion, now we're limiting to auto vehicle and sales showrooms, and they would have a minor repair shop associated with the showroom itself. So if Tesla needed to change your tires, they could do that real quickly. The idea would be it all be within an indoor configuration, no outdoor work would be allowed.
I'm confused. So
no additional bays, like a bay in the back of the building to pull it into, just.
That's what it'd be incidental. So a minor repair shop and the sales of parts and accessories incidental to the vehicle showroom.
So just their cars, not like I can't take my car off the street and get service there. I can't go in and buy parts. It's not for the public. It's for their.
It'd be associated with whatever the showroom sells, whatever that the market demands.
Okay, perfect.
They'd have to have a showroom though. They couldn't just do a standalone car service station.
Okay.
Okay.
So are you guys all okay? We have 3 for C and ECLI, TV, and okay. So look we just opened up opportunities for you guys. Auto part sales, that's fine in RC. car wash and detailing.
It's removed.
Is it? Okay, good. You took that out. Thanks.
And remove, rideshare services. Now, are you planning on a rideshare service company coming to this location? Is that what this is for?
Councilmember Rarey, before we go on, Josh, could you share your screen again?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No problem. Sorry about that, Councilmember Rarey. Go ahead. So you asked the question if we see a ride sharing company come in.
We lose her? Oh, there you are. I think she's frozen.
No, she's
No,
there.
I knew what it was. So it says, so are you just talking about the ability for somebody to call up a ride share and have them pick it up? Or are you actually looking at a building, an office setting where that type of ride share would have staff there?
This would be for hailing your ride share. There's maybe a ride share lane within the business park, drop off. They can, even on the public street. Generally, we're just indicating.
Do we have that in any of our general plan?
Businesses are starting to designate areas where Uber and Lyft can go because it's kind of been a free-for-all and it creates havoc in certain business parks.
Sure.
Some business parks say you can only pick up here. So is that what we're doing?
I believe that's the intent. Yeah. This is new. This is new to the PA1 plan, but we're trying to be somewhat market flexible.
Okay. That makes, if it's because hopefully it helps traffic.
So we've eliminated standalone service station gas stations. And then the service station as an accessory to the large format retailer is conditionally permitted in the regional commercial zone.
Okay.
Major vehicle services are not allowed.
Vehicle services minor are
to be removed. We had removed that previously.
Okay.
They can go into the bridal gate area. They can go into the regional commercial. There's no reason to go into ECLI.
Okay. And then home stretch, our big job generating uses here.
So why do we have manufacturing major? If it can have smell and exhaust, and I thought this was light industrial, which did not include, and I understand that it was there, but so typically greater than usual amounts of smoke, gas, odor, dust, sound, or other objectionable influences that might be obnoxious to persons on an adjacent site.
I don't see that necessary. I don't want people walking to work. And I said this yesterday, walking to work and there's fumes and odors. Like, who's going to want to open an office if I'm getting odors?
So advanced manufacturing, I know, is one of the things that we are looking that's part of our economic development action strategy action plan. So does advanced manufacturing include those things, or?
I feel like there's some of it, Councilmember Rarey, yes. As it relates to aggregate processing facilities, no. I feel like we might be able to update the definition better to meet what we're speaking of as relates to advanced manufacturing.
Yeah, because when we talked about this, we didn't want any of those things in here, and I'm not sure how we pass this one through.
So I think let me, Josh and I, work on this one to maybe either improve it, or as it sounds like there's 3 council members who have agreed that we need to make some change here.
Did we miss breweries, distilleries, and wineries? We could, wineries, are you making the wine there? Or are you just, like, for example, I have a vineyard on the outskirts of Brentwood, but my winery where I sell it from, my tasting room is there. Is that the same thing, or what exactly? Like, Because I don't see this being bad on the first floor of the Transit Village. You know, breweries, distilleries, and wineries, it doesn't take that much space anymore for a small family kind of thing. I just think we'd have to monitor the hours. I don't know how everyone else feels about that.
Which we already included in here, hours.
Wait, let me see that. Breweries,
Oh,
it's
sorry.
not in TV or in, okay, so you put the hours in there, 10 to 10.
That's a good point. I hear you, Councilmember Mendoza. What you would do is turn this to conditional, and you still can control the impacts of by conditional permit.
Yeah, and I don't even
Is
mind.
manufacturing still in there?
What?
Manufacturing is still in there?
They're gonna look at the manufacturing, right?
They're gonna tweak it and get back to us. Maybe they should highlight that.
Yeah, because nothing with odors, nothing with anything like that.
In the
And
brewery, though. Distilleries
How do you guys feel about the breweries, distilleries, and wineries in TV?
Well, it depends. I mean, is there any kind of like for breweries? Is there any type of smell? Because I know that like I've heard for the garage brewery type of thing that it can become very obnoxious. And that could just be the person who's creating it that is creating something that's obnoxious smelling. But
I guess I think of like Buffalo Bills.
Somebody live underneath that.
Yeah, I guess I mean like Buffalo Bills. And I think there was living above Buffalo Bills in Hayward. I don't remember ever smelling anything, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I wouldn't mind it in TV, but I probably need some more research on that. Like
Yeah, I think staff should look into that. And
so if we think it's not going to be intrusive to people living upstairs, then I would be fine with it. But if we think it is, then I'm not okay with it.
I think it really depends on when that user comes forward to us. I don't have enough experience in this industry to know that if 15,000 barrels or more is a significant amount of barrels. Seems like it'd be much more than what our local breweries are doing.
Okay.
So by the conditional use permit, we can at least have a discussion as economic development group, feed it out, work with our planning staff, and see if it's the right fit. If it's not the right fit, we don't recommend it to move forward to a conditional use permit. If it is a conditional use permit, we put conditions on it that it doesn't impact the TVMU district.
And I don't see a problem with it in RC. But that's just me. I like, because that's wide open with no lodging or no one lives there. But I don't know how you guys feel about that.
no, that's fine with me too for ours.
Any indication that you'd want to encourage this if we had a huge successful brewer to be permitted in ECLI?
Well, you know what I remember is like Schooners that used to be in Antioch. I don't know if you guys used to go to Schooners. I used to love
That used to be, yeah, that used to be a brewery.
Yeah, and that used to be a brewery. I wouldn't mind anything. I mean, it had great family food. I thought it was great. So, I mean, something like that would be nice.
Okay, so that note has been noted as a change to permitted, and we'll take that as the market comes.
Okay. Perfect.
Well, it looks like we made our way all the way through this.
Wait.
Okay.
The
storage you took out. Also,
but there's storage warehouse. Why do we have storage warehouse back in there?
Yeah.
Or why is it though? I mean, not back in there. Why? Let me pull that up to see what it says.
So it was originally permitted and recommending a conditional use permit.
Okay.
But
that's one of the things we hear about.
It's just like I could see a retailer in town saying, I need a place to store all my product while I bring it into my store and start using it as that. And the storage warehouse, I don't know. I'm not feeling good about that one. I don't think we should have that in ECLI.
And I think that was our indication is to maybe if it does come, if there is a need based on the market, it can be a conditional use permit in ECLI. All indoor.
So if it comes, it goes to planning. And then if we don't like it, we pull it for review.
Yes.
Right?
All right.
There are no further comments on these. Then at this time, I'm going to open public comment on this item. Yes.
Mayor, I think you want to open up the public hearing.
Yes, thank you. That was, at this time, I will open the public hearing. And I believe I need a vote to open public hearing. Do I have a motion for?
Motion to
Actually-
move. Hearing.
Actually, Mr. Mayor, I believe you can just open the public hearing, but you'll need a motion to close it.
Got it. Thank you. So the public hearing is open. At this time, we will open public comments, and I will turn to you, Margaret.
Let me go ahead and share my speaker timer screen. I received 13 written public comments on this item. A summary is shown on the screen, and full copies of these comments are available on the City Council agenda webpage. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature. I'll call your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. And I'm seeing no hands raised.
Okay,
Oh, nope, I do. I have 3 hands raised. Sorry. I'll go ahead and start with Rod. Rod, go ahead.
Thank you, Margaret. My comment on the proceedings we've just heard is it's excellent to hear so much diligence in the City Council and going through line by line. And I agree with pretty much everything that was in there. I was pretty happy to hear talk of a Tesla showroom coming to town. I've had the opportunity to be in the Tesla showroom in Walnut Creek, and it is small and unobtrusive. They do have test drives, but the cars are parked over in the parking garage, and you go over there and test drive one from there, touchless. I heard a comment earlier on from one of the people that's involved in this, and I really apologize for not getting the gentleman's name. And first of all, I want to say that I'm genuinely sorry to hear for his loss. I just genuinely feel sympathy for that. Unfortunately, we only get 3 minutes, and it's hard. I know it's hard. And believe me, I am not somebody who's been here all my life. I'm somebody who's been here for 11 years now. And during Measure L, during No Rezone, during so many of these things, we've heard a lot from people who have lived in the city for a long time, talking about how great their decisions were and how they did everything for the people and how selfless they are. And then they would just slam us. I mean, we were just battered in social media, in ads. We were pictured with pitchforks and torches. So, it goes both ways. But I'll tell you this right now. For the people that have been here for a long time, you need to take a look around, and you need to talk to some of the people that have moved here, the people that bought the houses that you built and sold to us. You sold us a way of life. You sold us a nice, quiet country town. And now you're trying to pave it over and pave it over and pave it over and build and build and build and build. And people don't want it. And you sold us these houses. I'm sorry, there's 60,000 of us here now. Most of us are wanting very careful, very thoughtful usage of what little bit of land we have left. And for you to come in here and say you're insulted by other people having an opinion on what you decide to do after you've messed this town up so bad, I'm sorry, you just don't get that privilege. So no, nobody's going to come in here and say, oh, you guys are great, and we're just going to give you whatever you want. No, that's not how it works. And I'm sorry that you feel bad or you feel disrespected. But the people that I've been working with for the last several years have been disrespected left and right by the people that overbuilt this town. And I'll tell you, that includes a lot of people that have lived here their whole lives. They do not like what's happened to this town. And so you can be dissatisfied. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Denise Duran, followed by Danny Dorman. Denise, go ahead.
Hi there. I just wanted to say thank you to the council members again and the city office. This has been a really educational experience, and I want to say how nice it was to see the collaboration and communication among everybody. So thank you very much for that. That was lovely. And I just had a quick question, and perhaps you can review this or add some insight. Is that I believe in the public safety, there was a section for an incarceration station, and that wasn't necessarily discussed. I'm wondering if there might be a little more explanation on that. That's it. So thank you again.
Thank you. The next speaker is Danny Dorman, followed by Marisol Valles. Mr. Dorman, go ahead.
Great, thank you. I want to echo everyone's comments about this exhaustive process. I would ask, because there are other things on the agenda, that maybe you can defer the actual conversation and decision making, especially since it looks like staff has to come back with answers anyway. So if you could defer it so we can get to, there are a couple other items on the agenda that are pretty important. There's that. And as I was listening, especially to Mayor and Council Member Rarey, I stopped speaking English after 9 o'clock. So with the hotel and the 43 acres, let's put this in perspective. It's 27 miles from here to Stockton, 58 miles to San Jose, 55 miles to San Francisco, 63 miles to Sacramento, 23 miles to Livermore, 46 miles from Oakland, 58 miles from Napa. In other words, we're in the almost center of the Bay Area. And that's how we should, if we're going to do this, then let's do it right. With respect to the homes and the gentleman who, I am sorry for his passing, but his family at some point agreed to this in 2018 and 2019 and 2020 and 2021. So as much as I am saddened for his family's passing, okay, it's like Rod had said. But now going back to the 46 acres, this will give us an opportunity to accommodate the sports center, which will be an exit away, access to our local attractions and small businesses that we kept, putting in there. And lastly, with respect to housing, staff a couple of meetings ago talked about the build out of Brentwood, and there are 4,000, almost 5,000 homes areas that they designated. PA1, I don't even remember if that was on the list, but it certainly shouldn't have to take over half of the almost 5,000 homes. Again, we're building an innovation center. We're not building a strip mall. I mean, look at what we've done over the last 3 hours. Should we have a tattoo parlor? Should we have this? Should we have that? All of this goes towards the spirit of what every one of you have endorsed for the last 8 years, that this is an innovation center. And again, I hope you defer so that we can get on to other business. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The final speaker I have with a hand raised is Marisol Valles. Marisol, go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank everyone on council and the staff for your cooperation on this. I know I can't even imagine how difficult it is to go through line by line, but I just wanted to give my great appreciation for the transparency and the clarity, because this is such an important project. It's been worked on for so long, and it's going to bring so much to our city. And so your care in making sure that it's done correctly to, what residents ask for is greatly appreciated. And I really do hope that those candidates that have pulled papers and that are running for District 2 and District 4 are paying attention to what's happening tonight, because residents want engagement as what is happening this evening. And so I really do hope that those council members that are pulling papers and are going to represent residents see this as the role model and continue this type of work and listen to residents and work with staff. So thank you all so much.
Thank you. I have no additional hands raised.
Okay, at this time, we will close public comments. And can I get a motion to close the public hearing, please?
So moved.
Second.
We have a first and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer,
Yes.
Councilmember Rarey,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez,
Aye.
Mayor Bryant,
Aye.
motion carries unanimous.
Okay, before we move on, if someone in staff could help Mr. Rand in an explanation with the incarceration station. That's not easy to say this late at night. That would be helpful. Thank you.
Yeah. So Darren, do you want me to take a shot?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, great. So it's possible that a law enforcement facility in a substation may include a temporary holding cell, which would be used to detain individuals and then transport them, in this county's, to Martinez Detention Facility. That's typically the scenario. We currently do that with our current police department, where we have a small holding cell and we transport when we need to. Hopefully I got that right, Chief. If you're listening, appreciate your time this evening.
Thank you. Councilmember Mendoza.
Okay, so we went through all of the uses. So now the thing that we got to talk about is the acre allocation and the densities and all that good stuff. So I'm actually going to share my screen. This one. Can you guys see? Do you see Excel or do you not see Excel?
We see it.
Okay, so you see the Excel sheet. Perfect. So one of the exercises that I had to go through is go, okay, exactly what is our goal with this? And our goal is employment center. That should be the first thing top of mind on everything I've read, all the packets that I've read before I was elected, when I attended city council meetings. So I think we put a lot of time into housing, where I think it should be the other way around, but we have to do our housing. In July, we got a packet, and the packet, this was the original allocation of acreage. We then said, no, this was not going to work. So then, and let's skip those columns right now. Then we got a new number from council for Plan B, which I support Plan B. That's why I use Plan B numbers in my example. I then asked, so, we went from 86, and I think the latest one said 8.6, but then if we make the adjustments for the staff adjustments, we're actually at 27.6, because 94.8 acres in PA1 have already been used. So the Home Depot, the Kohl's, the Chuck E. Cheese, all that good stuff. My second question is, there's no adjustments in the packet for Amber Lane, and Amber Lane was already built out. So Amber Lane was 14.4 acres, 288 units, which comes to a density of 20, and you can correct me on any of this, Josh, if I'm wrong on any of this. So 20 units per acre. So that's already sunk. So of the 2,040 unit goal on average, we have 1,752 left to deliver. PA1 doesn't tell us how many acres we have to allocate. It tells us just that we have to make sure that we have the space to build the units, and we cannot go back on units because of SB 330. So given that, I like Plan B in the layout, but I think we need adjustments in the acreage. So for example, I think we can do it. We take multifamily to 30 units at 25 units per acre, gives us 750 units. There's 10 units left of high density residential at 20 units per acre. And the reason I'm using 20 units per acre is because that's what the last one came in. The midpoint is 15, but it's probably going to come in at about a 20. Then the last one is multifamily. Staff used 25.6, but if we say we're using midpoints, the midpoint for Transit Village is 32.5. And we already know, if you look at the public comments, there is one landowner with 2 parcels who already said in Transit Village they're coming in 34. So it's actually going to give us a little bit of buffer on our units. So given that allocation of acreage, given that density, And given that we want to do, now after this discussion today, and that's why I thought the discussion, because I didn't know where we were going to land on stuff. Given that we want the convention center and the hotel, I believe that we need a higher allocation to employment center so that we have the jobs. I mean, hotels are great. They're great for tourism. They're great to bring in crowds, but we still need an employment center. And my concern is that, yes, I want the hotel and convention center, but I don't want to lose as much employment. And I feel that we can mitigate that if we up the employment center to 134.8. The regional commercial stays the same. Public facility went down because that's the park over by Pioneer School. The transit station stays as the suggested overlay, and the parks is 33. So that all stayed the same. The adjustments were only made in the housing and the ECLI. Now that gets us to 1763 in units. That makes our number. We don't have to allocate any more space in acreage to PA1 for housing because we have it covered. So that would be my suggestion. I would be supportive of the motion that Vice Mayor Rodriguez made to support the Plan B layout. It's just the allocation of that acreage that I would like to adjust to push more into the ECLI. Does anyone have any questions for me? And if anyone wants to play with it, it's a plug and play. We can put in the acres and we can put in the density and it'll automatically update it. So I will lower my hand. And if anyone wants to go next, how do I lower my hand when I'm on presentation mode? I don't know. So and you can take the next person. I think Vice Mayor had his hand up.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Vice Mayor, you're on mute.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I just want to make a motion that we accept the Plan B in regards to what's currently there now. I mean, obviously we see that for us to truly develop the economic piece, the commercial piece, we're going to need some type of housing. I think it's been included in there. I know I wasn't at the July 12th meeting where some of the council members have asked for some adjustments. My understanding those things were put in here. I'd just like to make a motion to accept Plan B if possible. Did you hear me, Mayor?
I did. I'm sorry, I was on mute. We have a first. Is there a second on this motion? Okay, well, I will second the motion for as presented, and we'll go through that process, and then we'll see what goes on from there. We have a first and a second. A roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza,
No.
Councilmember Meyer,
No.
Councilmember Rarey,
No.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mayor Bryant.
Aye.
Motion fails with 3 noes and 2 yeses.
Okay, motion failed. So at this time, then, Councilmember Rarey.
Yeah, I would like to also work with these changes. I actually had started doing my own Excel, but nothing to this extent. And for those of you who are saying, why are you putting all this housing in there? The housing has been in there since we established this plan. So there was 2,041 units in the original adopted plan of 2018. It hasn't changed since then. The only thing that's changed is that we've built out 288 units on 14.4 acres at the Amber Lane Apartments. So that's the only thing that's changed as far as the residential. So I would like to ask staff to look at this thing. If we can quickly look at how to change any of this, that would be great. If we need to come back, which will allow staff to make those other adjustments, that would be fine too. But I would like to look at this. I'd also like to, I don't know if staff has had time to look at that area that I talked about on Walnut, the business park on Walnut, where they limited the amount of ancillary businesses to, it was for 10%. And if so, if you could let us know what that had said.
Yeah, good points. So Councilmember and Assistant City Manager Darren Gale, I think it would be helpful is I'm trying to obviously it's hard to assume some of the changes in acreage here. I wonder, is there a way, it appears that the council may be leading towards a Plan B configuration, and there's certain land uses that we know aren't going to change. And maybe there's a way to flesh that out and get some assurity that there's certain criteria that we're not necessarily considering or worried about, would be public facility, transit station overlay, recreational amenity, regional commercial. And then we're trying to boost ECLI and then try to move around some of the densities on residential is what I'm hearing. Is there a way to maybe memorialize that, and then we can try to look at what Plan B is side by side with the proposed, Councilmember Mendoza's proposed? Can we look at maybe a delta situation, a difference between those two?
You want to see 36.1 minus 30? Is that what you want to see?
I believe so.
Okay, I can do that for you.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
You want a percent or just the net number?
That's good acreage. Yeah. Okay. And I don't know, Mayor, if you will, if it's the will of the council, if we think we have consensus on some of those different land uses outside of residential, whether it's regional commercial, recreational amenity, or other.
I'm certainly for moving forward with what we are all in agreement on, and letting staff bring these numbers back.
Yeah, so Mayor, we would need additional time to analyze these numbers and see how they apply to how we've made assumptions related to our CEQA documents, the mid-range in our general plan and specific plan. So it would take us some time to digest this and have a recommendation as it related to Councilmember Mendoza's proposal. Not saying it's good, not saying it's bad. It would just take us additional time.
Katie?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was mostly going to say what the Assistant City Manager said. I know that staff is anxious to have direction from council in this regard, so things like the housing element can move forward, and other projects can continue to progress through the system. This does make assumptions that are different than the assumptions that staff had used in preparing information for you previously. And so we would have to look at how to calibrate for that to make sure that we could still, for example, rely on our earlier CEQA document and be doing an apples to apples comparison. So that is something that is jumping out at me tonight. That's all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rarey.
So, and then the question regarding the percentage of ancillary businesses, was staff able to look into that while we were going through the other stuff? Maybe
we do not have an answer for you yet.
Alexis wasn't able to look it up.
Unfortunately, I was not.
No, I said Alexis. But that's okay. So the other thing is with the transit village, you say going to 80-20, and one of the things with the transit village is that, as you said, the original one was taken into consideration that it would only be 2 stories high. Even part of the documentation in SP1, where is it? In SP1, in PA1 is, so in the building height and setbacks, it says in order to facilitate an appropriate pedestrian-oriented urban scale within the transit village designated area, buildings should be constructed at a minimum of 3 stories in height. So that is currently in the specific plan on page 93 of the specific plan. I don't know where it is within the document here, or if it's in here at all, but that was what was in there. So, if we set the limit at a 3 to 5 stories for the transit village, that would then put it at what, 33.3% of, yeah. Which instead of going the 50-50 or the 20-80, I'd be okay with that. And that way we get a little bit higher density in there, and which should help with the, which should help covering costs. And as I said, I mean, they can go up to 5 stories. So I mean, if they were to go all the way up to the 5th story, I mean, that they could, be able to cover some of the costs on that. So I'd be okay with going to the 3 stories in height minimum, but not the 80-20. And I think that is it. Yep.
Councilmember Meyer.
Thank you. I wanted to mention, I haven't said so yet, but I do support Plan B once we can finalize some details here. And I think I'm not 100% sold on any one of the percentages, although I do agree with Councilmember Rarey about the 80-20 on the transit village not being ideal. But I can't see not exploring this. And I voted against the motion because I feel like there's enough information here that shows that there's some areas that we need to explore, that we need to take this into consideration. And if it means coming back once staff has had the chance to do some analysis, I think that's okay. I just feel like, especially taking Amber Lane into consideration and all of the other work that Councilmember Mendoza did here, which is mind-blowing, frankly. I think it is absolutely worth the time and attention to make sure we're doing this right. And I get it's, delays, it's been delayed for a long time now. But I do feel like the one thing that we can all say about this is we want to make sure that we're doing it right, that we're bringing a good product that's not going to negatively impact EA1 and the chance for us to get those jobs that our families need so much. So I would very definitely support a full analysis of this breakdown and all the different components of it. And then the plug and play that Councilmember Mendoza was talking about as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Mendoza.
Yeah, and I understand staff having to go back. My understanding that as long as we were at midpoint, it wouldn't trigger an EIR update. It wouldn't trigger a CEQA update. So my understanding from our conversation yesterday was that as long as we were at the same number, we were good to go and our densities were similar. So it'll be interesting to hear if that's different now for some reason. I wouldn't know why. My other thing is we have to be consistent when we're doing this. So now we're putting in Amber Lane, that's good, that's done. But if we're going to say we're going to use midpoint for multifamily, we need to use midpoint for transit village. We need to, and we could change this, right? We could change the midpoint here, but I have a feeling that it's, that's a little bit low, but I think that that's going to come in at 20. So we need to be as consistent as possible. There can't be any iota of any shenanigans going on to make someone happy. Because our residents are watching us like a hawk with this project. And again, using this word, everything has to tick and tie. And I will not vote for something that makes me even a bit uncomfortable that does not tick and tie. And the plan B we got didn't, because of those discrepancies. And that's why I couldn't support the allocation of acreage and the densities. And not that there was anything like anyone up to something slim shadiness, but that's what it looks like out to the public. So I know he's laughing at my slim shady. I know I'm aging myself, Darren. When it comes to the density, I'll support the 3366, but I would have preferred a matrix, right? If you're 2 floors, it's 50-50. If you're 3 floors, 3366. If you're 4 floors, 25-75. If you're 5 floors, 20, that's when you hit your 2080. But I would like the full first story to be commercial, or like an entryway up to the apartments above. But I thought that was the vision. That's what we were always fed as the vision. And now the vision is changing. And that's uncomfortable to me, that we've been selling this to our residents. I mean, I sat in meetings when, you, Mayor, and you, Karen, sat there, and we got these beautiful presentations, and everyone that was sitting in that room was excited about what we got handed and what we were told was going to happen. And now it's like, there's too many changes. This isn't the original vision anymore. Not when you're going down to 119 acres for employment center. That's not the vision. The vision was 154. I'm not happy about reducing to 19.5 by 19.5, but fine. I know that we got to give some up. But as long as we make our housing number, I don't think that we need to allocate any extra acreage to housing. It should go to employment center. That's what we promised residents. I don't break my promise. So I'm going to do my darndest to fight for the employment center. And I mean, and nothing against anyone, but I just mean, that's who I'm here for. I'm elected by them to support them and represent them, not special interest.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mary, I left my hand up, but actually I do have a question. Darren, could you answer why those things were changed? I mean, can anybody from the staff, I think Councilmember Mendoza brings up a few things that, why was this map changed over the years in regards to some of these areas? Can someone explain that really quick?
Well, I will tell you, there's no slim shady happening.
Okay.
So, well, so first of all, what we presented is, I believe, is we tried to listen to what the council directed at the last city council meeting. And we worked at the staff level and with our consultants to try to find something that met housing laws and met what the council asked for. And I believe that's why we've seen a positive response from the council as it relates to alternative B. And there's a couple things I do want to make sure that we get clear direction for tonight. And one of that is the regional commercial. Because it appears that we have clear direction on the regional commercial and the recreational amenities. As it relates to everything else, literally just the staff, we tried to put together what we thought we were directed, and obviously you want to make some changes, and we're here to listen.
And in listening to staff and others, right? And I mean, the planning commission was a 5-0. The city staff was in support of B. Our consultant did my understanding, and like I say, I apologize, I wasn't able to be at the last meeting pertaining to this, but did a wonderful job. And it looked, he supported this. So it was just, we're at a point that we've been working on this for quite some time. And I know Councilmember Mendoza, it seems like she's putting a lot of time into, this research and putting this stuff together. So, for me, it was important to, move forward with it and to go with B, but obviously it didn't go through. But so thank you, Darren, for sharing that. And I appreciate it.
Yeah. And one note just for the council, working within the existing acreages for residential from the 2018 plan, we actually reduced residential allowance acreages by about 15. And so what that did is it allowed you to have some more flexibility for regional commercial, if that's your choice to pursue that, as well as ECLI. The big component and what is really a shocker when you look at this table is the amount of park acreage that is going to make this innovation center that much better. It's going to make it a standout location. And so when you look at 33 acres, that really brings you back to your ECLI number of about 150. And so that ACLI has unfortunately taken the brunt of the recreational amenity, but it does make for a better business center and helps to market it as a nice destination for business.
And Darren, also, I think that sometimes, we don't understand that some of this stuff, I mean, obviously the city's not going to build a lot of the infrastructure that's going to be needed for certain areas for the reasons why some of these areas have the development, residential. Am I right on that? In regards to, I don't know, what is that, the west?
Yeah. So I mean, you are correct. You are correct, Councilmember. In the staff report, we specifically mentioned that we had an economist look at the PA1 specific plan, and they stated that they gave an example of how much they believed a commercial or a non-residential use could pay, or I shouldn't say pay, could afford to put in infrastructure on a non-residential piece versus a residential piece. And Josh might have the numbers off the top of his head, but I think it was about $500,000 that commercial could afford to support infrastructure. And it mentioned on residential between $1 million and 1.3 million for infrastructure on a per acreage basis. And so it mentioned that if you can use the residential uses to help subsidize extending infrastructure over to the west.
Okay, thank you.
Member Rarey?
I have some questions that I had sent out at the last meeting that I want to go over. So on the previous agenda, on page 429, the Transit Village Commercial Street was completely removed. It was redlined out. And so the Transit Village was meant to be a vibrant, walkable area in PA1. So the question is, why has the 14-foot enhanced sidewalk, and I believe it was 19 foot to allow for diagonal parking, and I think there were 12-foot lanes in each direction for the roadway. So why has that been removed, or because it didn't come back to us this time? I wasn't able to tell whether or not you guys went back and put it back in again, or if you still have that as red line.
So I still have that. I didn't see any additional changes to that, council member. I'm looking at the old packet on page 428 that shows
429.
Sorry, page 428 and 429. Correct. So I think that the picture that shows the cross section for 5.4, is that right?
No, I'm specifically talking about the red section that you guys lined out.
I have it, Darren, if you like.
Okay, thank you, Josh.
Oh, sorry. Ms. Mendoza, if you don't mind saving that and sending that to us, that'd be great as well. So it's this section that talks about the commercial typology and how the layout would be with a 14-foot pedestrian sidewalk. So just in context, some of the considerations in the PA1 plan were going to be objective versus subjective standards. And I know there's more discussion with our community development department down the line. So that was one consideration. Also in the configuration along Innovation Drive, that there was a lot of, for instance, a 10-foot public sidewalk here, large green space area, and this has since changed a little bit. So we can certainly add that back in if that's what the council directs us to do, is just to take out that red line and we'll continue this street layout.
Well, yeah, this was so that it's a vibrant walkable area so that people can have outdoor dining, like they do in the downtown area. So that's why I couldn't understand why it was being removed.
Noted. We'll include it.
I would like it to go back in there. Councilmember Mendoza was shaking her head yes. I don't see Councilmember Meyer or Joel shaking his head yes.
And I think,
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor is shaking his head yes.
but not to interrupt you, but isn't that one of the things we specifically asked for in July 12th?
I think so.
We did ask for that to be, and I guess that's my concern with this meeting because we didn't get a final packet. So we said we wanted it back last meeting and it's not back. So I'm a little concerned.
So what we were attempting to do, and I think Assistant City Manager Darren Gale had mentioned this, is we were going to try to capture all the major policy comments in a resolution to approve the specific plan. If we were ready to go with a approved land use layout, as well as text amendments that we ran through earlier tonight, and then be able to make those changes and return to you in the second reading of the specific plan. And if for some reason council saw that there was an error in our understanding, we can modify that at that time. Worst case is we go back to a first reading again, but in order to keep the process moving.
Yeah, Councilmember Mendoza, I apologize. I could have easily put it all back in. We didn't. And like I said, we are definitely here to hear your comments. And I think we've demonstrated that this evening as we, but like I said, apologize and could have done better to make sure that that was all there.
So, and I think it was on page 461 where there was the subjective things that you removed, which was the massing and architectural details, changes in that, and such as window bays, balconies, porches, and recessed features. I'd still like to see all of those things. I don't know if we can still leave those in there because that will make for an interesting transit village. And then there was the section on page 487 of that agenda as well that number 7, parking lots shall be located to the side or rear of buildings. Lots may not be constructed within the front yard setback area. And that was redlined as well. So I know that we wanted for like the transit village for them to go behind the buildings, the parking, and I don't know exactly how. I mean, I guess it all depends on the design of all of those. But yeah, we weren't trying to make streets heavy with parking is what we're trying to do.
Mm-hmm. And Councilmember, that was packet page 478? 487, thank you.
That one.
Okay, item 7. Okay.
So I don't know about the rest of the council, if that's something that, oh, Katie's got her hand up. You're on mute.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Thank you. I suspect Josh was about to say this, but given the way some of the streets have been reworked in the land use map for your consideration, it may be the case that it's not as feasible to locate parking behind some of these buildings, particularly if you get a very large retailer like a Home Depot or something of that scale. Just given the way the streets lay out now, it may be the case that parking might be needed in front of those businesses instead of behind. So the deletion of this particular provision was meant to give a little more flexibility to those parcel shapes.
Was this for residential?
Josh, if you can go back to it.
Yeah. No, so just parking in general, but can you
Right.
go more to the top of the page to see if,
It just says parking, I think.
okay.
So just to provide a little background down there, we now have parcel shapes that weren't originally anticipated when the PA1 was first adopted. So given that and reflecting market realities, this would give the council the opportunity to welcome some businesses that may need parking in front of their stores, very large stores, for example.
Okay.
That's all.
Okay. All right, I think that is it. Thanks.
Okay. Is there a way for us to move forward with the adaptation in general of Plan B, example B, land use Plan B, but move forward with the regional commercial and recreational amenity tonight? We all have agreed with those things. And so this would enable staff to move forward with some potential economic development processes that are already in process.
So Mayor, maybe I can make a couple suggestions.
Yes.
So first, as it relates, as part of the motion, number one is that direction given on all of the things we talked about in the tables and other policy changes. And we will do our best to get every single thing in there. And we'll go back and watch the council meeting. If we miss one thing, please, that's why we have more council meetings. We'll have everything in red line version. That's the opportunity for anyone to make a comment if we missed anything. As relates to the land use map, I agree, Mayor, it would be great if you could give us very specific direction on the two items that there is agreement on, the regional commercial and on the recreational facilities. Second, I think what I've heard Councilman Mendoza say and the other ones support is that you want to try to maximize the ECLI. So I guess there's two things. Are you directing us to go through and analyze exactly what Councilmember Mendoza has provided and provide updates to that and come back to you for direction, and then we would have to then start the process all over? Or would you like us to do our best to try to maximize the ECLI and bring it back to you in a public hearing so that it would be ready for adoption? With maybe a couple options.
I would like for it to come back to us.
Come back prior to adoption and then come back for a final adoption. We would highly recommend trying to come back for adoption, but whatever the city council would desire, that's what we'll do.
So I'm sorry. So I can say we're going with B. The approved acreage allocations for our regional public transit station overlay rec are fine. Staff is going to do additional work on the acreage allocation for multifamily high density transit village ECLI to maximize the employment center. That will come back for a second vote. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, yes. When you say second vote, that would be actually, we would, you know what, Mayor, it probably might be best if you maybe gave us a few minutes. Maybe it's a time for a quick little break. If we could talk with Katie offline and just discuss so that we can come back forward with maybe some good direction, and I think it might speed it up.
Okay.
If council's okay with that, we can take how much time do you need, Darren? 5-10 minutes?
Katie,
I'm sorry.
Yes.
10 minutes would be much appreciated. Thank you.
Okay. So then at this time, we will recess for 10 minutes. So 10:40, we'll return.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Karen, you're yawning. I'm like, my eyes are burning. Like, it's crazy.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
we're just about there, but if we could have another 5 minutes, it would be appreciated.
With the approval.
Can we move forward with the consent calendar and put a pause on this?
Yeah, of course you can.
Yeah, I mean, if we go.
You can actually, Councilmember Rarey, you can move forward with matters of council interest and other items on your agenda. If the council would like to do that.
We can do that.
Cover
And
your other
let's get
business.
some of the things out of the way that gives them some time to look it all over. And I think that's the way to go.
That's definitely the way to go.
I'm still on Tennessee time, so.
Oh, man.
Well,
So-
then,
If it's the concurrence of the council, then, Mr. Mayor, you can move to a different portion of the agenda. And I'll just let the group know that they have a little bit extra time as we go through the other items on the agenda.
Thank you. So at this time, we will resume the council meeting, and we will move into item B, the
Do you want to just start with
Consent.
A and get that done real quick? The informational, just go in order, or no?
if you'd like to do the informational instead of pushing it forward, we can do that.
Or we could do that next. I mean, move that to the next one.
It doesn't matter.
Well, since we're here, let's do informational reports from council members. And we'll start with Councilmember Mendoza.
That'll be bit fast. Attended grand opening for Club Pilates, a Cali meeting, reviewed affordable housing, and what levers are driving us to the housing issue and what impact on parking was a big discussion. There's a lot of issues around the state on parking. National Night Out, super fun, met a lot of great people, attended another Cali meeting, went to a concert in the park. It was a lot of fun. It was packed. I was there from beginning to end, and it was fantastic. I was very sore the next day. And then fundraiser for Luca at Sweeney's, and it was great. I went like when Sweeney's first opened, and like our police officers were there in full support. It was great to see them. So that was it.
Councilmember Meyer.
Attended the Liberty Union High School District Annual District Convocation. Such a great event. All the teachers are so inspiring. Attended or went, I should say, to the fundraiser for Officer Smith and family at Zephyr. I know that's what you meant. Hosted by or promoted by the Wall of Heroes, and met with their CEO, Jesse. It's evidently they've been able to raise about $75,000 so far, and they anticipate the number growing due to the ongoing community support. They're even targeting like the $100,000 range, which is fantastic. Discussion with residents who are working on the open space initiative. Attended National Night Out, absolutely fantastic. Attended a Cali meeting, and then discussions with residents about PA1. Thank you. Nice and short and sweet.
Councilmember Rarey.
I have nothing to report. I was in Tennessee since the last council meeting. Yay. All right.
And you made it back safe and sound. Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yeah, I participated in the National Night Out. It was really good. Got to meet some of the residents, which is great. Also attended the concert in the park. I was really impressed, and a lot of really good people. I'll be honest. There was a lot of people from the area that I actually grew up in that were out there, which is great because it was just nice to see a well-rounded group of people that were attending that concert at the park. Also attended the car show this last Saturday in downtown. That was also very diverse, and it was really good. So yeah, that's all I have for right now.
Okay, since the last time we met, I attended the Tri-Delta Transit Board meeting, as well as the Liberty Union Convocation, and with Councilmember Meyer. And we have just some of the most wonderful teachers, and I'm really thankful for all the hard work that they invest into our kids. Also, I attended the Downtown Business Coalition car show over the weekend. It was sold out as far as entries were available, and they were just absolutely beautiful local cars and quite a few nice cars from out of the area. As well, I also attended the National Night Out, and we just have the best community in the world. The people are awesome. And then I also attended the Mayor's Conference. And I met with 5 different families regarding different concerns in the community. And I will have to say our city staff is really great to respond to all of their concerns. And that's all I have to report at this time. So at this time, we'll move into consent calendar.
I make a motion to adopt items B1 through B4.
We have a first.
Second.
Second, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer,
Yes.
Councilmember Rarey,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Aye.
Mayor Bryant,
Aye.
motion carries unanimous.
Okay. At this time, we are to the public hearings. Damian, is it your recommendation to go back to C2, or should we go into the public hearing for item C1?
I'm going to see if Assistant City Manager Gale is on the line yet. I think he would show up if he was. I suspect he is still conversing. So I would recommend, Mr. Mayor, you move to item C1, start that public hearing process, and let's get through that. And they should be done by then. I will, once you start that, I'll go check where they are with things.
Thank you. So at this time, we will move to item C1. It pertains to the city's 2022 Public Health Goal Report on drinking water. And Mickey Sabota will present on this item. Mickey?
Great. First, can you guys all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. Good evening, council member and mayor, honorable council members and mayor. So the last city council meeting, I did a presentation about water supply. Tonight, I'm going to talk about water quality. And water quality, and this pun is intended, is a very dry topic, very technical in nature, just in terms of understanding the constituent in water that we measure, federal and state regulations and their standards, how sometimes those standards don't even align, the plethora of acronyms, even in our staff report. It's very difficult to understand water quality. So I've been mulling on this particular item, and I think I've come up with the best analogy that really sums up water quality in general and the item before you tonight in particular. So here we go. And this is in recognition of the start of school happening over the past couple of weeks for many kids in Brentwood, as well as myself, or my kids. So we test our water continuously. Every day we test our water, every day, 7 days a week. Every month we test our water. We prepare various types of reports and documents for regulatory purposes. The most common that I think folks are aware of and our public is aware of is this document right here. It's the annual water quality report. It's a pretty simple document. It's a single page, double-sided. This document is mailed out to all our residents every year. It's updated every year. It's available on our website. It's available in both English and in Spanish. And given the technical nature of water quality, the state actually mandates the language that's on here. So a lot of the information on here is mandated by the state just to ensure that water quality reports look and feel similar between various agencies throughout the state. So this document is essentially a report card of Brentwood's water quality. How are we doing meeting federal and state requirements for drinking water? And the first page is the narrative. The back page does go into the detailed analysis. And I do have some very good news. If you could bear with me 1 second here. So on our report card, we do really well. So Brentwood consistently get straight A's on our report card. We meet all federal and state requirements for drinking water standards, which is fantastic. So that's the good news. And I do have better news. So the better news is that the federal government and the state government, in addition to meeting minimum standards, doing well on a report card, they do also encourage agencies to go above and beyond the minimum. So they do encourage us to do what I consider go after extra credit. And Just like in school, extra credit is not required. It's certainly encouraged. And we don't have to achieve or get any extra credit. But what the state does require us to do is that every 3 years, we have to report out our efforts on getting extra credit. So there's about a dozen different things we test in the water. And so the second piece of really good news is that Brentwood does a really good job of getting extra credit. And that's the item before you tonight. It's the triennial health goal report. This report is prepared every 3 years. And like I said, it basically summarizes our ability to get extra credit above and beyond the bare minimum required by the feds in the state. So out of the dozen or so, we get most of the extra credit points. This report is written so that it kind of highlights those areas where we don't get extra credit. So if you want to know where we don't get extra credit, this document talks about those items. So in a nutshell, we do a really good job. We get straight A's and we get most of our extra credit points. So I'm hoping that analogy generally sums up water quality here in Brentwood in general, the specific report that's before you tonight in particular. And if people still have questions about our water quality, if they meet drinking water standards, I can't think of any better way to conclude my presentation than in this manner. So this is Brentwood water. And if people want to know if this is safe to drink, there we go. So that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any clarifying questions of staff? Councilmember Meyer.
I'll make this really quick, but that was fantastic, Nikki. I love your energy. I really just wanted to have you clarify how the contaminant levels have changed over the years, what impacts them, and how that compares to what the state regulations are with those levels. And you're on mute.
Sorry, we're going to get in a little bit of the technical weeds. So yeah, so the stuff that we test for in the water, it varies between federal and state. And in some cases, state is more stringent, in some cases, not so much. So it really varies by regulation. And as we progress and learn about more and more things that are in our water, the federal government and the state government has a very stringent approach of bringing in and requiring us to test more and more chemicals over time. And I don't want to bore you, but it's a very technical process involving a lot of outreach and scientific number crunching. But if anyone, again, if you've got any questions about the history of our water quality, all our annual water quality reports are available online. It goes back several years. So you can kind of see the history of what's tested and where Brentwood stands to those levels.
Okay, thank you. That's good.
Are there any further questions of staff? Okay, if not, do I have a motion? No, I'm sorry, I don't need a motion. I will now open the public hearing. And at this time, we'll open public comments. I'll turn to you, Margaret.
I received no written public comments on this item. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature. I'll call your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. And I'm seeing no hands raised.
Okay, at this time, then we will close public comment. And do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
We have a first and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer,
Yes.
Councilmember Rarey,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Aye.
Mayor Bryant,
Aye.
motion carries unanimous.
Okay. Is there any further? Yes, Councilmember.
I was just going to make a motion.
Okay.
As detailed in the staff report, adopt a resolution adopting the city's 2022 public health goal report.
Second.
We have a first and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza.
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer,
Yes.
Councilmember Rarey,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Aye.
Mayor Bryant,
Aye.
motion carries unanimous.
Okay, and now this time we'll go back to our city attorney.
And Mr. Mayor, if I could ask you to move on to the business item D1, please.
Happily.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Mendoza. I'm sorry, you're on mute. I'm sorry.
No, I didn't mean to have my hand up.
Oh,
I
okay.
I believe Chief Hansen will be promoted just momentarily and will be giving the report for this item, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. So I'll read the intro to it. Item D1 and under business items pertains to the purchase of an armored rescue vehicle, and Chief Hansen will present.
Okay, can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir, we can.
Great, great. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of City Council. Tonight, I'll be giving you a quick presentation and asking you to approve the purchase of an armored rescue vehicle. You'll ask, or our mission statement is protect and enhance quality of life in our community through uncompromised dedication, professionalism, integrity, and innovative police services. And I think we do a great job on all those. You know, people will ask, why does Brentwood need an armored vehicle? And, you know, I'm sorry that I'm here tonight asking you for that. I wish I never had to. But I think we all know that incidents have been escalating throughout our communities throughout the United States. And they're not just a little bit. They're escalating about 50 to 60% a year. We're seeing more incidents of active shooters, hostage situations, and people putting themselves in positions where they're harming innocent folks. We see these escalating every day. A few examples, the tragedy in Buffalo where that coward went into the grocery store and started shooting innocent people that were just simply shopping. We saw Uvalde where these kids just went to school, they were trying to learn, and all of a sudden they were being murdered in their classroom. In Highland Park recently, where people were enjoying themselves at a downtown 4th of July event, 11 of them didn't go home that day. That could have been a Brentwood 4th of July parade downtown. And close to home, you know, Gilroy, that really hit home. That was our old Brentwood Corn Fest right there. You know, we wake up every morning, we open our phones or we look at the paper and we see high school massacre, up to 25 die in Colorado, gunman stalks, 25 people dead. We see it at malls, some that we have here in town, outside malls. I wouldn't be here tonight as the police chief if I didn't love our community and I didn't worry about this. Council, I say this every time I address you. You have been staunch supporters of public safety. That's always been your top priority. You've always given me everything I've asked for. I've been judicious with you in asking for equipment. We have a well-trained tactical team. A couple years ago, you guys approved state-of-the-art equipment for them to use as they put themselves in extreme harm's way to protect our residents. That's our main job. We can go out there, we can do traffic, we can do community events, but when it comes down to it, if something like Uvalde happened, God forbid, in our city, that's the day that our community wants us to cash that insurance policy in, and we're ready to do that. Our promise at the police department is that we will never stop. We'll never relent. You won't see my police officers in a hallway at a school when they're being murdered. I'm sorry. That's not going to happen. That's why we're prepared and we train. And it would not be possible if it wasn't for your support. The robust training budget we have, the equipment that is purchased for my police department year after year. I would be begging you. I never have to beg for you. You guys always approve a good budget, and safety is utmost important to you. You know, the citizens of Brentwood have come to enjoy a very high quality of life. I see that, you know, we're talking hours today to maintain that quality of life in areas of our town. Well, if your city's not safe, people are not going to move here. Businesses are not going to come here. You know, I read online about people saying, oh, put that money toward fixing the problem. Well, I'm sorry, if I could fix this problem, I wouldn't be a police chief. I'd be writing books. I'm in the business of preparing my officers to respond to incidents that need to be taken care of right now. I don't have time. When somebody's shooting at a movie theater, at a mall, at a school, seconds and minutes are of the essence. It is imperative that we continue to train and equip our officers so they can respond to any situation. There should not be a situation that we are not equipped and trained to respond to. And if that ever comes to fruition, that's my fault as a police chief. These cowards that perpetrate these murders and these shootings against innocent people look for soft targets. Some soft targets are schools, hospitals, outdoor malls, government, indoor malls, and places of worship. Here's some examples of some of our soft targets just in our downtown area. We have a lot of schools in town. This doesn't even have our private schools as listed there, so you can see that. We have some beautiful shopping areas in Brentwood. That's a list of some of them, not all of them. We have some great places of worship that people in our community are very close. They gather during the weeks on Sundays in large groups, and some very large groups. Some of these places of worship are very big and attract a lot of people. My goal in asking for this vehicle tonight is to assist my officers on getting our residents and our visitors in the event an active shooter comes down, they shoot them, they wound them, and my officers are under fire. The hot zones are areas where only my police officers can go. We won't get fire, we won't get medical in there. The active shooter is active and my officers will go in there. They can't wait. But my goal and my officers' goals are to get victims from the hot zone to the cold zone as soon as possible. And this rescue vehicle that I'm asking for can really help attain that goal. The Lenco MedCat that we're asking for is going to give our officers a better chance of getting those victims to that cold zone so they can get immediate medical care. On the left is the MedCat that we're asking for. It's got 2 bays. It's got some advanced life-saving equipment on there. We do have paramedics that train with our tactical teams and our police officers. So in the event this happens, we can get victims in here, even under some of the worst conditions of officers being fired upon. We could drive right up there. We can gather the victims up and start advanced life support right now. On the right, you'll see that that's a typical AMR ambulance. The bottom line is this piece of equipment is to help protect and save our community from those who wish to come here and do us harm. What's great about this vehicle right now, it's built on a Ford 550 chassis. And the best thing when we were looking into this and my staff had brought this forward is you only need a Class C license to operate this. So I can train every single one of my police officers to drive this vehicle, which means if we need it, we can call down here, dispatch can call down, and if someone's available, they jump in the car and we can get that thing deployed right away. I know this violates all PowerPoint etiquette, but I just wanted to show right now the current agencies in California that have Lenco rescue vehicle in their fleet. The Los Angeles Sheriff's Office is the second biggest law enforcement agency in California next to the California Highway Patrol, and they currently have 11 of these vehicles in their fleet. You know, people I see online and have asked me, does Brentwood really need this vehicle? Little Brentwood, do they need it? And I would say I would only ask that in 1999 in Littleton, Colorado, if you were to ask that question, I wonder if that answer would be different today. This is Columbine High School, where one of our original tragedies happened at school shooting that changed law enforcement. It was a watershed moment for law enforcement all around the country and the world. That's Columbine High School. This is Heritage High School in Brentwood. This is Littleton, Colorado, and this is Brentwood, Colorado. Again, I'm sorry I'm here. I wish it was different and we weren't in this situation, but I'm here tonight, council, asking for this. The price tag is high. It's $367,000. I'm not asking it for any money out of the general fund. I am taking the money from my budget that's coming out of a COPS Supplemental Law Enforcement Services Fund grant. We're going to use $194,000 and $174,000 out of an asset forfeiture fund that we have been collecting money in there. And these funds are allocated for equipment such as this armored rescue vehicle. And with that, I'm open for any questions that you may have. Thank you, council.
I'm sorry, but there we go. Councilmember Rarey.
I'm sorry, maybe you already stated this. My mind kind of was writing some notes. So did you explain how the vehicle goes over the top of a victim and they can pull it up? Did you explain that in there?
No, so yeah, there's an opening on the bottom of this vehicle where, if you guys can remember, I think of this example of that Hollywood bank robbery in LA back, God, I think it was 20 years ago, where they went in with full armor. There were officers and victims down in the parking lot. This vehicle, we can drive right up over the victim and lift them up through the bottom of the vehicle. And it doesn't show it here, but there are some curtains that go down on this vehicle that will protect them from any rounds that would skip off the pavement.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Councilmember Meyer.
Thank you. So does it include weaponry or does it just protect against weaponry?
No, it doesn't include any weaponry on there. It's fully armored and can stop up to a 50 caliber bullet, which that 50 caliber bullet is about this big. And just put, I mean, it can stop a large round. So it's very, there's examples of it being used in other states where they're actually taking rounds into this vehicle and the officers are inside there just talking calmly as can be and actually trying to negotiate with the person shooting at them. So yeah, there are portions in there where officers can come out of there and be protected if they had to go fire their own weapons.
Mm-hmm. Is it considered military grade?
Well, it's not used in war. You know, you hear some departments that have gone to the military to get vehicles like this. They're called the MRAPs. They're a lot bigger than this, and the MRAP stands for a mine resistant ambush protected vehicle. These aren't ambush protected. They're urban rescue vehicles, so these are not used in war. But
so it's different from what some of our neighboring cities are using.
Absolutely, it is. This is used by over 135 agencies in California right now, and over 1,000 agencies throughout our country. This is the standard. This is what is proven. This company has done a great job of mastering this, and you know, they have proprietary things on this vehicle. So it's proven itself, and I'm very confident in this. Based on, you know, we use a lot of the bigger agencies such as LA Sheriff's Department when they do testing. We buy motorcycles from them. We usually go with some of the vehicles that they test. They do some robust testing, and it's a real, I mean, it really says something when some of our biggest agencies are the ones using this vehicle.
Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
There are no further clarifying questions of staff? Then at this time, we will open public comments. Margaret?
I received no written public comments on this item. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature. I'll call upon your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. And I do have one hand raised. I'll go ahead and share the speaker timer screen. And I'll call on Rod. Rod, go ahead.
Thank you, Margaret. Yeah, in the interest of time, I didn't make a comment on the last speaker. Mickey's presentation was, as usual, very high quality and well appreciated. On this topic, you know, it's unfortunate, but we live in a country that, for whatever reason, is just swimming in guns. Guns. There's more guns than there are people in this country. And it is so unfortunate that, you know, enough people have these things and sooner or later some idiot thinks it's a good idea to use it for something. I want to say that our police, I've seen police criticized for not going in. You know, I see people say, well, this is their job. You know, they're supposed to take the risk. No, the police are not sacrificial lambs. We need to protect our police. Our police have a dangerous job, more dangerous than most people. And what we don't need is police going out there like, you know, some John Wayne movie and getting themselves shot. We need our police protected. We need them to be able to protect other people. We need them to be able to protect victims of these shootings. This vehicle will give them a capability to do that they desperately need. As the chief mentioned, there is no place safe in America anymore from these attacks. We're seeing them everywhere. And there's just no guarantee we won't see one here. And I did read the newspaper article, and there were several occasions recently where the police needed to borrow one of these from Antioch, and on one of those occasions they weren't even able to get it. So I applaud the Brentwood Police Department. We have the best police department that I can ever remember living in a city with, and they need this. And I certainly hope the city will go ahead and approve this purchase. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no additional hands raised.
Thank you. At this time, we'll close public comments, move into council discussion. Councilmember Rarey.
You know, I pray that we never need to use this, but like you said, we each hear of more and more shootings taking place across our country. And I can't see us not purchasing this MedEvac unit. It's a no-brainer for our community. And I'd make a motion, but it looks like there's a whole bunch of hands up there, so I will wait for a little later. All right.
Councilmember Mendoza.
I'll make it super quick. I reiterate everything that Rod said, right? We've got to keep our residents safe, but it's also important to keep your staff safe. They go above and beyond for us. I mean, I just got a call about how great one of your officers was today. So thank you for always being relentless. That's one of my favorite words, just in case you didn't know, but because I get called that all the time. But thank you so much for being relentless in the protection of our residents. Thank you for always looking at different innovation to keep us safe. It's either change or fail. And with you at the lead of the department, it's constantly changing and success, right? So thank you so much.
Councilmember Meyer.
Thank you, Chief. Really appreciate the presentation, and I appreciate this being brought to us for discussion. I was just gonna mention, we all think this isn't gonna touch us, but last month the police had a chase through my backyard after a suspect carrying a gun. So it does happen in our sleepy little town. Luckily, there was no injuries or fatalities or anything that happened that night. The suspect was taken into custody safely. I could witness that. But it does happen. And so I really, truly agree that, again, not only just keeping our residents safe, but making sure that our officers have all the tools they need to do their work and keep themselves safe. So thank you for that. I'm in support of this as well.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yes, Chief, I just want to, really good presentation. And obviously it's a tough presentation because it's those things that we don't want to talk about at times. And I also agree with Councilmember Rarey that I hope that we never have to use this piece of equipment, but it's something that we do need with today's times and what's going on, not only in this country, but all over the world. We need to make sure we keep our staff and our police officers safe, but also our residents and our kids. So I also agree with the council that this is something we should support.
And before we take a motion, I also want to thank you, Chief, and everyone at the police department for what you do every day. But I agree with everyone else. This is something that the price of it does not equate to the cost of not having it, should we ever need it. And so I'm in full support of it as well. Councilmember Rarey.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion as detailed in the staff report, adopt the purchase of an armored rescue vehicle and amend the fiscal year 2022-23 operating budget.
I'll second that.
We have a first and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer,
Yes.
Councilmember Rarey,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez,
Aye.
Mayor Bryant,
Aye.
motion carries unanimous.
Thank you, Chief. We will.
Good night, council. Thank you.
We will move on to item D2 unless our city attorney tells us that they're ready for us on.
If we can do D2, Mr. Mayor, I think they'll be ready right after that.
I was going to say, did they remember that we're here?
Oh, I promise you they remember very well.
Item D2 pertains to the designation of a voting delegate and alternate for the 2022 League of California Cities Annual Conference, and City Manager Tim Ogden will present.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This item fairly brief. We have the League of California Cities Annual Conference coming up this September in Long Beach. And on Friday, September 9th, will be their annual business meeting. And as we've done traditionally every year, we have a recommended appointment of the mayor and need to appoint a delegate in case he's unable to attend for some reason, an alternate, I should say. And so with your approval tonight, someone ready to vote on behalf of any matters that come up. Typically, the league sends out potential resolutions that several cities have put together and recommending to the League of California Cities to have all the cities consider. I don't know that I've seen any yet, and there may not be any business yet, but we'll be prepared should there be. So with that, we'll take any questions.
Any questions of staff? Seeing none, then we will open public comment. Margaret.
I received 0 written public comments on this item. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature. I'll call your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. And I'm seeing no hands raised.
Okay, at this time, we'll close public comment, move into council action or discussion. Councilmember Mendoza.
Okay, so I don't want to offend you, Mayor, in any way, shape, or form, what I'm about to say. But it is Councilwoman Rarey's last time, and I thought it would be nice gesture, just a ceremonial, if she could be our voting delegate at the league. It's just, I don't know, just think it would be nice.
Well, it would have to be something much more horrible than that to offend me. I will tell you that I have full confidence if she's interested in that, being our voting delegate, I would be more than thrilled to support that.
We can't hear you.
She's speechless.
I will be staying through till Tuesday or till Monday anyway. So if you want to jump on a plane earlier, no, I'm visiting family when I'm down there. So, sure. Yeah.
Then I will be the alternate if something happens and you're not able to, but I'm very happy for you to be the voting representative.
I'm sorry, did we lose the vice mayor?
No, well,
Have to go through a vote, so.
he's no longer on camera.
I think, oh, there he is.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's just, I thought it'd be nice, right? I mean, we know what's happening in November. Let's not pretend we don't know. So.
And I mean, I wasn't even going to really go to this, and Damien talked me into it. So
I think everyone's excited, like, to have you go, and you've done so much for the city. And like I said, you are my encyclopedia. So it's not a big thing, but it's a kind of like, it's your way out. And I don't know, I thought it was nice.
thank you.
So I think I'll make a motion.
If you can make a motion, that'd be great.
As detailed in staff report, adopt a resolution designate, well, it's not detailed, designating Councilwoman Rarey as the voting delegate and Mayor Bryant as the alternate to the 2022 League of California Cities Annual Conference.
I'll second that.
We have a first and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer,
Yes.
Councilmember Rarey,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Aye.
Mayor Bryant,
Aye.
motion carries unanimous.
Wonderful. Okay, now we will move back to we can continue on unless they're ready for us. Item E1, request for future agenda items. It says if you have a new agenda item request in consideration of our recently approved strategic plan, please raise your hand and I'll call you on you. Do we have any new future agenda item requests? Seeing none, we will then move back to item C2, and it looks like staff is ready for some more discussion. Darren, I'll turn it to you.
Hey, thank you, Mayor and council members, for your patience. As we put together kind of two items for you to consider, one which you've already considered, we just want to make sure that you understand the implications today and the next steps. And so Josh will put up on the screen here in a second kind of the two options. The two options being one, moving forward with what's proposed, but kind of what the steps are. And then option two being for what Councilman Mendoza has proposed. So first, as it relates to this evening, if you wanted to move forward with alternative B and all the other recommendations, what would occur tonight is at the second reading, staff would include a red line version of all the edits you'd have before you, and you could make small changes, but no substantial changes. If you made substantial changes, it would have to go back for a first reading. If council does approve option or alternative B tonight, the alternative B map would be included in the housing element that will be published in August 2022, and the city can move forward with a possible regional commercial user. As it relates to option two, we would move forward with an alternative to the land use map. However, the council would give direction related to regional commercial, the recreational amenities, the deletion of public facility, and the transit overlay. And then also you direct staff to rework the land use maps to maximize ECLI and review housing land use designation acreages per the council direction. As it relates to the next steps, first, we would come back to the city council with an updated land use map. Second, we would then return back to the planning commission, since at that time we believe that there would be substantial changes to the PA1 specific plan for the planning commission's reconsideration. Once they reconsidered it, it would then come back to the city council for two hearings. The first and then the second reading. The updated PA1 map would not be included in the housing element that's going to be published here this month. And it could possibly delay a regional commercial user in the PA1 specific plan. So I believe we've kind of captured what you're looking for in option two, but we wanted to make sure to include kind of implications because we did not talk about the housing element either.
Councilmember Rarey.
So in option one, I know that when things have come for a second reading and we didn't agree with what was in that second reading, we were told we couldn't change it because it was a second reading. So I that's problematic to me for the option 1 in case something got missed. So, and if in option 2, if we're approving the alternative B land use map and land use designation, including acreage for the RC, and then to rework to maximize the ECLI, how is that delaying the process? How would that delay the process, which could impact a regional commercial user? If we're approving the RC or the alternative B land use map.
Yeah, so the reason being is tonight is the public hearing, and you would be adopting the first time, right? And then it would be going to the second reading, which is option 1. Under option 2, we would come back to you first to ensure that we had the map correctly. Then we also believe that there is substantial changes, and then it would need to go back to the Planning Commission for reconsideration, and then it would come back to the City Council for 2 additional hearings. And I would say that you can make changes during a second reading. It would then just have to come back for a first reading once again, if there are significant changes.
Well, wouldn't option 1 also have to go back to the Planning Commission? I mean,
so I'm giving you the worst case scenario. Based upon our review this evening, we believe that it does not need to go back to the Planning Commission. Based upon what we see, we believe that there's significant changes in the map. And so as a result, we believe it needs to go back to the Planning Commission. I can tell you, the timeline is important to your economic development staff as we continue to market the sites. And we would do everything possible, but at least at the current time, we believe that it would need to come back to Planning Commission.
well, it's been 4 years since it was approved to begin with. So, I mean, I want to make sure that we get it right and not just because, as I said, last time I tried to make a change during something that was during a second reading and was told I couldn't. So, and as we saw today, there was things missing, and that I mean, I would still need to go back through the July 12th to make sure that all of the things that we brought up at the July 12th meeting were addressed, because the whole packet wasn't there. That's my, yeah.
Yeah, I'm leaning towards option 2. We waited. I'm not willing to rush it tonight because it's easy. I'd rather do the right thing and maximize the ECLI. I don't understand why this change is such a big deal, but the change from July 12th wasn't that big of a deal. Like, that's weird to me. Like, why is one kind of a big deal, but the other one isn't a big deal? I don't know, but I'm going to stand firm on this one. I think we need to maximize ECLI. Going from 154 to 119 is not an option for me. It's just not. And we all know about the state laws in California. So we know that the more acreage we give, we're going to have more units. We already saw it with Amber Lane. It was the high end of the range. So we know that's going to happen. What did we end up on Transit Village and the ratios with the different floors? Did we decide we're going to do 3366, or are we going to have a matrix for each, so we're changing to minimum 3 floors, and then that's fine at 3366. I guess 3360.
And I'd be okay with the matrix. That sounds, because then it lowers their amounts. They don't have to go 50-50. You know, it's the higher it goes, the less the less it is.
Yeah, so it's 50-50, 33.3, 66.6.
Well, except for if we're doing a minimum of 3 stories, there is no 50-50.
There's no 50-50, yeah. And then if they hit 5 floors, they could, then by all means, they can go 20 80, right? Like, that's fine. But yeah, I'm going with option 2. I think we've waited this long. It's not worth making a decision right now and getting it wrong, right? And if we can have special meetings like a planning, like if you get this done the next 2 days, can you call the planners and planning commissioners and see if they can get a special meeting on? Like, I mean, we do special meetings all the time, so this would be a super special meeting, so I'm fine with that.
And Councilmember Mendoza, number one is I would want to make sure that we come back to the council to ensure what we're taking to the planning commission meets. As you've stated, you want to make sure it's correct. So I'd hate to go to the planning commission and not present to them exactly what the council wants us to present. So we would come back to city council first.
Or does it have to be a meeting?
Say that again.
Can that be a memo or can that be a meeting? Like,
we would need direction from the city council to make sure that it was correct, right? So
okay.
I mean, we could always send a memo and provide information.
I mean, if you sent me a memo pretty close to what I did, I'd be like, good, bye. So, I mean, it wouldn't need a meeting, but I don't know how everyone else feels about that.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
So we would look for you to give that direction in a meeting because it would be council direction to staff, right, of a majority of you. So under the Brown Act, that'd be the safest. And the planning commission meeting would need to be duly noticed because it'll have to be another public hearing. So while we might be able to schedule a special meeting, it will still need at least 14 days notice to get that on the books and do that properly, just so you know.
Okay, sounds good.
Councilmember Rarey.
So will what you're bringing back to us also include that percentage, maximum percentage for ancillary businesses per parcel for ECLI?
You're talking about your recommendation related to like the Walnut Business Park?
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, not just retail uses, but
correct.
But all, yeah, service and retail. Okay.
I will tell you that one. So all of these are going to take some time to put together.
Okay.
I do have a question. Knowing that this is very time sensitive and it could have significant impacts on the future with the delay, under option 1, is there no way to get these recommendations in option 1 and bring it back? Even though there's significant change, bringing that change back, there's no way to do that and pass the regional commercial and recreational amenity. Since council does agree on the regional commercial and the recreational, is there no way to make these two separate actions?
So what you're asking is that you would adopt the items that you agree upon, move forward with that change to the specific plan, and then we'd come back and then make changes soon thereafter on the rest of the specific plan based upon council's direction?
Yes.
I'll let Katie chime in.
So our hesitancy in recommending that course of action is that the areas that would currently be changed under that scenario, the regional commercial and the recreational amenity, have housing implications, right? And if you're going to lose that housing opportunity there, state law looks for you to concurrently make those lost opportunities available elsewhere. Thus, staff's interest in bringing you a holistic set of changes to the entirety of the planning area so that it could all be accomplished in one fell swoop and recognize that concurrent obligation.
Thank you. Councilmember Meyer.
Yeah, I was actually going to suggest something similar to what Mayor just suggested. And I'm still not entirely clear on why that wouldn't work. Because I do feel like we are able to be creative, flexible, however you want to put that, for our housing to change the density where we need to, as long as we're keeping the net loss the same. And I'm still not 100% clear on why the potential business that we're discussing would be an issue if we could. I mean, if we've already agreed on that, I'm not clear on that either. I'm not expressing myself well, a little bit tired, but I just don't, I did not expect to see this. I expected to see RC and RA approved and then moved, come back with the other parts of it, because we did make a lot of progress today. I was hoping we could move that part forward. This is not what I think we intended to do, is to hold everything up when there are some things that we do agree on that we can make progress on. So I'm just not clear on why that's not.
So Councilor Meyer, I'll briefly respond, which is you can give us direction, which is very clear on those items. But as it relates to adopting them in an updated specific plan, we cannot just do those items this evening without making other changes to that land use map.
So kind of piggybacking on that question, what if I made a motion to approve this acreage allocation, this density, all of these changes? What keeps us from making that motion tonight?
You're talking about what you proposed in yours. You're more than welcome to do that. We just, at staff, have not had the ability to review those and to ensure that they're in conformity with state law.
Yeah. And if you can make, and like, just like you said, if there's anything that comes up, small tweaks, you'll let us know. So if there's tweaks to the acreage or the density, you'll let us know in the second reading, just like any other change.
So if I could chime in here through the mayor for just a moment. One of the things that staff would look at is whether the assumptions used in your suggested chart match the assumptions that were used, for example, in our CEQA analysis. And at first glance, there appear to be discrepancies there. And so if it is the case that those assumptions might need to be trued up or changed, then we could be looking at more than just tweaks. And we would thus be in a position to not have you do second reading, but start the process over again. And if you're going to do that, you might as well do it with a clean set of documents that fully captures all of your intentions.
So when it comes to CEQA, what is, and I'm not, because we haven't had that many developments since I've been elected, so I'm not fully well versed on this, but here's my question. When we do a CEQA, it analyzes kind of for like the burden on the land, right? And the burden on the community. What has more burden, housing or office buildings overall, historically?
So, it depends is the answer. How much housing at once, at what density, what sort of FAR for commercial. What we're talking about in this instance is that, for example, the CEQA that was done for the PA1 EIR and the addendum that's before you assumed density at a certain level. It assumed that parcels were kept whole in the land allocation. It had a series of baked in assumptions that you had no reason to include in your table because you didn't necessarily have all of that information baked in. But staff would need to sort of reverse engineer that and have a look at it to make sure that the CEQA document that we're relying on is still presenting an apples to apples comparison so that it's still a valid data set. And we do have Ben Ritchie here and he can provide more information in that regard if you'd like to hear from him.
And what I can hear now is people I know going, I want to read the CEQA. Where would a resident find the CEQA so they could review it alongside with what you're reviewing? Is it somewhere on, I mean, I'm sure it's on the site somewhere, but if maybe you could share that link with me, and because I want to review it as well, right? I'll do it in parallel with you guys because I can't help it.
So the PA1 EIR is on our website along with all of our other CEQA documents that are available on the community development page. But Ben, do we still have you on or have we lost you at this point?
No, we do not have Ben.
Oh, he's gone this evening. Okay. What may not be included in that document is all of the underlying assumptions that feed that data, right? And so that's what staff is going to need to have to take a look at to make sure we're still making comparisons with the relevant data set against each other.
How would I get that data set if I wanted it? Is it something you guys can email? Where does that live?
We can talk to Ben Ritchie about that.
Okay, awesome. Okay. Karen.
The other thing to keep in mind is that the suggestions that you gave us tonight sort of identified a target date of a certain number of units that assumed that the Amber Lane units hadn't already been accounted for. I think they actually had been in Ben's numbers. So we just want to make sure that everything is matching up for your consideration. And that might be a lot to ask if you're trying to do first reading tonight and hopefully a second reading at the next meeting.
I thought Josh said the 2041 was inclusive of Amber Lane. That's why we backed it out when we met yesterday. So
I wasn't with you. I'm afraid I don't know.
Yeah, so we went over that yesterday. And one includes Amber Lane at a density of 15. They actually came in at a density of 20, so they over delivered on what they had been projected to do.
Okay, so the rest of us would want to take a look and give you our best assessment so that you and all the residents had that information when you voted.
Okay.
Councilmember Rarey.
I was just going to make a motion to approve the alternative, option 2, approving the alternative B land use map and land use designations, RC, RA, PF deletion, TS overlay, and directing staff to rework the land use map to maximize ECLI, review housing land use designation acreages per council direction. And that's it.
I second that.
We have a first and a second. A roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer,
Yes.
Councilmember Rarey,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez,
No.
Mayor Bryant,
No.
motion carries 3-2.
Okay, at this time then, we will, before we go on, the time frame on getting this information back to us, what can we anticipate? I know there's a lot of work involved. What is the fastest possible way to get this done?
Mayor, we will do everything. Obviously, there's a lot of projects we're working on. This is important. I doubt that we could bring it back at your next council meeting. I assume it would be in September. And then once the council provided us final direction, then we'd have to begin the process of going back to the Planning Commission.
Okay. Councilmember Ritter?
Yeah, I mean, is there anything that's supposed to be on next meeting that could be pushed off to the following meeting? Because if we wait till September to do this, and then it has to go back to the Planning Commission and so forth. I mean, it's really going to push us off more.
So my concern, Councilmember Rarey, is us getting the information prepared and back to you in the format that I think the council wants.
Okay. All right.
We will do our best. I will. Maybe we're past this, but I don't know, Katie, if there's still this ability we're going to come back to the Planning Commission. So I think we're good. I was going to ask you a question about continuing the public hearing, but in this, we're going to be going back to the Planning Commission. So sorry, it's late. My mind took a couple seconds.
But I thought there was a possibility we wouldn't have to go back to the Planning Commission.
Possibly could. We'll always continue to try to do that, but we will have to renotice the meeting.
So if we need 14 days to notice the Planning Commission meeting, can we put a notice in now knowing it's coming up, not wait till everything is done? Just put a notice in now for the timing so that we can get that already taken care of, because we don't want to wait for our meeting and then post the public notice. Like, let's just send that off to the paper for what date we think is the earliest we can do that.
So I think we discussed going back to council first for direction and then the planning commission. So we have ample time to notice the planning commission or try and schedule a special planning commission meeting if we're going to council next, right?
I think Katie said you need 14 days to notice. So if you come to us on the 6th, which is the first Tuesday in September, then the next obvious date would be the 13th. So can we notice on the 23rd to hit that, or the 22nd, whatever, to hit that on? So like, that's not, I don't want to wait for our meeting to be done and then notice.
We don't necessarily have to do that if we're confident that we'll get direction from council in a meeting, it won't be continued or that sort of thing. Yes, we can certainly do that.
Okay.
That's not a problem. It's just, if we come back to council in September, we would assume the next available planning commission meeting, and we can pre-notice that.
And Councilmember Mendoza, you mentioned September 6th. So were you trying to have us try to shoot for a special meeting on the 6th?
Oh, wait, do we not have a meeting on the 6th?
No, second Tuesday.
Your 13th and 27th.
I'm fine with the special meeting on this one. I mean, I don't know how everyone else feels, but I know it's got to get done. So I'm fine. We'll figure it out.
I am very happy to have a special meeting if staff feels like there's a reason to.
Yeah.
Yeah. Me too.
I want to make sure that we bring back the information that you'd asked for. So we will work to get it back to you as quickly as possible based upon the direction you've provided us.
Great.
If that makes sense.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you. At this time, then,
So move.
for adjournment. We have first and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer,
Yes.
Councilmember Rarey,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez,
Aye.
Mayor Bryant,
Aye,
motion carries unanimous.
we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.